Right, yo, what up, what up, what up? Welcome back to people. Man, listen, so got a lot of things to cover today, all the way honest. I mean, they're just all the things, right? And so with having all the things, I mean, going on right now, I wanted this thing and start off with the right. Basically, Simple, I mean, has decided to quit YouTube to like start a family, and everybody's giving him shit about it. You know what I mean? I'm be honest with you. I do not agree with anybody giving him shit about this. And I'm gonna give you some like actual real valid reasons why. Number one, I've had people send me pictures of my kids and threaten to bathe in their like I swear to God. Like on some like back when this channel was hopping and we were getting it in and doing all of our things, it was wild. You know what I mean? Like people are fucking terrible. Like you fucking fans of ours are fucking awful. The doxing and the SWAT. Like, could you imagine having an infant and the police roll in? You know what I mean? Like, could you imagine the PTSD of like a 3 or a 4 year old having something like that happening? Right? Like just the raw, just garbage that would come from that. Right? The amount of counseling, like just all the bad things. Number one. Number two. Every day when you're covering the world's ugliness, it wears on you. We talk about it on Discord all the time. Or at least we used to. We used to talk about it more. How we have a hard time having relationships with normal people after you when you're covering the news and you're covering all these different news stories. What you have to do is you have to like educate yourself on all the things that you're covering because like you don't want to be like covering something you know nothing about, right? So all of a sudden now you have to like, I'm not gonna say become an expert in anything because you're not, you know what I mean? Like, but you're covering enough of it that all of a sudden those like basic just knee jerk opinions that everybody has about things, they no longer make any sense. So you no longer relate to anybody around you, right? And if you really want to be a good journalist and be that type of person who's, you want to be moral and like you just want to study and try to learn more because like, most of us who do this, we get into this because like, it's not just the money, it's not just the fame, it's not just the attention, it's not just any of the stuff. It's like we got into this because we're like, hey, look, we wanted to do a good job. You know what I mean? Like that's why we did it. We were like, hey, we want to like do, what I mean, like a proper like journalism. Like we would do proper journalism and cover things fairly from, what I mean, like not the managerial class's point of view, right? And like 5 years ago, that word managerial class was not in my vernacular, right? All of a sudden, we start mentioning these things. You start having names for stuff. But we talk about this, how like when we're on, we did a stream called "You Guys a Nigga," you know what I mean? Like fuck, it was a great stream. And basically, it was this we were covering like the corpus colostrum, right? And how like if you get cut it when people have it's like the part of your brain that attaches the left and right side, they cut it when you have major C, right? And you can separate them right through surgery. And when they do this though, the problem is like when you cover like one eye or the other eye, like you won't have the ability to like verbally communicate things. You don't recognize stuff because like that part of your brain that like visually like understands things through your memory or is attached right to the part of you that has your vocabulary, part of your brain that uses vocabulary. And so the more words you know, like literally like the more you recognize things, right? So it's crazy how like your vocabulary is attached to, what I mean, your vision, right? And all of a sudden like when you know about things and then you see things happening in the real world, it ruins your vision of the real world. And like it almost gives you like a form of Asperger's and it's fucking horrible, right? And then on top of that, like when you're streaming and you're giving away everything you have and you're being, what I mean, like as much as you can be like um a honest human being and covering it from, what I mean, like a point of view of like the historical stuff and all the things that comes with it and how do we get there, all that shit, right? It starts like and you like you're putting passion and heart into it and every time you stream you're fucking exhausted. I'm telling when I'm done streaming, I take like a 4 hour nap. It's fucking crazy how much this just like it's an energy transfer from me to y'all. and it's hard, right? And it sucks. And then people say like, do what you're passionate about in life. Go ask any mechanic what type of car they drive. How you like an Acura, Honda, and they've gotten the cars because like they love GTOs and Mustangs or whatever, Corvettes and Lamborghinis. They love that shit. But that's not what they do. They made their passion their business, and they fucking hate their lives. Look at, it's terrible what like mixing your money and passion does, right? And that's why like I don't concern myself with making money off of this. Like I just don't. You know what I mean? Like this is kind of like creative destruction for me at this point. You know what I mean? This is just shit to be able to get stuff off of my. I mean, and that's what this is. And so when Tim Pool says I quit because like I don't want to like have this stress anymore, I fucking get it. And y'all just don't understand. We're gonna play this video and let me tell you what's up.
A company or it is, but here's you lamenting about it's. I can relate to this. Let's hear. Let me play this.
We had our like, I don't know, 12th studio failure this morning.
The new one.
Yeah, the new studio failed. And, you know, my attitude with that is kind of just like,
yeah, what up?
Yeah, if we can't make cameras and a computer work, and despite all the previous failures we've had, there's not a single person here who can make sure that either the studio is operating or secondary studio is operating. We've gotten to a point in the company where everyone's kind of just kicked their feet up and said, I'm doing what I need to be doing. Yeah. And then that just means I'm Sisyphus pushing the rock up. The problem is people are sitting on the rock. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Tim, you're not quitting your show or anything or shutting down, are you?
Well, so the bulk of the conversation was actually, the idea at first was actually was keep doing the morning show, which is Timcast News on YouTube, and probably end the nightly show, which is Timcast IRL, which we're not going to be doing. But yeah, for those that don't know, I actually host 2 different shows every day. So I have the morning show, which is about an hour and a half of segments throughout YouTube. It actually isn't just a morning show, but it goes up various segments throughout YouTube on Timcast News. And then Timcast IRL is live from 8 to 10. But it wasn't so much just that. I would say the frustration I had, especially with a clip like that, was that we've had a series of failures, computer failures over a couple of weeks, and none of the backups were operating. And despite, you know, a week ago we had a failure, nobody got the backup operating. So then we had two more failures the next week, and I'm just like, okay, I need to stop this so that I can circle the wagons, get back to the original format, which is functional and working, and I'm running the computers to make it work. But there's actually something else, which I didn't announce, and I didn't want to, but following the reaction from saying this may be the last episode and the difficulties we had, I had talked with my longtime girlfriend, Allison, and we kind of just decided if we restructure a bit, bring it back down, and seek strategic investment, we can keep going and running this show. So my morning show has, you know, about 1.4 million subs, and then Timcast IRL has like 2.2 or 2.3. So it does seem silly to end the bigger show, which has a lot of guests and has a degree of, I think we were the 7th biggest live stream in the world the other day. The issue is, and it's really good news, is that I'm getting married and I'm having a child.
Oh, wow. Congratulations. Yeah. Oh, wow. That's great.
Thank you. Well, so what we end up with is, am I going to go on my show to millions of people and say, hey, we have to pull things back because I'm going to be a dad and a husband and I don't want, I'm not going to have time to deal with this, plus with all the technical failures, frustrations.
Yeah, like legit. You know what I mean? And here's the thing. At a certain point in your life, you just take the money and go. Right? Let's say, you know what I mean, Tim Pool has $1 million, right? Well, you know, if you make 5% a year on some shit, right? That's 50,000. You know, you're fine, right? You know what I mean? You're okay, right? Let's say he has 2 million, that's 100 grand. Like, oh, can you live on 100 grand? Yeah, you probably could, right? You just don't do this shit anymore, right? You live just a really normal ass life. You already has a house, you already has all the stuff. I mean, I'd probably sell it and move elsewhere, change my fucking name, right? You know what I mean? And just get away, right? Legitimately, just get away from all this shit. and not be in the public eye. Like, fuck this shit. Let's keep it 100, right? And then change your online persona to something the fuck else. You know what I mean? And just, go hang out on Discord and hop into like the dark parts of Discord. And there's a bunch of us probably like, we wouldn't even mention it. Like, he was like, bro, listen, we know who you are, but it's cool. We're not mad at you. You know what I mean? Just, you can hang out. We're fine with that. You know what I mean? We're not even going to bring it up. Just be what it is. Right? That's literally what I would do. You know what I mean? Because, like, I'll be honest with you. Like, I get it. And I do feel pity for him. I do. Right? Like, and that's why, like, I do the writing and I have a SoundCloud. I have all these things, right? Like, you have to have other shit. You know what I mean? Like, because you got to have something just to enjoy yourself. That's why I go hiking. That's why I go fishing. That's why I go boating. All these type of things. I got all the kids and shit. And half the time, I'll be honest with you, like, if you're taking care of the kids and you're doing all the shit and whatever, this shit's way secondary. You know what I mean? Like, this is a terrible job. And it literally, like, the hours you keep with this fucking job are ridiculous. Like, if you're, like, doing morning shows and then all the evening stuff, like, all the news and shit comes out at night from the rest of the world and Israel and Iran and fucking Ukraine and Russia and China and Japan and fucking Jesus Christ, bro. Like, fuck it. Right? Fuck it. Legit. Nah, bro. Like, doing this full time, it sounds terrible. You know what I mean? Let's keep this a buck. It sounds terrible. Like, you're going to be happier in life just being a normal Joe who knows shit. You know what I mean? Just knows nothing. I respect him. I do. I respect him for going, nah, I just want to have a family and my wife and back the fuck off and not be all of it. You gotta, like, legit, props, dog. Props. You know what I mean? Like, learning how to say no is a big thing in this society because we are all money hungry fucking little scoundrels at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Right? Let's keep this all the way one. Right? And Brett, what the fuck is this property? All right, hang on. Okay. Do not go there. Right. Boom. Right. All right, yeah. I don't know why the fuck. Yeah. Like, legit, respect. I mean, learning how to say no to these people is fucking important.
The concern is security. And so I had a conversation with some friends before any of this was going down, and the general conversation is do not mention any of this stuff. People will target you. The attacks will get worse. They'll use your family.
Nah, Ed, look, I already explained this, and you probably didn't hear it, so I'm explaining it again. Look, you know how we ran, right, back in the day. Remember how, like, hot this fucking channel was for a little while, right? I mean, we were getting, like, 50, 100, 200 people coming out to watch, right? And it was all part of the Kumite and all this fucking shit, right? We were getting it in. We were growing, and everything was hot, and food, everything was jumping, right? I literally had people, like, threaten my fucking children that they were going to bathe in their blood and send me pictures of them. He on a regular basis is getting swatted. Let's keep it a buck. I mean, let's keep it all the way 100. The moment, like, your kids start being involved, and going, bro, like, listen, what's more important? You know what I mean? You start thinking about the long-term health of your children. You know what I mean? Like, if you want to risk that, that's up to you. I don't think any of us really, who are proper parents, keep it 100.
Family against you. But I suppose following this may be the end because we kind of crashed into a wall. It was a chaotic day. Things were frustrating. And then we had, fans write an open letter, and our paying members were saying, no, we'll make this work. We decided, you know what? Let's just announce it. Let's just say that it's going to be impossible to run two shows, be the CEO of a company, and be a husband and a father at the same time. So something has to change. And I suppose instead of ending the show, the better option is strategic investment, which means
Now, look, I've shit on Tim Pool a number of, right, in my YouTube, right? In many of videos, I have, like, shit on Tim Pool and his nonsense, right? But this is very important to understand. This is not real beef, okay? Like, this is all just this is what I'm saying, bro. Like, look at everybody in the fucking chat. Listen, okay? This is the thing. like I've had real beef where people were trying to shoot me for real, right? Like I've had to like lay low because niggas was trying to actually kill me in my neighborhood, right? Like I've had to go after people on the same level. Like we've been on this level, right? Where like it's actual real beef. You know what I'm saying? Like this YouTube shit, there's nonsense of being obsessed with people like so much that you don't like you have a major problem with them to the point where when they do something positive for themselves, you got an issue with it, you got a fucking problem. You need to think about your life a little bit. You know what I mean? Think about yourself a little bit. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? That's kind of where it's at. You know what I mean? Like let's keep this 100% honest. You know what I mean? Like fucking think about shit about where it's really is. You know what I mean? Like that's the mentality when it comes down. Like, bro, like if somebody's doing something positive, and I've always been on this level. If you're doing something positive for yourself, you know what I mean. If you're like, hey, look, I'm gonna take some time off. I developed a drug habit or whatever it is, right? If somebody did that, you know what I mean, and like even if you fucking hated the guy, and he was a piece of shit. I'm like, yo, good for you, dog. Go get yourself together. You know what I mean? Like fucking, you want people to do good things. You know what I mean? So like, listen, he's doing a good thing. Wants to go be a dad, and you know what I mean, like he'll be a father and be a husband and be a proper like person, and he wants to back off from working because like this shit is fucking, it's terrible, bro. Like this shit is fucking horrible for you as a human. Let's keep it 100. And Evil Dead, I'm in the recording if you want to come in if you're sober, right? Legit in my Discord. But if you're not sober, don't come, right? Fucking that's where we are right now. You know what I mean? Let's keep it all the way a buck.
Someone's going to come in and buy a portion of the company. I don't know how big, maybe, and we are somewhat resistant to that. We don't know if we want to do that, but it means that they can assume management, but we retain majority control, and this allows the company to function while minimizing my workload. So at first, a lot of people.
Yeah, I get it. You know what I mean? I do. Right? Basically, what he's doing is he's selling his company and going like, listen, I'm gonna take some profits and I'm gonna go live, and you niggas go figure this shit the fuck out. Problem is, his company is him, and I'm be real. All right, hang on, bro. Let me get a decent.
We're shocked.
Hold up. All right, just look at him. Tell me he does not look tired. Not old, but tired. Right? He looks exhausted. You know what I mean? Like, bruh, like he looks beaten. Right? He looks like he has been through the fucking ring. And I get it. I do, bro. It's this shit that we do, you know what I mean? Serious about it and you're really getting it in, it fucking takes a toll on you. Being the clown is not as much fun as you. Like it's just not. And stepping away and going like, bro, I don't want to do this anymore. 100% get it. And you should respect him for doing so. You know what I mean? He shouldn't shit on him. Be like, yo, good job, bro. I mean, I get it. You know what I mean? I do. And I'm love for him for that shit. You know what I mean? Y'all want to move on to what do you want to do? JD Vance or Trump, bro? Like, listen. You know what I mean? I think maybe we should do the JD Vance one, right? Because I think JD Vance is a long one. So how about go for Trump, right? I mean, like, not gonna do like the whole, right? But we can do some, right? You know what I mean? How about we do some fucking clips, right? Of fucking Trump, and you know, I mean, we can break a few clips down because I listened to the whole thing last night, and I can give you like, I mean, the highlights of what I thought was kind of important and shit, right? And we can have a conversation about that. You know what I mean? Trump. Jared, yeah, listen, I listened to the whole thing, and I mean, it was not bad. Who would fuck would want his company? You'd be amazed, right? Yeah, it's like together on his 2 channels, 3 million. You know what I mean? That's a lot. That's not like a little bit of subs. That is a lot of subs. You know what I mean? So, not gonna, you know what I mean? That's a lot of eyeballs, right? Remember, people pay a lot of money for like mailing lists and client lists and all that type of shit. Having your product or having like, you know what I mean, like an agenda put in front of 3 million people is a lot. That's 10% of the popular, 1% of the population. And that 1% of the population, tells, another like 5%. So that's like 6% of the population that you can reach. That's really good. I mean, very few companies reach 1 million people a fucking week, fucking day, whatever the fuck it is. I mean, so let's talk about let's start with Trump and shit. So let's get to it.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
I think I had a great relationship with the military, basically, but I didn't like certain people. I would have gotten them out if I thought if the election was different, I would have fired all of them quickly. Most of them I did fire. Biden should have fired every military person involved with Afghanistan. He should have had a lot of firings. All
right, let's start with this. Right, I think he's 100% right. Any of the military people who were involved with Afghanistan, right, who did anything with it at all, like any of the top generals, right, who were in charge of that operation, had anything to do with it, should have been fucking fired. Anybody in the Pentagon who was in charge of that operation should have fucking fired. Right, legitimately. They should have all been fucking fired. I'm going to keep that a buck. He is not wrong in any way about that. They should have all been fucking fired. Right, there's a lot of this shit. Like, and I'll be honest with you, okay? So here's another thing, right? So when you had those generals who were disloyal to Trump, right, and lied to him, all type of shit, when Joe Biden came in, I don't give a fuck what your political leanings are. If you know that a guy will disobey the commander-in-chief, you should fire that motherfucker. You know what I mean? Just off of GP. Like, how do I put this? When you have a brown noser, right, who buried the guy before you know what I mean, to bring you up, you should fire that fucking guy. Should never let nobody be there who is willing to do that to, like, the people above them. That's kind of the mentality.
If you look at him, he told Israel not to do anything, and at least Israel's not going to look at a bomb the way they would have been. Think if they listened to Biden, they'd be waiting for a bomb to drop on their head right now. He's been wrong about so much. I guess you'd have to say that she's been wrong too, because she always said they made the decision together. But Israel didn't follow his advice, and I think it was a very, the Middle East is rapidly changing. There are prophets that say the world will come to an end in the Middle East. You know that, right? And we have weapons today that are so scary. When you look, I rebuilt them all. And when you look at the weapons we have today, the biggest threat we have in the world today is nuclear weapons. And we have other weapons, too, that are devastating. But the nuclear weapons, the biggest threat we have in the world today, and that's what I was talking about de-escalation with both China and Russia. I'm telling you, we were going to de-escalate. They were going to de-escalate. You got to be careful. It's a little tricky playing with them because they say we're going to do it and they don't do it, maybe. But they understood the curse, too. It's a curse. It's
fucking agreed. Like, yo, fucking 1,000,000% fucking agree. Right? Like, legit. There's very few things where, like, I just go, yes. You know what I mean? 100%. This is one of those. Right? Like, nuclear de-escalation should be a fucking thing. Right? Because it doesn't matter, like, if two countries have, 16,000 rockets together, or, or if like 100 countries have 16,000 rockets together. Either way it goes, right? These are things that should never be used against, like, fucking, just populations as a whole. I understand the idea of the bigger stick thing, where it's like, fucking the mutual assured destruction. I get all that. I do. But again, I just get to the point where I go, yeah, maybe conventional wars is where we should be at as a thing. I don't like the meat grinder approach either, but I feel like it is better for collateral damage for everybody else. Like, making a land uninhabitable is not something that we should be doing. I don't know. Just my mentality.
China's way behind us, but they'll catch us within 5 years.
So let's imagine, let's say you win in November. What do you do differently, and how do you change this course that it seems we are on for World War III? How do you get us out of Ukraine? How do you stop what's going on in the Middle East? How do you put a stop to this?
Well, it's a very to me it's an easy question because I think I can do it easily, but it's a complex question in the sense that the times change, every day changes. Who's winning, who's not winning? I mean, Russia's a war machine. Whether you like it or not, it just grinds along. You speak to people like Viktor Orban, he'll tell you it's just a big, fat war machine, and that's what's happening. You look at what's happening.
I agree, Shrapnel, that AI is, a giant ass threat to things. It is a monster of a problem, but nuclear weapons are right. Just as a whole, you know what I mean? And it depends on what level of AI we're talking about. If we're talking about like AI that also has an army of robots to do whatever it wants, that's a fucking, that's probably the biggest problem you could ever have. Because at that point, it can just get whatever the fuck it wants. There's no longer the idea that it can have, fucking, there's nothing it can do, right? It can just it can defend itself, and on top of that, go mining, right? And pull uranium out itself, and steel and aluminum, and build factories to forge all the things. And listen, that's a fucking issue. You know what I mean? Let's keep it a buck. That's fucking dangerous. And then it can make more robots. Bro, fuck that shit.
Happened to Ukraine. If I were there, it would have never happened.
But what could you do now? If you get into office in January, what could you do now?
Right now, you would get both of them. I know both very well. And again, I do not want to tell you, for the purpose of looking smart to 5 people that say, oh, he was great. Because if I told you exactly what I do, I could never make the deal. All I can tell you is that I would meet with Putin and I would meet with him, and I know exactly what I'd say to each one of them. And I believe that as president-elect, I would get that war stopped, and stopped fast. We have tremendous power in the United States if you know how to use the power. I stopped other wars just by the use of tariffs. I got Macron of France. Good guy's like a friend of mine, but he's a wise guy. And he's a person that likes France, and he was going to tax our companies. I sent all the smartest guys. I sent Mnuchin. They all failed me. And I said, I'll do it myself. And I called him. I said, Emmanuel, you're taxing American companies. We're not going to allow you to do that. Oh, Donald, I cannot do it. Nothing I can do. It's already been passed. I said, Emmanuel, if you do that, I'm going to put 100% tariff on your wines and champagnes that come into the United States, and you're going to regret that you ever did it. He said, Donald, please, that's not fair. Anyway, within about 2 minutes, he dropped the whole thing, and it was messy.
Yeah, see, listen, all you got to do is Broad Street bully a lot. You know what I'm saying? Oh, what up, Psycho? Nice to see you. Fucking James, man. Look, fucking wrench, my brother. Fucking, everybody gets a wrench. That way. What up, Enclave? Nice to see you out here, my brother. Right? Yeah, listen, it's fucking important that we sit here and understand it. As a consumer, this is all right. This goes back to the whole Bretton Woods thing, right? Where in Bretton Woods, what we did is we told everybody, yeah, we don't play that censorship shit here. Listen, you start trying to get my fucking shit flagged, I'll fucking take you the fuck out. You know what I mean? Tactical fat nap, what up? Right? That's kind of where we get to. Fucking don't get my channel fucking rocked. Please, don't abuse it, right? But show love. You know what I mean? Yeah, there goes some hearts. Thank you for the hearts, right? Show love and motherfucking, make sure that we don't, you know what I mean? And you can say whatever the fuck you want other than that. Anyway, fucking yeah. So during the Bretton Woods system, what we did was we said, listen, here's what we'll do. We'll allow you guys to go anywhere, right? And motherfucking you can sit here and, fucking get whatever raw material you need, bring it home, metabolize it, turn it into a finished product, and then sell it into the largest consumer market in the United States without any fucking tariffs or anything, right? All you got to do is fight the Russians for it. And everybody's like, hell yes. And then everybody took advantage of that shit after, you know what I mean? After a while, they started saying, oh, well, you know, we're going to start tariffing American goods so we can protect our economies. We're like, oh, hold up, though. You know what I mean? We tolerated it because we needed them to fight the Soviets. Well, there is no more Soviets anymore. We don't need them on our fucking side for nonsense. Right? And now we're looking at it like, bro, like, listen, yo, you try us the fuck out, bro. Like, yo, listen, we're going to take away your entire revenue stream and fuck the shit out you. You know what I mean? You know, that's kind of where we're at. And that's what we need to be at. That's what we need to be doing. And this is, you know what I mean, some basic ass shit. We can broad street bully people without, you know what I mean, standing here using the military to bomb the shit out of them. You just got to look at this more like a business thing. You know what I mean? And NATO is 100%. I fucking agree.
Massive amounts of money against American companies. I have to protect American companies.
So why doesn't the Biden administration do this?
Because they're incompetent. They don't know how to talk. Look, they met in Alaska with the Chinese, and the Chinese lectured them about how badly we treat people. Right? Okay? I mean, think of it. You remember that? It was like in America. They didn't talk to me that way. They respected me. They respected our country. They don't respect our country. They don't respect Biden. They don't respect her. They're dreaming about her because she's incompetent. She's not a smart person. Look, she can't put two sentences together. She talks. I watch her.
All right, so let me break this down, right? Because this is something that a lot of people do. Right? We, as a country, right, are full of these really bad people that are just trash. There was this fucking whatchamacallit, what the fuck should oh yeah, I was at Turkey Hill last night. Convenience store in my neck of the The only place you can get Turkey Hill iced tea, right? Fucking that's I get the diet shit, you know what I mean? That way I don't have to like, you know, have my like fucking sugar all fucked up or whatever. Right? And it's great. And it keeps me like liquidated, you know what I mean? Keeps me like hydrated and shit. Liquidated, hydrated. And that way, you know, I don't get blood clots and shit driving down the road and being like, you know, all sedentary all day. And so, I mean, I went in this fucking store. And it was 3 o'clock in the morning. It was like 2:45, something like that. And this dude's like, oh, I can't ring you out for 15 minutes. And so I went and got a half gallon of tea. I said, this is $3.29. Here's $4. Keep the fucking change. He goes, I cannot ring you out right now. You're going to have to wait. And I'm looking at him, and my brain goes, listen, bro, first off, I will crack the shit out of your bald-headed ass, right? This is fucking stupid. But this is the U.S. in a nutshell. It's these fucking people who have no idea to do anything but what it is that they're being fucking told. And they're not interested in doing anything other than what the fuck they're being told. And if you get in their fucking way and you try to, like, stand here and go, like, bro, like, listen, I'm going to fucking take this. Call the cops if you won't. You know what I mean? I'm leaving the money right here. They will call the cops. Right? Because this is the type of people who run our motherfucking State Department and run our fucking government. That's the point, right? Yeah, see, psycho, you think you'll do that, and then the police will show up and try to arrest you for stealing because they refuse to take your money for the product. The real shit. You know what I mean? This is literally the fucking problem. Right? Or they'll try to ban you from the fucking store. These are the issues that you fucking run into when you're dealing with these fucking bureaucrats. Yeah. No, for what? Because their system was down and they wouldn't ring me up at that moment. yo, listen, psycho, it doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. Right? These fucking people only have one way of doing things and they follow SOP to the death of them. I could have handed him a 50 and he still wouldn't have taken it. You know what I mean? Yeah, Dingleberg, I fucking feel you. I feel you. Right? Like they have SOPs. You know what I'm saying? They have standard operating procedures. Listen, I understand it's not theft, but it sort of is because they cannot ring me out at that moment because their system is down for like a half hour every fucking day on some nonsense. And it's always when I get off work too. I wasn't even off work. I was like in between loads. You know what I mean? I was on my way back from like to go get my next load to finish up my night and shit. Really just like it's where it was, right? This is what the fuck it is, right? They're fucking, again, this is, no, you know, I'm trying to explain to y'all SOP, right? But this is just how this works. And if they can't use the police, they'll find another way, right, to punish you. Yes, exactly. SOP is bullshit thought up by the HR woman. Like, this is what it is. You know what I mean? Yeah. No, I mean, like, this is just what it is. I mean, they're fucking retarded. Like, these are how these people live. Like, they live by SOP. Like, the standard operating procedure, their fucking way of life. They have nothing else that they can fucking do. Why it is that, like, really, I mean, we can't figure out what's going on because we don't understand exactly what the fuck this is. You know what I mean? Yeah, so got another month.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
One of the things that I want to talk to you about is the JFK files. And one of the things that you said was that if they showed you what they showed me, this was your quote, you wouldn't want people to know it either.
So I opened them up partially. I was met with, from good people. I mean, good people. People that were well-meaning. Mike Pompeo was one of them. He's a good person. They called me. They said, "Sir, would rather have you not." And I did open them. But I was asked by some people not to open them. There's a Martin Luther King file, too, by the way, that they'd like to see. I don't know if you know, but there is that. But JFK in particular. So they called me, a lot of good people called me, people that that you would find reasonable people. And they asked me not to do it. So I said, well, we'll close it for another time. But if I win, I'm going to open them up. I'm just going to open enough time.
Why didn't you open it up the first time?
Because
though?
a lot of times,
what was the hesitation, though?
Addresses, people that are still living. There are people that are affected. And there could be some national security reason that for.
All right, fellas. I mean, let's put our aluminum foil hats on and have this conversation, right? Okay. George Carlin, smart enough to run the machine, stupid enough to that's where it is, right? They literally want people who. This is what the whole. All right, let me get back to this real quick, right? All right, so this is why they want trannies, right? It's why they want fucking transsexuals. They want androgynous drones who can do the paperwork. That's simple, right? Like, schools are producing what it is our economy needs. Absolutely great consumers who are going to be like massive amounts of liabilities on healthcare institutions, but like long term, I mean, like, testosterone don't cost shit, but like they're going to be on the fucking insurance dole forever. They're always going to need, you know what I mean, like tons of shit. You know what I mean? That's where this is, right? And so, an interdimensional space rapist, I think yes, right? What the hell was I saying? I was saying some shit.
Are you listening to the podcast right now?
Yeah. We're talking about Joe gets Trump to discuss JFK files. All right, hang on, but we're talking about SOPs and like why it is that like government's so garbage.
Oh yeah, super garbage.
Okay, now you can see what the fuck we're at. But I mean, we were talking about SOPs, right? Standard operating procedures, and like I was telling them last night. I stopped at this store at 2:45 in the morning, right, to get an iced tea, right? And I went up to the dude, right, and something was like $3.29. I said, "Here's $4. Keep the fucking change. I gotta go." And the guy's like, "I cannot ring you out right now, sir. You're going to have to wait or put it back." And I was like, I'm like, "I'll leave $4 here." He's like, "I will call the police." And I was like, "Bro, listen, like I fucking can't." You know what I'm saying? Like I can't with y'all niggas. I just went and put it the fuck back, and I waited. Then like I went in and I ended up buying like a whole gallon. I was like, "Go fuck yourself." You know what I mean? I fucking hate you with everything in my being. But these are the human beings who work for our State Department. Like, they will follow SOP to the... Like, I could have laid a 50 on the fucking counter, and that motherfucker still wouldn't have took my money.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
You know what I mean? Like, I could have paid him 3 hours of his worthless-ass paycheck, and he still wouldn't have took it.
I mean, Why though? Like, why can't he just accept the cash? Like, I guess it has to be done electronically. Yeah. Okay.
No, it's because he doesn't want to be bothered.
Oh, that's fair.
Right. And here's the thing, though, like, because I was gonna punch him in his fucking face. You know what I mean? Like I was, right? But like afterwards, after I went and rang it up, he was 100% fine with it.
So did you see that JD Vance also went on the
Yeah,
Tim
listen, it's on the
Dillon?
stream. We're on the stream right now, right? So like I covered the Tim Pool thing, right?
Okay.
Tim Pool, I was like pro him leaving. I'm like, oh listen, I get it. Like when I was doing YouTube and I was getting big and I was hot, I had people send me pictures of my kids, you know what I mean, and say they were gonna bathe in their blood and shit.
Oh, he reversed the decision. He's back on now.
Yeah, but again, you know what I mean, I completely understand his mentality about why he wants to leave.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I completely get it. Like 1,000,000%, I fucking get it. Right? And I mean, I was like, bro, good for him. Go be a family and get the fuck away from this retarded shit. Like, it just ruins your life. Everybody knows when you're on Discord, it makes you harder, or on the internet, makes it harder to talk to normal people. Because average normies are fucking retarded and know none of the things that we know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and not only did Trump appear on Joe Rogan, but today
JD Vance was
JD
on
Vance
Tim Dillon.
appeared on
Yeah,
Dillon.
that's next.
Dude,
That's next.
this
That's next,
this
dog.
is nuts, man. This is like this is huge.
That's
internet
why we're
stuff.
doing. That's why I'm doing a stream right now.
All right. Yep.
You know what I mean? I figured we cover some Trump clips, you know what I mean, and break some of the stuff down about like, so we're about to cover the JFK files. Like just now, we just got done covering about Trump talking about fucking the generals being fired or whatever, right? Generals who needed to be fired.
Did you cover the whales yet?
Not yet. You know what I mean? We're gonna go to next one's gonna be Donald Trump on being targeted by the media. That's the next, right? But then we're gonna do JD Vance. I mean, we might do like the whole thing.
It was a good one.
I feel you. I watched the whole thing. I'm with you. I mean, so I figured we could get into that because I agree with 90% of what he said.
Yeah, I was kind of like mediocre on JD Vance, but after seeing him like actually joke around like a human with Tim Dillon for 2 hours, I'm like, oh, I'm actually starting to warm up to the guy a bit.
I feel you. Right. So, let's get into this JFK files thing. Watching the stream.
Yeah.
Watching the stream on Discord.
Yeah.
You know, that I don't have to necessarily know about, but some very good, talented people asked me not to do it.
All right, hang on. This is important. Wait a minute. Let me back this up a sec. Really important.
If I win, I'm going to open them up. I'm just going to open enough.
Why didn't you open it up the first time?
Because
though?
a lot of times,
what was the hesitation? Though?
Addresses, people that are still living. There are people that are affected. And there could be some national security reason that I don't have to necessarily know about.
Okay. I have a problem with that statement. I feel like everybody should have a problem with that statement, right? You know what I'm saying?
Well, is it not like SOP that if someone is involved in, something like, I don't know, assassinating a president, well, like, but they're still alive, like kind of the SOP is that.
Listen, no. I'm not concerned with that. I don't care about that. Right? That is not the part I'm concerned. Let me play the part that's really fucking important. Okay?
That are affected. And there could be some national security reason that I don't have to necessarily know about.
Hear what he just said right there?
That he doesn't have to necessarily know about?
Yeah, I feel like that's a problem.
I missed that, and you're right. That is a bit weird.
Yo, listen, out of the entire podcast, like the whole 3 hours, I think that was the most telling thing. That was the part that stuck with me throughout the whole thing.
I mean, to be fair, right? Like, there's probably like 100,000 different national security concerns happening at any particular time. The president can't be fucked to know all of them, right?
No.
Well, you can't expect him to know all of them, right?
All right. First off, now I don't need him to know about the meteor gonna pass between us and this, right? I'm not 100% on. I don't really care about that. Right? Like, is it gonna hit us? No. Shut the fuck up. Why are you telling me? Right? That one, I don't care. This shit here, though, right? Some of the JFK files, the MLK files, all that type of shit, right? Where you're going, there's national security stuff I don't need. What the fuck do you not need to know about that for? What part about that don't you need to know? Can you imagine something that involves this that you don't need to know about?
I mean, maybe it's like, there's like, 20 different people that were involved in it, and then like they each have, 10 different family members. So
And
then
that's
you have
not,
like,
and that's not even what he's saying, right?
yeah.
What he's saying is like, oh, listen, it's on a need to know basis, and I don't need to know. No, you do. You're the guy we elect to know.
I mean, especially when it comes to something like this. Yeah, it would make sense that, he should probably know about it. And I agree. I think it's a little bit weird that we've kind of reached a point in our beautiful American democracy where the deep state's allowed to know, but the president isn't, because the president isn't important enough. I mean, yeah, it is a little bit weird, but
Right. That's weird, right? I mean, I'm not being all retarded, right? Because I feel like that's weird. I feel like that's the part of this shit that you should have took with you.
it's a little bit weird. It's a little bit weird.
Like it's, you know what I mean? Like, bro, like listen, when my president says this, right? You know what I mean?
And there could be some national security reason that I don't have to necessarily know about.
Right. Like, listen. What?
Well, okay, he didn't say like there could be some national security reason I can't know about. He said that I don't necessarily have to know about. Maybe it's just better that he, doesn't know all the details, for whatever political expediency reasons might exist that I'm not privy
Name
to.
one.
I
Name something that would be something that you,
uh
as the president of the United States.
well, okay, let's say that he opens up the file, and then it turns out that like Biden was the one who shot JFK or whatever. Because I think Biden was already like 60 years old when JFK was shot. uh
Like, hang on. Wait, I'm mathing it out in my head. He'd have been like 30.
okay, well, so he could have done it.
Could have. 100% he could have. He's like, it's not outside of the possibility. I'm just saying he was like 30.
Okay, so in that case, if Biden had been the shooter or whatever, then it would mean that like Trump was trying to like dig up like, I don't know, political shit on some enemies, and like it would be better for him to not know about that, because then he's not implicated and they can't, do another bullshit impeachment hearing, or I don't know, something like that. It's a stupid example, but there's an example.
I heard nothing there that would stop, that had anything.
Well, if Biden had been the assassin on the grassy knoll, I mean that actually would represent a very large national security risk. But I mean,
I mean, what you're saying is like this whole, you know what I mean, like him acting like a tard is just like, I mean, him being tired because he's out all night long, like committing like international like atrocities, shooting fucking people in the head.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that would be a massive national security concern.
Like he was wearing a diaper like his whole life because like he was just sitting somewhere in a roost. Is that what you're saying?
Uh, you know what? Now that you're explaining it that way, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, all right, cool. I'll just double check and sure, right? You know what I mean? Like, right? It's just like, Brad. Like I feel like, you know what I mean? How about a spy who's now a political rival investigating potential Russian? I don't like the one my brain immediately goes to is Israel, right? Because like one of the things that JFK did was motherfucking try to like stop Israel from getting nuclear weapons, right?
Well, that and try to make the intelligence agencies go away. I think that was really his most damning thing that he tried to do.
I mean, there was a bunch of them, right? There was
Yeah.
like he didn't help the military-industrial complex go Bay of Pigs, um, Israel, the fucking black people acting all crazy. Like, there's a lot of parts of him. I mean, like, there's a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? He wanted to cool down the fucking Cold War.
Oh, that still makes me angry. Yeah. Ah.
All right, bro. Let's keep going.
But some very good, talented people asked me not to do it. I opened it up, and then they said, would it be possible for us to do that a different day?
What? How much
Nobody-
of it did you read into?
I think it's going to be just fine to open it. Let me put it that way. I think it's fine. It's going to be time. It's a cleansing. You know, it's really a cleansing. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it immediately, almost immediately upon entering office.
Well, the thing when people look at it from the outside, and you sort of imagine what could be a reason why they would not release those files, it would be there's people that were implicated
That's why I'm
in
gonna
the
open.
assassination.
Yeah. Well, when there are
what does he
living
mean by
people,
that?
you generally tend not to want to do it. When people are still.
What up?
What is Trump said, I think I'm going to open it and it's going to be just fine, but there needs to be a cleansing. See, when he says it's going to be just fine, it makes me think, oh, there's nothing in there. But then he goes, there needs to be a cleansing, and I think, oh, suddenly maybe there is something in there. I'm not.
No, no, no,
that's
no, 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 no,
ambivalent.
no, no. He said it's time. We need like there needs like it's going to be a cleansing like for our country. I mean, like we need to clean this out because like this is something that like all right. So the JFK assassination is what started us down the path of us like just completely losing all faith in this fucking system that we have. Right? This was like the initial thing, and there was no apologies. There was no like coming clean. There was no telling the truth. Right? And they never made up for it. Right? They just hid it for 70 years. And it's time to like just open it up and go here.
Okay, but he's saying I think it's going to be just fine, right? Now, if it really was, just Oswald on the grassy knoll, and it was just this crazy guy, then yeah, it would be just fine, and it would be good for us to cleanse that and get it all up and out in the open. But if it wasn't a soul shooter on the grassy knoll, if let's say the CIA or the FBI was involved in it, then I don't think it is just gonna be just fine. I think there's actually rather large political ramifications to that. I would say. I mean, it'll be just fine for certain people, but not
Well,
not for a lot of others.
let me ask you this, right?
Mhm.
So you have a laptop, right?
I do.
And I've seen you turn the camera on in your laptop. Right?
Well, I have sticky tape over it, but yeah, I've turned
Why
it
do you
on.
have sticky tape over?
Because I don't trust the NSA to not spy on me.
Okay, this is why. Right? So like we all know that like our government complete trash. Right? Everybody already knows this. And they'll show us specifically them saying the bad things that they do. And for some reason, our people just go, probably, or whatever. And they go, I don't care. They're like, hey, listen, fucking, our government, I mean, like, fucking, literally, like, is turning people into like fucking women, and they're being like gay or whatever it is, right? Like, they're doing ill shit. They're killing people and causing cancer, right? And they go, oh, yeah, that's terrible. By the way, did you hear about what happened to Kim Kardashian? And I mean, they don't fucking care. That's why I think Trump says it'll be. Motherfuckers don't care.
Yeah. I mean, perhaps that's an interpretation of that. Yep.
I mean, that's where I'm at. People don't give a fuck. I mean, motherfuckers is worthless as shit. I mean, like our population is kind of trash. You know what I mean?
It has been for quite some time.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's kind of where we're at. I mean, so let's keep going with this. We're going to get into aliens.
Still living.
Living people that formerly work for the government.
For the government, and living people that were somehow involved in it, and you tend not to do that. But it's time to open them. I can't tell you whether or not they're going to find anything of interest. And I did partially open. I think I've opened 50%, but I was asked not to do it, and I thought that was a reasonable ask. But now I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it very soon. There's a lot of interest in it.
One of the things that
There's a lot of interest in the people coming from space,
Yes.
And I know you're interested in that.
Oh, very
too.
interested in that. How much did they tell you about that?
A lot.
Really?
Yeah.
What'd they tell you? How much can you tell?
So
How's that work? Is it like super
I think
top
I
secret?
Can tell,
Tell
I think,
me.
Well, based on Hunter Biden, I can say whatever the hell I
Yes.
want, right? But no. But I interviewed a few people. It's never been my thing, I have to be honest. I have never been a believer. I have people that Area 51 or whatever it is. I think it's the number one tourist attraction in the whole country or something. Area 51 in Las Vegas. Do you know that, right?
Sure. I know what it is.
So anyway, but it's a big tourist thing. So
Yeah. So Psycho, when you're interviewing somebody like, right, what you do is let Trump let that guy just like talk, right, and you let them. I mean, like say whatever they're going. And that's how, like, that interview, that conversation, because the whole trick is to let them, say what they want to say. And you just add shit in, or like you just kind of like, I'm almost say guide the conversation, but get them to talk about the things that you want to talk about. Trump loves to talk, right? So you just 3 hours, like go ahead and just let him run. Let him fucking do what he does, and it's cool. Trump's supposed to dominate the conversation. Fucking president, or former president. About to be.
Yeah, and no one would want to sit there and listen to Joe Rogan talk for 3 hours. We've already heard him talk enough. This is a time for Trump here. Obviously.
Yeah. Like I don't think Trump's ever had the opportunity to do this. You know what I mean? Like he's done other podcasts, but like not like this. On this level where he has somebody who actually intelligent and can, have a conversation with everybody else. Like, like fucking, who's that little faggot motherfucker? The little weirdo who fucking does like Taekwondo or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? Little tech guy.
He did do the podcast with Logan Paul. He's a really bright guy, but
not Logan Paul. The other guy, fucking Eric Weinstein likes his little.
Roger.
Oh, are you talking about the guy who is like Lex Friedman? You talking about Lex Friedman? Yeah, that guy. Yeah.
I fucking hate that so much.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I can't stand him.
I fucking hate him. I hate his voice. I hate his face. Right? Like, listen, every time I see him, I want to steal his lunch money. You know what I mean? Like,
and the way he talks is just, it drolls on and on and on.
Let me ask you something. I want to hear and ask about what happened back in 1944. Like, shut the, I fucking kill you. I swear to God, I fucking hate like, I fucking hate him so much.
He interviewed jet pilots that say they saw something. If you saw them, you'd love to have them as
I've had a couple in here. Commander David Fravor.
Yeah.
I had him in, who had that sighting in 2004. Very compelling with video evidence, radar evidence. Ryan Graves.
I don't believe his name, but I interviewed jet pilots that were solid people. Perfect. Great pilots, great everything. And they said, we saw things, sir, that were very strange. Like a round ball, but it wasn't a comet or a meteor. It was something. And it was going 4 times faster than an F-22, which is a very fast plane, And it was round. which is in theory a great shape.
So when you were talking to these people, was this something that you were compelled to have conversations
No.
about? Was this your personal interest?
A little bit. It's not a great interest for me, but it's a little interest. I get that question as much as almost any question. Do you think that we have aliens coming, flying around or whatever?
What do you think?
There's no reason not to. I mean, there's no reason not to think that Mars and all these planets don't have life, because
Mars, we've had probes there and rovers, and I don't think there's any life there.
Well, maybe it's life that we don't know, but maybe
there was
different
life
kind of
there at one point in time. This is the speculation about Mars, that Mars had an atmosphere at one point in time, a long time ago, that could support life. It also had large bodies of water, but we've had no evidence of even bacterial life that exists on Mars. But the
it's
universe
not
is
been a
pretty
big
vast.
thing for me. I mean, when I looked at what China did to this, they would have never done it with me, where they put the balloon up, and a lot of people thought, for a little while that was one of these things. So,
Well, that's a lot of the speculation too.
I like what Trump did there, bro. I like what he did there. Right? He's like, I don't know, maybe it came from Mars. Maybe they're fucking Marsmen. I don't know. They're Martians and shit. He's like, there ain't nobody in Mars, bro. Like, we found out there ain't even no bacteria on Mars. Right? Trump's like, yo, do you see what China did with the fucking balloon, bro? Like, they would have never did that shit. Like,
Well, okay, so I do want to point this out, right? If there are aliens or Aryans or whatever that exist, I guess up in the skies, would the intelligence agencies and the military, would they actually have told Trump about it? Because back when he was in office, they were hiding the fact that they weren't withdrawing troops from Afghanistan. They were hiding that from him. I mean, if they're going to hide that from him, what the fuck else are they going to hide from him? Like, would Trump actually know about this shit? Or would it be another one of these things where it's a need to know basis and he doesn't need to know?
all right, let me put this way, right? So there's a different attitude from business guys and New York guys about aliens than there is in the rest of the country, right? So when you're one of these type of dudes, which I am one of these type of guys, right? Where it's just, we don't care about UFO, right? At all, right? You know what I mean? Like, we just don't fucking care at all in any way. Like, we're like, we don't fuck you. Shit. Doesn't really matter, right? It's just like, I can sit and have a conversation with a guy who's a flat earther and not care, right? I'm like, I'm not going to space, so why the fuck would I care about space? It's like, what does it matter to me, right? And that's kind of the attitude of Trump and a lot of these people. By the way, what up, Willie? I mean, King Yeti, Tetsuaki. Hey, nice to see you here today. I mean, I think that's kind of where it's at. Fucking with Trump, he just doesn't really, as a whole. And there's a guy in the thing, he says, who would say, like, oh, you've been learning Chinese? Like, oh, that's cool. China is, oh yeah, I got you. Anyway, yeah, so Tetsuaki says, he was making a good point, though. There's no reason to think life, I mean, it could be like rock plant. Like, yeah, you're right. And who knows? I mean, like, who fucking knows? Kind of where we're at. Fucking Trump don't really care about UFOs. You know what I mean? But, like, I guess he sat down with a couple of pilots who reported this shit. Just asked, you know what I mean? Like, what'd you see? You know what I mean? Like, fucking they told him what he saw. And he checked on their records and thinks that they're, like, really good pilots. Who knows? You know what I mean?
By the way, just as a very quick side tangent, I don't know if I'm the only one who's noticed this, but have you noticed that, like the little like red progress bar that tells you how much through the video you are? Have you noticed that like YouTube maybe like a week ago made the right side of it turn like pinkish? Am I the only one that like notices that?
Yeah,
I mean,
I noticed that today.
Yeah. I don't know if I like that, but it just is a total side point.
Yeah,
We can continue.
I don't really care. Pretty cool.
Some of these drones that hover over battleships, that these are Chinese drones, and that they're not UFOs.
They could be also.
There's some super sophisticated.
But I did interview, let's say 3 or 4 guys that, and without tremendous interest, if you had them, as I said, you'd love to have them as your children. Solid, beautiful people. They said, "Sir, there's something there."
There's
They
something
said
there.
they've said it. Yeah,
Yeah, I've talked to quite a few of
they're
them.
not conspiracy guys.
Well, I mean, the Commander David Fravor thing in 2004 off the coast of San Diego, they clocked that thing going
Yeah.
from 50,000 feet above sea level to 50 in a second.
Yeah,
They don't know what it is.
That's tough to beat.
Yeah, they saw something in the water. It was hovering over that something that was making a disturbance in the water. They got video evidence of this thing. The 2 different fighter jets with pilots in them saw it. There's, visual evidence, photographic evidence, video evidence, radar evidence. Whatever the hell it is, it moves in a way that would turn a human being into jello if they're inside of it. The G-force, no one would survive.
Oh,
so
the
like, what
G-force.
is that? And we don't. It doesn't have a heat signature. They don't know what their propulsion system was. But
When you fly in some of these jets, these pilots have to be in great shape.
oh yeah, I flew with
When
the
you
Blue
talk
Angels
about-
once,
Yeah,
Yeah,
as
I
an
got to
example.
fly- I guess
and
it's
those
an
are older,
FA-18.
and those are older machines.
and they're crazy.
When you fly in some of these things,
Oh, my
it's
God.
amazing. Yeah, but
Yeah,
you
I can
gotta be-
imagine.
You got to be special.
All right. So we're going to next video.
The Joe
Trump being targeted by the media. Right, and then we're going to go to the. That's cool with y'all?
That sounds great.
Rogan Experience.
And I think
It's funny. You need at least the attitude of a comedian when you're doing this business. This is a very
Yes.
dangerous business. First of all, it's a very tough business. When
it's the most dangerous
yeah,
business.
it's the most for a job.
Yes.
It's-
I mean, other
this
than
is the
going to
far.
war and being a firefighter or being a cop,
Yeah.
it's the most dangerous
It's
business.
the most
because-
dangerous. Being president is the most dangerous.
Especially you. I mean,
Oh, much more
you
so.
haven't even got to the election. There's been 2 assassination attempts. And they've brushed those out of the news like it was nothing.
Yeah, they'd rather not talk about them.
Imagine if there was assassination attempts on Biden, how hard people would be attacking the right, how they would be trying to get guns taken away from people. They would try to ramp up gun laws. They would try to figure out some way to blame you. If there was attacks on, if Biden got shot in the ear, we would have never heard the end of it.
But I think he's in good shape because it's only consequential presidents. If you take a look at what's happened, look, I'm for having countries pay us billions and billions and trillions even dollars. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. Nobody took in 10 cents, not one other president. I do things that make it, that don't necessarily make me so popular. I just do what's right. And when you do that, you're more, look at Iran. We would have never had the attack on Israel at all. Iran was broke. I told China, if you
All right. I feel like that's not why it. I mean, like the international shit. I feel like that's not really why. He's being attacked. Why he's being shot at.
Well, I think he said it in his first statement. It's because he actually is an influential president, right? Like, no one gives a shit about assassinating, Biden, because, like, what the fuck is that gonna do?
I mean, nobody really tried to assassinate George Bush.
Well, they threw a shoot at him.
They threw a shoe at him. I remember that.
That's true.
No, but nobody
like,
tried to.
but-
And they made a giant deal about people throwing shoes at that motherfucker.
Well, look, that was in the Middle East, and today it might have been a high heel shoe, and that could be deadly.
Oh, that's a good point. No, but I mean, like Bush was going along with exactly what the deep state wanted. Trump is not. Same. JFK was assassinated. It was assassinated. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but he was trying to not go along with what the deep state wanted. I guess it just happens from time to time. Look, the democracy is good and all, unless the people elect the wrong guy.
Right. You have to stop the people from voting in order to protect democracy is really what's
Yes,
important.
exactly. You understand it. Yeah.
But like
I
our
get it.
democracy, when they say our democracy, they just mean our oligarchy. At the end of the day, that's what that is. Not to misunderstand.
There's 2 societies, as you know.
Yeah, there's a professional managerial class and their toadies, right? Like Crystal from fucking Breaking Point, right? And then there's the rest of us.
Right. So the issue is a power struggle where really there should be like principalities, right? So the cities should really be their own rule set where their rules don't extend beyond their borders and vice versa.
Okay, not 100% with what you're saying.
something like that.
I don't know. So like their rule set should not be our rule set. Like I agree that like we should have separate, you know what I mean, fucking it. But that means that like the managerial class would have to like leave alone, and they're impossible for them to do that.
Well, no, sorry. The managerial class, their entire point is to manage. If they are leaving people alone, they're not doing their one job in life. You can't have that.
See, I came up with a theory today that the reason that they're dumbing down the kids was in preparation for this launch of AI. Like, as we know, the deep state is decades ahead with technology, and it goes through this life cycle where it funnels to commercial. It goes deep state, then it goes government slash military, industrial, commercial, then finally consumer.
Listen. They didn't purposely dumb down people, all right?
I think they did in order to prepare for the
They
robot
did not.
takeover.
They did
because
not.
they don't want to compete.
No, people have
I
been.
think they're eliminating the competition.
Listen. Domestication makes all animals dumber. Like a domesticated
I
cow
get that.
is dumber
And they get that.
than a water buffalo, right? You know what I mean? Just as an in general thing, right? So like when you domesticate humans to this fucking level where they don't have to do anything at all, they're going to just become retarded.
Yeah, I know they know this. It's been demonstrated time and time again. They know this. So
No.
I'm not
Like,
focusing on the
they're-
deep state
no,
level player.
Okay, so when you have a liberal capitalist system, right? What you're doing is you're managing, right, the system for the most amount of luxury possible, right? Because that's what GDP is, right? It's managing the system for the most amount of luxury. When you give people this amount of luxury, they end up doing this, right? You know what I'm saying? They end up becoming retarded because they don't ever have to do anything.
Right. And the only balance that's really struck is in the trades and in the crafts and in the fields.
And
In the
even
city,
then,
luxury is taken to the point where
no.
you
Like,
literally can't do anything.
they want to
Food desert.
manage. They want to manage the cost of these things, so they bring in immigrants and third worlders to do those jobs, so Americans don't do them. And it, again,
Yes.
this is not part of a plan. This is just all one thing leading to another, leading to another, leading to another, right? It's like, yo, listen, so our shit's too expensive, so we need to fucking get prices down. The way we get prices down is for us to stand here and you have more fucking people come in to fucking expand the labor market to bring down the cost of labor. Right? And then like when more people coming in, it causes our people not to do those jobs. When our people don't do those jobs, they become fucking dumber. Right? Like this is just how this works. The dumbing down has been a process that has been natural. Right? And it's not just here, it's fucking everywhere.
It's everywhere that values luxury.
That's everywhere.
Almost everywhere. But
No. That is every fucking where. The only place where IQs have come up is Africa, and that's because they were already at 50, right? And then they got decent food, and they went to 70. Well, 65, right?
65,
but still, yeah. Right? This is where we are. No, I'm saying.
I hear you.
Yeah, again,
But,
there was no plan to dumb people down. This is not some part of some giant conspiracies, none of that shit, right? It's literally like fucking...
We'll agree to disagree. The way I see it is that old money from ancient societies know these things, and they kind of just roll with the flow. I think we can agree like in the middle here, because yes, this is human nature. This is a function of how humans kind of organize over time, no matter what. They're just rolling with that flow. Like, I get that. It doesn't have to be, it's not like they're trying to get people to do shit that they wouldn't be doing. But they understand that this is the way shit goes, and then they just position themselves to benefit from it. People become self-destructive. What they don't want, and where they do interfere and where it is a conspiracy, are all the efforts to clean it up so that people have more of a chance to, not do that shit, right? Like the poisons in the food.
Well, the poison in the food.
The sick care state.
But I mean, okay, so like there's a whole bunch of poison in the food, and there's a whole bunch of poison in the social media that's making everyone, absolutely fucking retarded. Like, of course, but um, like I think a lot of this can be explained just by via just bad incentives, profit driven, shit. It's like, well, why would I put regular sugar in when the high fructose corn syrup is cheaper and subsidized by the government? Like why would I make social media informative when making it just brain rot entertaining earns me more clicks?
Well,
That's
I agree, but that's more than that. It's deeper than that. It's that the people who make the final decision about what goes to market have no morals. See,
Why would
oh
they
yeah.
it
have?
used to
Wait,
be
wait.
it used
Why
to
would
be an
they
ideal
have
where it's like
morals?
I could make more money, but it's wrong. Like there's still a few people like that here and there, and they don't make the most money.
Why would they
And
have
they
morals?
because at some point you have to be a human being. It's the
Why?
same
No, no, no,
reason
no,
that
no. Explain to me
the
the
Caesar had the
incentive.
guy. But
Explain
listen,
incentive. Incentive for morals. Is there an incentive anywhere for morals?
there is a self-imposed incentive if you can live with yourself, but we have a lot of
You have
soul-sucking
drugs.
psychopaths. Well, look, man, the people who tend to rise to the top of these organizations are going to be the sociopaths and psychopaths.
Yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
yeah.
That's the
That's why it
incentive
always ends up
structure.
that way. It's rare that you have someone in power, that has money to kind of shape the way things go, and they actually give a shit and say, you know what, I can make a penny more a pound if I do this, but it's going to poison a lot of people over time. I'm not going to do that because it's not the right thing to do.
No, it's
That's what
Okay.
they're trying to teach in ethics. When I was in school, we had ethics. They don't
I
teach ethics anymore. They teach gender studies. Like that's part of the purposeful, steering of people to the dumb path, in my opinion.
I think that what you have is you have a system that has a whole bunch of perverse incentives towards it, and the easiest thing to do is be basically a sociopath. But I think that sometimes the person comes along and they don't roll with those incentives, but they become very popular. Like, I mean, look at Trump, right? The incentive structure for him that was probably most optimal was to continue with his business, stay on The Apprentice, make more money, fucking chill out in Mar-a-Lago, maybe like fuck some hookers. He decided to do I guess the cool thing, and I guess like have some amount of ethics, and trying to rile up the system. But look at how much pain and grievance he's had to go
All
through.
right.
I mean, the guy was shot in the ear.
Yo, listen, listen, listen. So the thing is, all right, and this is kind of important to understand. Again, Trump is actually a process too, right? He's an evolution of like events that happen. When he ran in 2016, it was literally just like a way to be able to like promote his brand, right? And fucking like he had no intention of winning, but the moment he started getting those laughs and those cheers and everybody started liking him, he was just like, okay, and he just kept rolling with it and he started enjoying it. And then, he got in that flow state and he got elected president, right? And he got to be elected president. He had no idea what the fuck he was doing, right? He had no
Well,
intention on being president. He didn't think he was going to win.
you're onto something. You're onto something. But the power and prestige that comes with that role, as opposed to just being on a TV show, was unprecedented compared to where he's been.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah,
what
yeah,
drives that guy.
yeah, yeah.
He
The
went
better,
for it.
the fucking, the more important the motherfucking status, the higher the drug, right? You know what I'm saying? That's just how that rocked, right? And then like
Hmm.
he ended up getting banged out with all these fucking charges and shit. All the criminal nonsense, and now he had to run again. He didn't have a choice. He has to pardon himself because nobody else is
Well,
going to.
I mean, he achieved like basically like just about like the highest status that you could have in life. So at like I mean I agree. I think that at a certain point, like he stopped caring about money or social status, and he just wants the adoration of the people. And maybe that is completely driven from like an egomaniacal perspective. But
Hmm.
as long hell, you know what? As long as it works for the populace, I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
give
yeah.
a shit.
I'm 100% fine with that, right? And this is a natural process. Same with Caesar, right? Caesar was the same thing. Caesar was just like Trump. I mean, like these two guys' parallels are unbelievable. The reason Caesar
Yeah.
went to war and wouldn't come back is because he needed the money to bail himself the fuck out, right? You know what I mean? And this is where all this shit is, right? As in a general thing, like fucking, it's the same exact thing, right? And Caesar became Caesar because he didn't have a fucking choice but to be Caesar. Trump, same shit. He's becoming president because he doesn't have a fucking choice to do anything the fuck else, or else he's gonna end up spending the rest of his days in jail, right? And like, his family's gonna end up being destroyed, and his entire like fucking family history is gonna go down in fucking flames. Now, with that being said, the rest of this shit that you're talking about, right? Let's get away from fucking Trump and get back to like the original point of this thing, where you said like, oh, you had to be a human being. There is no incentive for that, right? Especially like when you have a when you have a publicly traded company, you're not here for your customers, right? You're not here for them. You're here for your fucking shareholders to like fucking maximize value and revenue. That's your job.
Yes, correct. But one thing I wanted to highlight is that's why we had the regulatory agencies, because they understood that the incentives were perverse.
The regulatory
since they've been
face their
captured,
own perverse incentives, though. Like
well, yes, they've
they'll
been
never be
completely
reliable.
captured. Well, they were for a minute, but they've been deeply captured for many decades now. So the culture has changed to, enrich yourself, but do the right thing.
Yeah, listen.
Fuck you, my money.
Yeah, the regulatory agencies, right, have been captured since their inception, right? Like, they've always been captured.
Yeah, they're inherently unstable. Like, maybe they could be like, ethical and doing the best for humanity for like a few months, but they're an inherently unstable organism. They have to become corrupted through their own perverse.
And let's keep this 100 too, right? What Mountain is talking about, right, is back in like the 60s and 70s and 80s when like you could only say
going to the Wayback
things.
Machine.
Yeah, when you can only say certain things on TV. What you did, right? What they did is they just fucking like made everything look tidy, right? It's like that house where, Brad's not my crib. You know what I mean? Like, listen, I think I was Generals down there in fucking, his new place, right? Anyway, fucking, yeah. So like, what happened is you made the house look really tidy and nice and painted the walls when there's black mold behind it, right? And fucking roaches scurrying all over the place and mice. As long as the lights are on, the roaches are hidden and the mice ain't out, you think it's a nice place to live, right? But it's not. The fucking place is, like cancerous for humans. And it's always been this way.
Mm-hmm.
That's the mentality.
Mouse Utopia, baby.
Well, no, this is where this started, right? This was never a plan, right? It was all just literally make what you can. This is why I tell motherfuckers be a coyote, right? Because be that motherfucker who's able to just run around and eat and be opportunistic, because that is what America is founded on. This is what this country has always been. It has just been grab the opportunity that you can. At no point was this ever a good nation. Ever.
I'm going to push back on that. Yes and no. There was the frontier class, and then there was the normie class. Like, once the wave of expansion went through, what they wanted was religious normies to settle and produce and be nonviolent and go to church and blah, 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 to do the rituals.
And
that became the cities.
No.
Those
the cities were here before this country was founded.
Yeah, the founded thing. Well, I mean, if you're going to get in Tartaria, we're going to get way the fuck in the weeds.
No. These cities were here, like, again, before the English were here, there were cities.
Well, we didn't really, adopt any Iroquois or...
No, like, fucking New Amsterdam? New Orleans? Ring about, all these cities were here before the English settled them. Right? Like, there was a bunch of this shit where, like, literally there were cities here before, and we adopted their shit, which is fucking ridiculous. Like, motherfuckers don't even have any idea about the history that actually goes into this. Again, all this stuff, right, was already fucking started, right? This has never been, what you, like, that shit that they fucking taught you in school. We have never been a nation of good people. That's not, no. All right? This is a nation of this America's a whore, make your money. They never cared. John D. Rockefeller, right? Which, by the way, I got the utmost respect for, like, guys that everybody else thinks are trash, right? Like, I love John D. Rockefeller and Carnegie and fucking Morgan, all these guys. I thought they were fucking great, right? John D. Rockefeller teetotaler, absolute fucking Christian, right? But he knew, make what you can. And
Right.
he started saying, like, he reason why he called it standard because he put a standard in. So people's houses stopped burning the fuck down. Right? But he did that because he wanted to make money. Not because he was doing the right thing, because he wanted to make money. That was his ploy to make money. And he bought up other fucking companies and put motherfuckers out of business to do it. Morgan, same thing. Sat here and Morganized systems. Took out other fucking competition. Sat here and stole motherfucking Westinghouse's motherfucking Tesla engines and shit. That's all this shit, right?
Right. Well, making money and doing things that benefit the everyman isn't necessarily mutually exclusive. Doesn't have to be.
I feel you. But again, right? Like, this has never been good, right? This has never been like your definition of like a good Christian nation. It was always about money. Always.
No, I agree. I get that. I'm just saying that, you can't have everybody operating on that level. There's only a few people who do that. That's the Pareto distribution, right?
Well, no.
What they wanted was to establish big businesses, to make jobs for the normies, establish communities, townships for the normies.
They never really
So it's all
cared about
about
the normies.
normies.
The normies were always human resources. Always.
Exactly, and you need them. Well, okay, so did they have robots? Who was going to do all the work?
No,
Who was going to buy all the goods?
If they could have slaves, they would have done it.
And who would buy the goods?
Anybody the fuck else who wasn't a slave, they didn't care. Just like Walmart. Walmart doesn't care. Walmart says, you know what? If you're going to fucking stand here and give these people welfare at a certain wage, we're going to pay that wage so you can subsidize part of their paychecks.
Facts.
Right? That's their job. Right? Their job is to make money. None of these companies are moral.
No, nor should they be, because that would interfere with their directive, like you've stated, and I agree. That's what the regulatory agencies were for, is to keep them kind of between shitbags and
Nobody will buy slave goods. Hang on. Wait. Psycho just said nobody will buy slave goods.
Oh yeah, do you have a cell phone?
Yeah, do you have a cell phone or a computer? Do you own shoes?
You have a battery in your car? I mean, come on, man. Seriously.
Stop. Just don't say anything. You might want to remove that comment, Brad, because it makes you look
In
really dumb.
your cell phone right now is the skin cell of like a Congolese miner who's also a miner.
I was locked into it. Again, we were all locked into this, right? All of us were like, again, this country corrupts us. Like completely into what it is, you know what I mean? Like, you know what like Congo does, or China, or India, right? Like, there's more slaves in India and Brazil. There's more slaves on the earth right now than have ever than existed back in the 1860s.
Well,
right?
and I do want to point this out, because it seems to me as though when you have a single person, they can be irrationally moral or irrationally ethical. They're capable of doing that because they're an irrational human being. But the minute that you get a board of people involved, and they have to all talk to one another and shit like that, and have board meetings and endless, fucking pontifications about all the meetings they're going to do, and sending emails to each other. Then that's how you get a sociopathic entity, right? So I think it's inevitable that something like we have, like where you have like a congressional system, with a Congress and a Senate and all these moving parts. Well, that will always end up sociopathic, and there's no way that a regulatory agency is going to operate, in a regulatory fashion under that and not be corrupted almost immediately. If we desire such ethical, moralistic sort of social structures, the monarch is the only way, as far as I can tell. And I don't even like the monarch, but I don't see another way.
I think you're right. Also, one of the points I wanted to bring up about the agencies is it wasn't about the founders and the appointed commissioners. It was about the people they hired. Now, if you've ever had a job, and I'm sure most people here have, especially in a corporate job, like let's say Lowe's or Home Depot or some fucking retailer, they make you do this whole orientation shit, right? And what do they talk about? the ethics and the customer and the this and the that. They indoctrinate you into the culture of the store and, whatever. But when you work for the agency and you go to law enforcement, especially any kind of agency like that, they built in the ethics. So it was really about the individual agent. So while the commissioner himself may be corrupt and taking money under the table and doing bad things, the agent who's actually making the bust and shit, like that's a microcosm of the macrocosm. It's the same thing in law enforcement. You got guys out there, endangering themselves constantly to do the right thing on the street level. Meanwhile, the people up in the suits with the fancy dinners are corrupt as fuck and enabling the crime to begin with. But it doesn't stop the agent from doing what they do because they're an agent.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is why, like, I'll be honest with you. I refuse to drive, like, Japanese cars, right? Or any type of car from, like, any of these fucking dipperhead countries, right? And we've gotten in arguments about this, especially, like, me, Psycho, right? Like, for instance, here recently, they popped a whole bunch of fucking, like 9 and 10 and 11-year-old fucking Guatemalan kids that they fucking literally, like, sat here and fucking shipped, like, they fucking trafficked them, right, to this country to go work in these fucking stamping plants for Toyota and Honda and Kia and Hyundai, right? You know why? Because they don't have any morals here. They are the worst cars. They are the fucking worst cars. Like, literally, like, we should kick these fucking people out of the country. And Trump understands it. Trump talks about this shit, right, in his fucking podcast. There's nothing worse than buying Japanese. Nothing fucking worse. For a human being, you should never, like, if you're one of us, you know what I'm saying? If you care about us and our people and our morals and all shit, you should buy shit from here. Old Chevys for life, 100% Willie. I mean, listen, let's get through this. Now we're gonna get to JD Vance because we're gonna get more. Get more into this shit. We got like 2 hours of JD Vance, so we're gonna rock.
If you buy, you can't do business in the United States under any we're gonna go cold turkey with China. Some people think that would have been a good idea anyway, but if you buy any oil, 1 barrel of oil from them, you're not doing business. And I said that to many countries. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money. But I make myself, I understand what I'm doing. You make yourself a target, and it's a very dangerous business. But if you just look at statistically, so I saw a thing, I don't know if it's right, but 0.1% for a race car driver. Yeah, it's a pretty dangerous business, right?
Yeah.
0.1% for a bull rider. I tell you, to me,
you're talking death.
These guys that ride the bulls is worse than UFC. It's worse.
Yeah.
These guys, you see these big monster bulls, and you see it in slow motion where the foot is like, an inch away from the head. If it hits him, the guy's gone. But they die. They die.
So 0.1% die. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, 0.1% die.
Right.
And they certainly get hurt badly. Really, I mean, they can't walk after a certain period of time. But with a president, if you look at
the amount of assassination attempts.
And attempts, too.
Yeah.
And attempts. No, it's a very dangerous position. I never thought of that, by the way, when I did it. You don't tend to think.
Did you just assume because people loved you on The Apprentice, they were going to love you as a president?
I figured it would be so easy. It's
well,
very
it probably
interesting.
would have been if the media didn't attack you the way they did. If they didn't conflate you with Hitler. I mean, even today, like Kamala was talking about you and Hitler. They're going to take what you said about Robert E. Lee. Oh, Donald Trump wishes the South won.
That's right. He loves Robert E. Lee.
They love to take things out of context and distort things. But
they don't even have to take them out. They make them up entirely. Okay,
they do
make
that
them.
too.
But it's interesting when you mentioned I was very popular, and all those people loved me. I mean, some of these women, they're so stupid, and Joy, she would every time she'd see me, I'd be in the theater or something, and she's, you have to be on the show again. Come on, let's go.
She loved you.
To love me.
That episode where
By the way, Whoopi,
people should watch that episode just to see what we're talking about. Like I said, we don't want to get a copyright strike, so we're not going to put it up. But
okay.
If you watch the episode, it's bananas. It's like an alternative universe, and it's only
but Whoopi
9 years ago.
Whoopi loved me.
You, gives you a hug and a kiss.
And how about that other one, the new one on there, the one from my administration? She writes me a letter. You're the greatest president. She leaves. She worked as an assistant press secretary. I hardly knew her. But she leaves and she writes me this gorgeous letter. What's her name? She was, I I don't even know. Anyway, she was in the administration. She's on now currently. Sits in the far right-hand side, whatever the hell her name is. And she writes a letter, the most beautiful letter. She's quoted in the paper. He was the greatest president, blah, blah, blah. Then all of a sudden she goes to the View and she started hitting the hell out of me because they won't hire her unless. I've had many people go on CNN and they call and said, I don't know what to do. They want to pay me a lot, but I have to be negative on you. I said, be negative. That's okay. There are guys on like CNN, they won't hire them.
That is pimping to Trump, though. We're keeping it a buck. I mean, where motherfuckers are letting them know, hey, look, I have to go over here. Man. Right. You know what I mean? Like, fucking, like, hey, listen, I have to do, like, negative shit about you, and I'm sorry, but, like, I need a job. And he's like, I mean, that is fucking awesome. You know what I mean?
Agreed.
Yeah.
John Duffy is a, congressman, and he retired. He got a good job with CNN, but he was only positive about Trump. So they kept him, but they would never put him on. I mean, I respect what he did. He could have gone, negative. I tell people, go negative. Let my friends make the money.
Well, it's just
so crooked. The press is so crooked.
It's crooked, but it's also they're diminishing themselves. They're killing all their credibility, and it's opening up the credibility to new media. It's opening up the credibility to independent media. All these.
The worst I've ever seen, though, and I've seen the worst. I mean, I've been a part of it. I've seen the worst. Kamala goes on 60 Minutes, gave an answer that a child wouldn't give. It was so bad. And 60 Minutes took the answer out. They took the whole, and they put another answer in.
They edited it deceptively.
Which didn't make sense either, but it was better. They took it wasn't editing. It was fraud. This was not editing. Editing is where I'll give an answer and they'll take a couple of words and change them around, or they might even take a sentence or two off, which is very bad. But it's sort of bad. I'd give an answer which was a very good answer. I always talk about, I like to give long the weave. I like to.
You like to weave things in.
Yeah, but when you do the weaves, and you have to be very smart to do weaves. When you do the weave, look at this. Just in this one thing we're talking about.
Yo, you gotta be smart to do weaves and shit. You know what I mean? No, Shaniqua down the street, she puts weaves in. Motherfuckers say that's a small bitch. You know what I mean?
Little pieces all over here, but it always ends up
home.
No, it comes back home. For the right people. For the wrong people, it doesn't come back home, and they end up in the wilderness, right? but they can take my answer, and you know what? They may take a little piece of it out or something, and they use the term, "Yes, we wanted to save time." Well, it's not. But I've never heard. I think it's the biggest scandal in broadcast history, what happened to CBS. So you have CBS 60 Minutes. That's a news program. It's not an entertainment program. It's under their news. It's the head of their news thing. She gives an answer that shows that she's essentially incompetent. And they took the answer. Could you imagine them doing that for
We can
me?
show it if you want people to see it. Can we
Go
show
ahead.
it? No?
Sure.
We'll get in trouble. We'll get copyright strike. Okay. Listen, anyone
I'll
can find
indemnify
it,
you.
but it's...
Yo, listen, how do you get copyright striked for like covering like potential, like these people are being paid by like the government. Like Kamala Harris is the sitting vice president. Donald Trump is collecting a pension from the US government. Anything he does should basically be free use. I'm 99% sure about that.
Well, it was
No.
it was Trump appearing on the View.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
In principle, I would agree with you, but I don't exactly understand copyright law in America.
Again, you cannot have a government official on and then claim copyright legally.
But you can, because YouTube will do it and then just not answer you. Like this is some inner fuckery in the machine.
Yeah. I'm saying though, like I don't understand how that's legal. Like that's illegal as fuck. You know what I mean? Because it's not so much that it's covered under the First Amendment, but it's a freedom of the press issue, right? Because like legally right now, I'm the press at the second. And what we're doing right now, this is the press. This is not, you know what I mean? Like some guy creating entertainment. This is the fucking press. So I am covering like fucking national events. I'm technically an agent of the fucking press and I have the right to be able to do this. Joe Rogan cannot, I mean, like he can collect revenue for this. That's 100% true. But he cannot stop anybody from collecting revenue on it too because he's interviewing a potential president and a former president of the United States.
No, Tom. I'm pretty sure that in order to count as the press, you have to have a multi-million-dollar corporation behind you.
I feel you, but no. Right? No, I'm
What
legally
it, what it
depressed.
is they want they understand that everybody's attention span is short,
Mhm.
so they're counting on him not going through the channels that it would take to fight it. So they just play a game of oops, did I do that? They do Urkel. And you're like, hey, you copyright struck me for this, and it's not right, and blah 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 blah. And they're like, oh well, we'll be back to you in like 5 to 10 business days. Now, by the time you win, you've forgotten. Is he really going to go through the trouble of dragging the shit through the courts to prove a point? I mean, eventually they'll fuck with the wrong guy, and they will. But like they said, we'll wait till we get to the JD Vance thing when it comes to like the size of these companies and how they operate.
All right, yo, listen, for everybody, let me translate that for you real quick. Urkel was a guy who was played by an actor named Jaleel White on a show in the 1990s on what was known as TGIF, which thank God it was Friday. It was a block of shows that started around like 7 or 8 p.m. And it was on a show called Family Matters. There was a nerd, right, who would on a regular basis fuck up, and then he would go, "Did I do that?" Just for all the Zoomers in the audience who have no idea.
Did I do that?
Can I do that?
Right, for everybody under the age of like 30, I mean, who has no idea what the fuck that is. I just wanted to
Yeah,
throw that
all
in
you
there.
need to know, all you kids need to know is that Urkel fucks.
I mean, Jaleel White, he became, he went from being Steve Urkel to Stefan, right? And he ended up like putting on a white suit, and walking around like Diddy at a party and shit with baby oil.
Diddy parties, baby. That's where you make your bones.
Let's keep going.
It's drastic, but what was interesting was the other full version was available initially. It was like a preview.
Somebody made a big mistake.
Somebody put that preview out
Some
there.
kid put the preview out.
Exactly.
And then the bosses did this or that. And then all of a sudden they
Exactly.
said, we got a problem.
Exactly. And then
They got caught by mistake.
Well,
But don't you think that's a bit, to me, and don't forget, this is election interference.
Oh, so like fucking here's the thing. Let me also put in some Zuma lingo. All right. So Steve Urkel had El Riz. All right, and Stefan was the Rizzler. All right. I gotta throw that in there. You know what I'm saying?
Interference and fraud. And it's 60 Minutes. It's their news division. So
it's a big deal.
They give those licenses out, Joe, for free. They should pay a fortune. They're worth a fortune. They give them out for free because they're using the public airwaves. With cable, you don't have that. Cable's different. But, it's just a different deal. But with the networks, they give those licenses. They're worth billions of dollars. They give them out free. But you have to be honest and all. That was bad. I think that David Muir and that woman that was aside, I never even heard of her, but they kept interrupting me. It was like, I said, how many people am I debating here? I got this one and I got you two. But he went after me 11 different times. It's interesting. I always thought he was a nice guy, but he's just like the rest of them,
Well, that's his job, unfortunately, and I'm
No,
sure
but not when they're
what they
wrong.
want. You're right. Well, the problem was they fact-checked you and they didn't fact-check her. And
Not
one of the
at
most
all.
egregious examples of that was when she said that there are no troops right now deployed in war zones.
Yeah.
There's a very famous viral video that went online of troops in a war zone saying, "Well, what the fuck are we then?" Because there's thousands of them. Dan Crenshaw, the congressman, posted.
Yo, that is hilarious though, bro. Either one of y'all see that video?
I didn't. And I can't remember that. Did she actually say there's no troops deployed
Yes.
in war zones?
In the
That's
debate.
nuts. How can she get away with that?
Because the people who are going to vote for her are retarded and mentally ill. And all they really care about is throwing a tantrum because they weren't raised right. Their whole life identity is a tantrum.
But first, I've said it before and I'll say it again, you don't hate the leftist media enough. You think you do, but trust me, you don't. Just when you thought they could not be any more shamelessly biased and dishonest in their activism, along with lies about their service.
As of today, there is not one
member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world the first time this century. What? But let's understand.
So where the f are we right now?
Yeah, so I had to throw that in.
No, that's good. I didn't see that.
The Joe Rogan
Oh, god damn it, bro! Listen, started the whole ass video.
Went online of troops in a war zone saying, well, what the fuck are we then? Because there's thousands of them. Dan Crenshaw, the congressman, posted on his Instagram all of the various examples of troops that are deployed, thousands and thousands of troops that are currently deployed.
Stupidly deployed.
But the point is, if this is going to be an actual real debate and not a propaganda exercise, if it's going to be a real debate, you have to fact check everybody.
So
Like if someone says maybe she
to...
thought there was no, which is also a problem. So it's one of two things. It's either it was not true, it was a lie on purpose, which is terrible, or it was the opposite. It was ignorance, which is also terrible.
Well, Joe, when I said crime is soaring, he said, no, crime has gone down. I said, where did you hear that one? Crime has gone down. I mean, I'm debating with this guy, but I've had that.
Well, there was amended FBI statistics that came out after that showed that crime had gone up substantially.
By the way, do you ever remember the FBI amending their statistics?
Yes.
I've never.
It was done very, very quietly, and that's really case in point for the YouTube thing. They do the same thing with job numbers. They do the same way. They reverse.
I mean, no.
They put out the news.
I know the job numbers, right? The job numbers I know, right? The unemployment numbers I know, right? Fucking like the GDP shit I've seen, right? All these things I have seen them. You know, what I mean, like amend those 100%. I've never seen the FBI amend their fucking numbers.
You'd have to be into paying attention to that shit. And then again, we're talking about people with an IQ higher than the room temperature. And it's only a percentage of them. Like we have abnormal interest in life and society and thought. We're not normal.
I understand this, but like I feel like that's something we should have heard about before.
I heard about it.
I mean, I feel you.
By the way, the statistics were a fraud. Because when they put out the statistics, they didn't include some of the worst places. They didn't include some of the worst cities, some of the most deadly places. But when the real numbers came out, I turned out to be right. But
you turned out to be right, but then there's another problem. Unreported crime is way up. Because people have lost, look, the morale that the police department has in a lot of these cities where they've done this defund the police bullshit.
Right.
The morale of these poor cops, it's fucking horrible.
All right, we're going to go over to a fucking JD Vance point now, right?
Senator, thank you so much.
Yeah, man. Well, so just before we hop into this, I do want to say, I mean, how is it? I mean, besides obviously election fortification to secure the safety of our democracy, how is it that Trump doesn't win? Like Trump, he goes to McDonald's and then he shows up on the Joe Rogan podcast, and now we got JD Vance on Tim Dillon. Like, I mean, come on. Like, what is Kamala doing? She can barely have an interview with fucking anybody without messing it up, even when it's a softball. Like, who? I don't understand who the fuck is voting.
Go to any city. Go to any city, and that's where the concentration of the population is.
No, I mean,
you'll find the supporters. They're in the colleges. They're all around the world. It's white liberal shitbags, basic white bitches.
I just moved from one blue city to another, right? Slightly different culture, voting the same way. Yeah, let's go Mamala. But I don't understand their perspective. I really don't. It's insane to me. Like, what
they're mentally ill. That's pretty much that's the long and short of it. They're absolutely fucking nuts.
I mean, Kamala, her strategy, what Joe Biden's strategy was, like the Biden debate. I mean, that way she can't say anything that fucks up her.
Yes, but there's another piece. Well, also she's managed by a team. But here's the thing, right? There's a couple of pieces on this. Today was supposed to be a big news day of something so negative about her that it was going to basically force her off I didn't see anything come out, but that was the scuttlebutt. Is that there's something making its way through the fucking meat grinder of news that's so damning for her that she's basically toast.
But I
And this
mean,
is
that would be cool. But I like okay, so like I do want to also point out that the Trump team like they'll take some time to insult Kamala and say that she can't do interviews and she's absolutely fucking retarded and insane and all that kind of stuff. But what I'm seeing from them is actually just a lot of positivity. It's like, Trump just wants to fucking have a cool conversation, uh say what direction he thinks America should go in, which I think for the most part makes a lot of sense. He's fucking working at a McDonald's, being like, "Hey, no, I'm not important. You're important." Like there's such positivity coming from the Trump camp, and it's only negativity from the Kamala camp. Just Trump is a fascist, and literally his favorite person in all of history is Hitler, and he's basically Hitler. And he's also, did I mention that he's a fascist? Like, I just, it's a completely different, strategy, and one of them is a lot more uplifting. I like one of them a lot more.
can I take a minute to explain it real quick?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, what you have is all right. You don't have kids, right?
Not yet.
Have you seen a mother handling a kid in the supermarket or in public having a tantrum?
Yep.
Would you say that they normally handle it well?
No.
Okay. So, with the advent of the single mama homes playing a large part in this, and in the nuclear families where the man is a weak, blue-pilled man, and the woman kind of calls the child rearing shots.
As is
What
natural.
you have is, yeah, because why not? What you have is women who want to, one, dress up their dog and baby their dog and talk to it like it's a fucking little baby, right? Because they're fucking stupid and retarded. They'll do the same thing to a cat, and they so they personify the animals and they adultify the children. And they'll sit down, they'll squat down next to the child and try to explain ad nauseum, like on an adult to adult level. And you hear this shit come out of their mouth. Like, oh, well, it's their choice and I want to. Like, they're stupid. They don't know how to deal with children. And so when you don't deal with a child in the proper way to help them self-regulate their emotions, they're constantly outsourcing that regulation. And it just results in tantrums getting their own way. Because if you take that approach with discipline, it becomes a contest of will. And eventually the adult gets frustrated and kind of gives up. So what the child ends up learning is that the longer the tantrum takes, they'll eventually get their way. And they have endless fucking energy for throwing these tantrums. But psychologically, it leaves them unfulfilled. So they go into adulthood with this mindset and this habit set. So what you're seeing are people that don't have any reason attached to their decision making. It's all deranged emotions. It's psychopath. It's fucking crazy. They're having a collective massive tantrum.
Well,
That's
in that case,
all it is.
It wouldn't be psychopath. It would be borderline personality disorder. But yeah, I'm picking up on the threads you're putting down. Yep.
Yeah, well, that's DSM-5 bullshit. I think they should abolish that and bring it back to DSM-4. But that's just me.
I was in a store last week. Right, I was at Walmart, and I believe I showed Mountain the picture of like the bro with the t-shirt, or the t-shirt
Yes.
I saw in the little girls section. Right.
Yeah, I'm sad. Give me money.
Yeah, I feel depressed today. Can you send me a cute picture of your credit card information? Right.
Aw.
Yeah, you know what I mean, that's so nice, right?
They should make that for men, because I want to wear that actually.
Yeah, I'm sure, right? But like, yeah, listen. So I was walking past the toy section because I had to like go back to the electronics to get like a Roku, right? And I'm walking past there, and there's a kid laying on the motherfucking floor, throwing a goddamn tantrum because somebody told him he couldn't have a fucking toy, right? And there's like a grandmother, I mean, what looks to be a grandma, like fucking taking care of this kid, right, or whatever, and she just sitting there like, and like, it's okay, get up, everything's gonna be all right, right? And this is like a normal thing of how like women deal with children, right? Like as a dude, if your kid like fucking does that shit, right? Your kid just throws a fucking fit and like lays down. You just go up and you lead the aisle. You know what I mean? Like you duck around the corner or whatever, and you just wait for that motherfucker to realize that nobody's gonna pay attention to him. You know what I mean? And then they'll get up on their own and they'll fucking leave. Right? You know
And
what I'm saying?
that's how they learn self-regulation, 100%.
Yeah, right. This is what you do, right? And like so as a dude, like it's your job to like lead people around you, right? Lead your family. You know, and that's what you're supposed to be doing, right? As a whole is leading and dictating how terms are supposed to operate. The problem is there's just no dudes around to do any of this shit anymore, and dudes don't want that responsibility. You know what I mean? The vast majority of men just don't want, you know what I mean, that fucking that shit there. They don't want any of these. You know what I mean? They don't want to have to deal with that. They don't want that like fucking problem and headache, because when it comes down to it, you know what I mean, they're always going to be seen as a monster. You know what I mean? Right? You know what I mean? Like fucking I remember there was last time I was on Facebook, right? And like this is like a day I left completely, and it was probably like 7 or 8 years ago. I saw a female I know who's like a stand-up bitch, and she posted some shit, and she went, "Fucking, I remember when my father, when we were folding laundry, and I'd do it wrong, and he'd give me that look." Hashtag stories of trauma, right? And I'm just like, bro, like, listen, I fucking can't. You know what I mean? Like, I fucking can't with these broads. Like, they're fucking too dumb to deal with. I don't want anything to do with any of them anymore. As far as I'm concerned, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not like, I know what it is, but I'm just not going to watch it. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and participate in any of this bullshit. And I know if I say something, right, because I do say things on there, I will fucking, like, I can't hold myself back from going, fuck you, I hate you so much, right? I know that, like, I'll end up, you know what I mean, like, getting thrown the fuck off the goddamn platform from by some fucking sim. You know what I mean? It is what it is. You know, so that's, you know what I mean, that's just how this works. You know, so that's where we are in our society. It's gynocentric. That's just the mentality. I have no idea where this started with Kamala on some shit. I don't remember. But Kamala,
Yes.
yeah, Kamala's just hiding. I mean, she's hiding at the moment. And on top, remember, she's a fucking coke addict.
And she's lazy. She's never had to work. She's been working. Her job for her entire fucking career has just been pussy, being fuckable in the right place with the right guy at the right time. That's her, and yeah, that's her entire fucking career.
Could you imagine if, like,
She doesn't want to work.
could you imagine literally, like, if the only thing you had to do to move forward in life is have sex with somebody you didn't want to have sex with?
I'll bang Hillary for a fucking good job.
You know what I mean? Right? Like, literally, that's all you
Maybe.
have to do is eat some pussy every once in a while.
No, I'm not doing that.
Not
No.
Hillary's pussy. No.
Oh, listen,
I am not doing
listen,
that.
I will eat the fucking I will eat motherfucking I will eat
No.
fucking Hillary Clinton's ass like I'm fucking looking
No,
for
you won't.
groceries, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, if it means
Say,
I'm getting a
say it
million
ain't
a year.
so. Say it ain't so.
I mean, $1 million for $1 million.
No.
For
Dignity,
$1
bro.
million. You can
She's not
live
on
a-
speed, she's on coke. Ed. Sorry, watch
And
this.
she drinks. She's an alcoholic.
And she drink. Yeah, she's an alcoholic and she's a cokehead, bro. So, like, remember they have like bouts, and she's 60, right? She's like 59 years old, something like that, right? Like, she is, you know what I'm saying, like fucking high and drunk. So, like, she'll have like bouts where she's good, and then she'll have days she has to recover. You know what I mean? Like, she can only work but so long before she crashes. She's a female. You know what I mean? Like, they only, like, she's old and she's a female, so they have to take breaks, and they can't just keep banging. You know what I mean? She needs me time. Just how that operates. So that's where that is. Right. So, you know,
And don't. Yeah.
like, yeah.
Don't forget that she had a lot of staffers
And don't
quit.
say it ain't so, bro. Like, listen, nigga, like, I feel like you don't understand how the hell shit works, bro. You know, for the easy life, you know what I mean? Like, come on now. Tell me you wouldn't, like, fuck Oprah, you know what I mean, to be able to, like, you know, just keep your ass in luxury.
He's looking pretty good.
I mean, $1 million a year to lick Hillary Clinton's cunt.
Yeah.
Well,
Who cares?
Oh, jeez.
I mean, it's a decent amount of money.
Yeah.
After a Diddy party, though. Unwashed
who
after a
cares?
Diddy party.
Like, again, who cares? I'm gonna make sure she washes it. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, she's got to take a shower. Obviously, is it pre or post taxes though?
I mean, even if it's
Of course.
pre-taxes, who gives a shit? You know, you're still getting $700.
Right.
That's $700 grand a year.
And no,
Think about it like
she
this.
definitely doesn't
think
wash
about
first.
here's the
Part of
math
the
on that.
humiliation.
Here's the math on that. $1 million a year is $50,000 a year for 20 years. That's good math. You know what I mean? 20 years work for the average human being.
I mean, shit, $1 million a year, that's more than $100,000 a month. Yeah, you know what? Yep, 100%. I will look. I would probably lick that old dry cunt for $1 million a year. That's a lot of money.
I mean, listen, most motherfuckers will do it for 10 grand a month. You know what I mean?
Shit, yeah.
You know what I mean? So like, let's not pretend. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck it is? She's just lazy as fuck, and most women are. We keep it 100% honest. Most women are lazy as shit. Just reality.
Well, all right, let's get to the Tim Dillon thing.
Let's go.
For coming on. I appreciate it. We're similar age. We have similar accomplishments. And that's
We're like the same people,
yeah.
actually, yeah.
No, it's good to have you here. You wrote a book. I pretended to. You're running for vice president. I have a podcast. So, but no, thank you so much. I appreciate it. How has it been running at the pace you're running, introducing yourself to the public?
Yeah.
How is that?
Listen, let's address all the things. All right. First off, why are his fucking pants hiked up?
That is something that I noticed immediately. Yep.
Right. Secondly, why is his shirt 2 sizes too?
He's
Right?
trying to look fit.
You know what I
Or
mean?
something. I don't know.
Yo, he has that that JFK fucking jacket thing looking right there with the pastel tie. We're gonna address like all the things, right? Somebody in the chat said they want to know why he's wearing eyeliner. I'm not 100% certain he is. I think that's just the way his like he has really, really, really thick eyelashes.
He's a fucking rock star.
Yeah, I mean, he just bro, he has really good genes. His genetics are amazing. Look at the size of the motherfucker's feet, bro. His genetics are amazing. How tall is this motherfucker?
Like 6 foot 15 inches.
No, he's not taller than Trump, is he?
I don't know.
I don't know.
6'2".
I'm sure they've stood side to side, but I doubt
he's not taller than Trump.
Yeah, no.
I'm gonna see some.
I'm gonna call 5'11" without looking it up.
Yeah, he has that like Clint Eastwood like fucking thing. 1,000 yards. Right. Yeah, he has like them eyebrows. Like look the eyelids that come down over the top. Fucking. He has some eyelids that come down over the top of his side of his eye.
Wait, what type of white is he? What is he? What's his?
He's like
what's his-
Scottish.
He's Scottish.
Scotch Irish.
He's racist American.
Nice.
He don't wear mascara. That's just how he rocks, how he looks.
Plus, he's wearing makeup.
Here's him at the hospital. That's how he looks. You know what I'm saying? Him without the beard, terrible.
Yeah, he should always wear a beard. Yeah. Yeah, he should definitely always wear a beard. Yeah.
He has the fat. He doesn't have a bad chin, but he has the fat. That's that Scottish look. Not eyeliner. It's just he has those eyelids at the top of his eye.
I mean, a lot of people have said that it looks like he's wearing mascara.
Yeah.
Or eyeliner or whatever. And it kind of does. It kind of does, like straight up.
Yeah, it does. It does. It's just that's how his eyes are.
Yeah. Yeah, I doubt he's fucking wearing makeup, but yeah, that's how he looks.
All the time, right? Because it's every picture, right? You know what I mean? Like every fucking picture. I mean, right? Him at a game, him at, fucking hanging out with Trump. Like, he always looks that way, right? And I mean, I think that's just how he's.
Well, so one thing that I want to point out for this interview, and I think it's the most important thing to notice. I think that because I watched through all of this earlier today, um, while I was in the process of moving and shit, so I wasn't like paying like super hard attention to it, but I was listening to it,
I
and
was clean.
but I really think that Vance came off as incredibly likable. Like he was able to go with all the jokes that Tim Dillon was sending out, and he was and he
No, I
he came
like
off
the
as very
fact,
likable.
he didn't get autistic about shit. You know what I
No, he
mean? Like
didn't.
he
No,
just
he kept
rolled
it
with it.
cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, he was just
he
rolling
rolled
with
with
it.
most things. And I think it's because, like, he's our age, right? He's my age, right? JD Vance, Tim Dillon, they're all my age. Like, I think I might be like a year or two older than both of them, right? Maybe like a year older than Vance and like fucking 2 years older than Tim Dillon. I think Tim Dillon's like 39, right? So like, yeah. So we get like our humor is gonna be like real close. You know what I mean? As far as shit's concerned, because we all grew up on the same media, the same type of shit. JD Vance comes from white trash roots. Tim Dillon comes from Long Island white trash roots, which, by the way, are kind of real fucking similar, right? I've never ran into a Long Island guy I didn't get along. You know what I mean?
Well, and I'm just I'm trying to think of like the other vice president. Like would Waltz have done nearly as well? Like obviously Tim Dillon is like conservative leaning, right? But like I'm trying to think like if it was like a similar like left leaning comedian, would Waltz have done nearly as well? No, I doubt that. He's not as I guess chill of a guy. I really enjoyed Vance's performance on this. I was impressed because I really hadn't thought much about him.
All right, so listen, let's get into the interview, Brett. Got a lot.
Felt with a family and a life.
Sure. Well, yeah. Thank you for doing this. First of all, I know it was tough to rearrange your schedule, and I appreciate it.
It wasn't that tough.
It's honestly just the craziest experience of my life, right? Because I ran for Senate once before in my life, a couple years ago. We won, obviously, or I wouldn't be here. You drive around the state of Ohio in like the back of a used Subaru because that's what your staff is driving. And you just, it's like really cool because you see the whole state.
Right.
This thing, you see the whole country.
Right.
And like we had some of my closest buddies from high school join us on the campaign trail a couple of days ago. And we go to Dallas, we go to Arizona, we go to Nevada, we go back to Washington, we go back to Ohio, like in 2.5 days, we're at all these places. So it's just really cool to see the country. I mean, obviously, like in some ways it's exhausting, but in other ways it's like the most energizing thing that you're doing because I'm one of these people, I like feed off the crowd and I feed off the people that I meet. And so, the energy level is off the charts right now, which is one of the reasons why I think that we're going to win. And so like, you don't sleep as much maybe as I'd like to, but then on the other hand, you're just like so high on adrenaline that I feel like I could do this for a lot longer.
Right.
The good thing, I mean, so we have 3 little kids, right? We have a 7-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 2-year-old. And we've been able, with a lot of family help, to just make this kind of a family affair.
Yeah.
So for Trump's big rally in Madison Square Garden in a couple days, my cousin is going to fly up with our kids, and then me and my wife are going to go up. And so we'll like hang out in New York together.
It's amazing.
But then also do this rally at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
Like my son, he's 7, he's the oldest. And it's very funny because he's like really into Trump, even though he's never met him.
Right.
And so he's like, when am I going to meet President Trump? And the answer is at this rally at Madison Square Garden. But do you know Don Jr. at all? Have you ever met Don?
We chat on Instagram.
Yeah, okay.
For sure.
Don's a really good dude. He's one of my closest friends in politics. Well, he met my son at an event in Charlotte a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
And Don was like, hey, who do you think's better looking, me or my dad? And
so
my son just like deadpans, definitely the real Donald Trump. So I call President Trump and I tell him that, and he's like, "That's good to hear."
Yeah,
That's good to hear.
Your son's now in the cabinet.
Exactly.
He's being vetted for the Secretary of State.
Exactly right.
So you're traveling around the country, and I'm sure you're meeting a lot of people.
Yeah.
What about it? Has any perception that you had changed when you were out there? Because as a comedian, I've gone around the country, not as much, but a good amount, and you see things and you do have a little paradigm shift. And you go 20 or 30 minutes out of any major city, you do see more poverty than you would think.
Yep.
You do see areas that have been kind of abandoned or forgotten.
Sure.
In many of our cities, you see drug addiction, a lot of homelessness, a lot of kind of vacant spaces in the downtown area.
Yeah.
You don't feel great about it. And
That's
then there are
right.
areas that are beautiful, and there are areas where you could see people are trying to hold on and conserve the community that they have.
Sure.
But there's a lot of areas that, you see that are struggling. And
Of course.
is that more evident when you're traveling around?
I think it is because you talk to people a lot more. I mean,
Yo, by the way, what up, Word Kettle? Welcome. And have yourself a wrench. Nice to have you in the chat. Welcome to the channel. Fucking, yeah, we're just sitting here checking this shit out. And we're gonna be discussing this and breaking this down as it goes through.
one of the paradigm shifts that I've had is, 4 months ago, I'd been a senator for 2 years. I was like very frustrated with the policies of Kamala Harris and of Joe Biden, right? I'm sort of pissed off about that. Well, the thing that I think that sometimes leads into is you kind of get this tunnel vision about like policy and not about the people who are actually affected by it.
Right.
And it also, I think honestly, being out there has made me more fundamentally optimistic about our country, right? Because you're right, there is a lot of poverty and there's a lot of problems in our cities, and I'll talk about that in a second. But like, you also, I met this woman, really affected me about a month or so ago. And usually what we'll do is we'll do these rallies, but then we'll like, do photos with volunteers and just people who are helping out the campaign in some form or another before we do these rallies. And this woman comes up to me and she's like, I can't afford groceries. I've been like working my whole life. Things are really tough. She tells me that for like 20, 30 seconds. And then she spends 3 minutes talking about how she says a prayer every single night for me, my wife, and our 3 kids by name. She's memorized the names of my children, a guy she's never met, so that she can pray for their safety. And you're like, okay, there's a generosity of spirit out there that, yeah.
I'd be creeped the fuck out by that, Hunter.
Right?
You know what I'm saying? I would be really creeped the fuck out.
I mean, I think most of these anecdotes are a little gay, but whatever.
Yeah, I mean, like anybody memorizes the name of my name, probably gonna. I listen, somebody needs to keep an eye on this. You know what I'm saying? Like, she my fucking kids by fucking name. I mean, like, fucking name.
Yep.
Now, we can be pissed off about the policies of Kamala Harris, and we should be, frankly, because she's a disaster. But we can also be, I think, more hopeful about the country, and that's like a paradigm shift that I've had. And the second thing that I realized is you talk about cities, right? So obviously, you're usually flying into a city, even if you're not.
Has that woman who can't afford the groceries seen any of the dancing at the rallies? Because to be honest,
Yeah.
it is not nothing, the dancing that's going on. There is a lot of good dancing. And if she were to perhaps see that, she could stop kind of being ungrateful and kind of.
Yeah, I don't think this.
Or
woman
heard
who-
about Tim
yeah.
Walsh's time in China. That's
I don't-
interesting.
I don't-
That he's in China. That's good. I think.
I don't know that Kamala Harris dancing at the rallies
Yeah, it's
it
helping.
makes this woman feel
Yeah,
better about not being
okay.
able to
All
afford
right.
groceries,
Yeah.
right? And dude, there is just the thing that's different about the Trump rallies versus the Kamala Harris rallies is the fake joy of the Kamala Harris rally.
Yeah, can we discuss the grocery thing here for a second, bro? It's
what's
like, listen. Let me. All right, let me say this, right? I think this is kind of important. The groceries need to go up in price, not right. Like, we went from like 26 to 27% of our income in the 1960s being spent on groceries to like 6%. We're spoiled, and it's all because of like massive amounts, like just government money thrown at farms, like massive amounts of illegal immigration to help on the fucking farms and basically slave laborers. You know what I mean? Right? It's not, fucking, this is not something that we should, be positive about. I mean, if we're fine with like slave labor and these type of things, then, fucking, I feel, yeah, CTKs, that fucking, my goy slop must be, right? Yeah, that's the problem, right? Like, we shouldn't be looking for cheaper groceries. Like, that's not something, like, I understand that you can't get elected on that, but on the same level, you know what I mean? Like, fucking we're subsidizing the dog shit out of the fucking farms, right? The only way to make it fucking cheaper is literally just to completely socialize the fucking farms, like the whole, just nationalize them. You know what I mean, and just like fucking basically give away free. That's the only way to make the shit. Because you're gonna have to pay for transport. You got to pay for processing. You got to pay for fucking manufacturing. You have to pay for, I mean, like packaging, like just all this shit. And there's no way we're throwing away half the fucking vegetables that we fucking grow, and none of them are being done like properly. You know, yeah, your groceries should come for your fucking neighbor. I agree with you. Like it should be done on a local level. And this is something that like Americans are too, like, we're spoiled. We're spoiled fucking brats.
Well, I mean, you can say that, and I totally get the perspective, but also if Americans' wages weren't so depressed by so many different factors, perhaps it would all balance out. But here we are in this particular situation.
I agree, right? And I mean, I 100% agree with you. Like, that's the only real move, really, is to like make wages go up. But if wages go up, things are gonna.
Well, you see that whether or not the groceries are cheap aren't the real issue. I think whether or not I think the quality of the food is the problem. Like
Mm.
a lot of the food is just shit. And so by asking for cheaper food, you're really just asking for lower quality food. Um, and one of the other issues too is I believe I read somewhere that soy, like the ability to grow soy, is finite. Like over time, it just erodes the dirt, and you have to like add new dirt, like to like transplant dirt, like because it sucks up all the nutrients out of the soil over time. And the government subsidizes a lot of soy to make said food cheaper. So
Well,
I don't
soy and
know.
corn. Yeah, yeah. That's why. Like,
Yeah.
have you driven by farm? I know you live out in the country. I know you've driven by farms recently. You
Oh
smell
yeah.
them? Like, just like, I'm not even
Yeah.
talking about like cows and pigs. Like fucking just regular farm. Like I go by and I'm just like, Jesus, I'm choking because it smells like fucking feet, right? Because
Yeah.
they're
It
just
smells like shit. Yeah.
yeah, they're pouring on massive amounts of like this, like fucking, potash and nitrate fertilizer on the shit, and like restocking the fucking soil instead of doing crop rotation. You know what I mean? Instead
Yeah.
of like doing all this type of shit that they should be doing,
Because of
because
government subsidies.
yeah,
Yeah.
and it would cost too much, right? And farmers don't make any fucking money to begin with. Like
Yeah, and the government isn't going to give you a whole lot of money either. So even if they're subsidizing you, it may be more consistent money, but it's not a lot.
yeah, right. This is kind of the issue that we're running into at this point. But we need to have like real conversations about like our food. I've gone from, I mean, like a libertarian ideology to like more of a communitarian, where it's like I think that we should probably, I mean, just ban a lot of shit and go grow it locally.
You
Right?
know what I've been doing? I've
So
been actually buying a lot of my what did they call that? Fuck, what's that kind of food? Like the food you can't do without, like bread, eggs, shit like that, right?
staples.
Staples.
Staples. I've been buying them from the Amish.
Yeah,
Good.
I do the same thing.
I wish I had them available here, but we got similar. So the issue is that they make it illegal to do like regenerative farming in one form or another. Like Monsanto wants its fucking money. Remember the Indians killing themselves in fucking Sri Lanka? Like that just happened.
Yeah.
Like the system is fucked. I hear you.
Well, no,
Like
no, no.
yes,
The
food
Sri
prices
Lanka,
should go up for the right reason. They
Sri
shouldn't go up
Lanka,
just because.
yeah, the Sri Lanka thing is different, right? So like the problem is with Sri Lanka is they've, I mean, like quadrupled their population in the past 4 years, right? And then they tried to go to like just straight organic farming, and everybody stopped.
Well,
Yes.
I think if the food I think if the food was higher quality for the prices people were paying, nobody would complain.
All right, so let's get into that conversation, right? Because we can have that conversation. What makes a fucking crab and I mean a chicken different prices?
Labor. Crabs come out of the sea.
I mean, really, you could farm grow crabs if you really want. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
but
Who wants
it's
to fucking
easier.
farm crab?
Well, it's easier to do that with chickens. You know what's really fucked up, by the way?
what up?
A couple hundred years ago, if you had a bunch of fucking crab shells and shit next to your house, you were seen as like lower than a bum, right? Like that was like bottom of the barrel poor. and now eating crab is like fucking rich people shit.
Yeah, it's the same with
So-
caviar. Caviar is the same thing.
And-
It literally was poor people food in like the Black Sea, right? Like those little
Yeah.
tiny, like the fucking small sailors and farmers and shit who lived there in these tiny little huts. They'd all eat caviar, and then like you had people started traveling there, and like these upper class motherfuckers started eating caviar, and it turned it into that. And this is another thing too, right? Is like literally you can do farmed caviar, right? They're doing it all the time.
Yeah.
But and it has the same exact like fucking amount of protein and quality as chicken eggs, right? And chicken eggs are great for you. You know what I mean? Like they're you know superfood, right? But it costs like 15 times the fucking price, and there's literally nothing extra involved, right? The only thing that makes it more valuable is just you know what I mean like people's perception of it,
Yeah.
you know. And so we like again, people aren't going to pay more for more quality food. They're just not. Right, so like the only answer is to like have local, right?
Well,
to go, like,
I'm
put
not.
chickens
I'm not
out back.
saying. I'm not saying pay more for higher quality food. I mean, like we should just straight up like outlaw most of the lower quality food to where higher quality food is the only option.
I agree. I think it's prioritization. When people complain that they can't afford groceries, I'm going to call cap on most of it. It's just that they can't afford it after they have their makeup budget satisfied, their fucking all their subscriptions and all their fucking creature comforts. I'm sure they could find room in their budget if they lowered their quality. And not that I'm saying that that's the right thing. I don't think you should have to, but it is what it is.
Let me throw
No
I-
fucking discipline.
Yeah, I think also there's a lot of expense today, right? There's just a lot, you know, and the amount of money I spend a month on, I mean, like fucking Netflix and YouTube and fucking Amazon, whatever, right? Like all that shit is probably adds up to about $50, right? It's shit, but like everything else in my life is unbelievably fucking expensive. Just all the fucking every time you touch the gas tank, it's fucking you know what I mean like $80.
The gas, the insurance, the this, the
The
that.
insurance is $120 a month. The cell phone bill, which is now a necessity for my fucking job, I can't do fuck without it. Right, that's another $125 a fucking month. Right, like, I mean like yo fucking you know my basic food budget right as a whole is probably $600 a fucking month. Right, you know just because of the fact that like I have to buy like decent food to eat. You know, I need like fucking proper meat and vegetables and fucking you know the cooking and stuff and butter and fucking eggs and bacon. Right,
Yo, that's on the cheap, dude. Like it's $300 a week in Long Island.
I feel you, right? But I'm talking just for me. Right? I'm not talking for everybody, right? For like my pops and female, right? Like literally, like fucking, it's you know, and every time I go to the fucking store, it's $220 every goddamn time, right? And I don't buy any box shit. I don't buy any processed. Get like 2 loaves of bread a week. You know, what I mean, everything else is just all like you know raw ingredients. It's just shit's expensive. Hamburgers expensive. Chicken's expensive. Fucking pork steaks are expensive, right? Pork chops are fucking expensive. And like I have to have meal planning throughout the fucking week. Have to do this shit. You don't, because if I don't fucking do it, then I don't eat right and I don't feel good and I fucking don't work properly. You know, like all this shit, it adds the fuck up, right? And granted, yeah, there's cigarettes every day, which is $8 fucking a goddamn pack. I mean, that's low for Northeast standards. It's still fucking $8, $9, $10 a fucking day, right? Plus another fucking you know $5 for fucking drinks or whatever throughout my day and shit and water and all that other types of bull. Can't drink shit out the faucet anymore. Right? There's a lot of goddamn fucking money. Just overhead. Constantly. Fucking sucks. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not excess spending on nonsense. Right? Just is what it is. Shit is fucking expensive. But the problem is like wages are not going up. Wages and like a lack thereof of ability to grow things locally is a fucking problem. I think that's where we are.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep.
Versus like we're actually having fun. If you,
Yeah.
I mean, people say like the media says, "Oh, these Trump rallies are so dark," and then you watch a Trump rally for 90 minutes, and 30 minutes of it.
Yeah.
And this is the way in which running for vice
Right.
president is kind of like being a stand-up
Well,
comedian. 30
yeah.
minutes is just being funny as hell because
That's
he
right.
has a great sense of humor,
Yeah.
and you realize people actually are having a good time.
Yeah.
they're pissed off about the
Right.
policies, but of Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
But they're actually really having fun, and we're having fun out there.
When I watch her rallies, I'm a terrible actor. And I was just in one of the worst films ever made, Joker 2.
Well, that's a
and
commonality you have with Kamala Harris.
yes.
Actually.
Well, you see
You
the
guys
people
are
at
both
her,
really bad at
her
acting.
rallies, and they'll be kind of happy, and then the face drops. They go back to this immediately, and you go, oh yeah, something feels off. Something's not authentic about it.
Yeah.
You know?
That's definitely true. I've tried to like put my finger on what it is about Kamala Harris's like the very fraudulent laugh
Yeah.
that I find so off-putting.
Yeah.
And it's like the laugh of somebody who just made you really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But then tries to overcorrect by
Yes.
saying, "Oh, I'm just going to laugh at it."
Yes.
And then that's somehow going to make it better that I just
Right.
like, stepped on your foot or like
Yeah.
ran into your car.
Yes.
Right? That's
Yes.
like the laugh of the Kamala Harris. It's
Yeah,
like the
or
person
bankrupted the country,
Yeah, or
or-
bankrupted the country.
Yeah.
Yeah, all
Whatever.
shapes and sizes of
Yeah,
problems.
You know what it is, bro? Like anybody, there was a Family Guy episode, right, where Peter made an offhand joke about like Mary Worth, right, and he said, "Take her smug grin down the side," right? It's a smug laugh. That's the issue, right? It's the smugness of thinking that like, she's good and she got everything, when in reality, she's just being smug for like no reason and has no reason to be.
Yeah, we would call that cognitive dissonance. It's her entire fucking career. She's a symptom.
I mean, I know she's a symptom, but like on the same level, like, because I'll be honest, my mom used to have that fucking, right? That's how I know the laugh, right? It's a smug fucking laugh. It's that laugh of like, right? You know what I mean? Like, right? It's literally like, I nailed that one, motherfucker. What are you gonna do now? That's the laugh, right?
Yeah, no, 100%. Like but think about it. It's worked her whole life.
Oh yeah. Because like she's been around like fucking women her whole life, right? Who do the same thing, like they smile through their fucking teeth. They smile with their eyes closed. That's these fucking people. That's what they are. That's like I've known these motherfuckers forever, and I've hated every fucking one of them. I mean, you always just kind of want to trip them and watch them fall on their face, right? You know what I mean? In general, just at random, fuck them.
The border and flood it.
Yeah,
Right,
it reminds me like I think I've caused one car accident in my life. I was like 16.
Yeah,
and it was late. It was dark. It was really like it had been raining.
Sure.
And so it was like a fender bender.
Yeah.
Ran into this elderly couple, probably going 5 miles per hour.
Right.
And then I get out of the car and I'm like, ha ha ha. Like trying. Oh, it's okay, guys. We're all fine.
Yeah.
That's the Kamala Harris laugh.
Come on, to me,
it's the laugh of somebody
exactly
who just ran into your car and is trying to make it.
No,
okay.
it's also when a reporter asks her a question, it's a substitute teacher giving you homework, and the class is going, "We don't want this.
Oh no,
why are you doing it? You don't want to do it. We don't want you to do it.
That's exactly right.
Play the video.
Yeah.
Let's not do it."
That's right. Let's
we
just
didn't
watch Where the Red
hear-
Fern Grows
right.
rather
We
than
didn't
read
hear
the
from
book. 'cause-
Kamala for 4 years. She
Yes.
was not a vocal vice president.
That's right.
We barely heard from Biden. We didn't really hear from Kamala. Biden had a very tough debate performance. He was replaced in a way that's I liken it to somebody knocked
Kind
on
of
his door.
A threat to democracy,
Right.
maybe just to throw
2
a term
a.m.
out?
They knock on his door, and he has a sleeping cap on, and he opens it with a candle, and it's Pelosi and Obama, I think. This is what I imagine happens. And he opens it up, and then they go, "You're out," and she'll invoke the 25th, and then Kamala's right behind him, laughing like the Joker. Yeah. And now she's the nominee.
That's basically how I imagine it too.
Yeah.
It's man, I honestly think Biden is pissed off about it.
He seems
like
angry.
there are all of these weird little ways.
He's wearing
where he
Trump
helps
hats.
us. He wears a Trump hat at the firefighter event. He does this thing where a couple weeks ago she was starting one of her big rallies.
Yeah.
And he decides to have a press conference 30 seconds into it. Right. So they're all watching Joe Biden and not Kamala Harris. Or he'll say something nice here and there about Donald Trump.
Yeah.
It would not shock me if Joe Biden votes for Donald Trump.
I like that he's ornery.
I do too.
And he's showing his teeth a little bit. and he's having fun.
Yeah, well,
because he's not running anymore, and he's an older guy, but he's having fun. He's putting on the Trump hat. He's getting in little fights with people at the rallies.
Yeah, that's right. Well,
Yeah.
President Trump said at the Al Smith dinner,
Yeah.
he was like, when I was running against this guy, I really hated him.
Yeah.
Now I kind of like him.
No,
and
yeah,
I
he's-
kind of
yeah,
feel like
he's
that
fun.
about Biden because the policies have been disastrous, but he has these flashes of honesty about Kamala Harris. And
Sure.
man, okay, you talked about, we got to go back to something.
Yeah.
You talked about Kamala Harris as like getting an assignment from the media from school.
Yeah.
There are all kinds of weird high school vibes running through the Kamala Harris campaign, right?
Yeah.
So the biggest one is, did you see this rally that she did with Liz Cheney a couple of days ago, right?
No, but I love Dick Cheney and the whole Cheney family. And to me, when I think about democracy, I personally think about Dick Cheney. He's a figure from my childhood that I love and respect.
Yeah,
Some of the greatest years of my life, Iraq, Abu Ghraib, Dick Cheney.
Yeah,
Shout out
that's
to
right.
Dick Cheney.
No, I mean,
and
yeah.
Liz.
If you really care about human rights and democracy, Dick Cheney,
Nobody
he's
better.
your guy,
He's the
definitely.
guy.
So,
Yo, there it was, right? There it was, just rolling with shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Rolling with it. God damn it, fucking general. Just talking about it. Yeah, like that's where it was. We were saying like fucking, he was just rolling with the jokes and fuck out or whatever. Right. You know what I mean? Like, yo, he was able to just flow with it. Like this is exactly what the fuck it is we're talking about. Fucking beat. Right. Let's
So they do this event with Liz. Yeah, I thought maybe you were saying that because you didn't want to get have a drone land on your house, but
Yeah.
all shapes and sizes.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're doing this event, and Kamala Harris like gives the affect of a vice president who's just called like the troublesome kid into her office, right? It's like, you shouldn't be laughing at Donald Trump.
Right.
You shouldn't think that he's funny.
Yeah.
And man, the joy is gone when you have somebody wagging their finger at the American people, telling them not to laugh when somebody
Yeah.
makes a joke. Like, what the hell are you talking about? Their whole campaign, man, has become so dull and so boring. But I think it's because of what you said. They're not having fun anymore.
Right, but it's a lot of people are warning that this will be the final election and there will be no more democracy. If you and Trump are elected, there'll be no more democracy. It'll be the final election. And these are good people. This is Goldman Sachs. This is the Cheney family. This is, a lot of defense contractors. So
The people with the best interests of the
when they say democracy, what they mean is oligarchy. That's the actual word that they mean to say, right? It's not, like, yo, fucking democracy. That's not what they're talking about. They're saying the oligarchy over. That's what they're concerned about. Like, oh man, listen, we're gonna be out in our ass and we're not gonna have any more money. They're gonna take our shit. That's exactly what the fuck they were saying. It has nothing to say. They don't care about democracy anyway.
You know what the thing about what Vance said though, he has kind of a point. I've heard a lot of people complain about Trump in that they feel like he doesn't take anything seriously.
Right.
And I don't know. I feel like, I'm not like a big Trump fan by any stretch of the imagination. I think a lot of the things that he was a major proponent of are in direct violation to things that I hold dear, such as the Second Amendment. He did a lot of damage to
Bump stock ban.
discourse. Everybody says bump stock, but I'm looking at the red flag laws. Fuck the bump stocks.
Yep, that too.
But either way, but at the same time, like the one benefit of Trump that you have above all these other politicians, including Vance, is that Trump just vomits his thoughts. Like you pretty much know what he's thinking because he has absolutely no control of his mouth in most circumstances. So, and the benefit is at least he's arguably the most transparent president we've ever had.
Yeah. Well, like Trump,
for better or worse.
Yeah. Well, see, here's like Trump as a whole has been like a lot of his policies went through. Right. And you gotta love a guy who's like just in the White House, just fucking, 3:00 in the morning going through his shit. Fuck you motherfuckers, whatever, right? He's like Taiwan, we'll be invaded or we'll be defended no matter what, like all these type of things. And, fucking, so like exactly what the policy gonna try to be, you know what I mean? And
Mhm.
you know, fucking thing is, it's like half of that shit never got done. That's the problem, right? Is like almost none of his shit ever got done because he didn't know. Like, at Trump's not a paperwork guy, right? Trump is, you know, what I mean, like a fucking one-on-one, you know, what I mean, knocking some shit out, you know, what I mean, and then like fucking he looks at the guy, and goes, all right, man, get it fucking, you know, get it piped up or whatever, right, and then leaves, right? That's just how Trump operates. And I get it,
Right.
you know, because that's how the business operates. That's how like a CEO operates. You know, it's like fucking, oh man, all right, you know, fucking deals hashed out. All right, man, fucking okay. If you guys do the paperwork, whatever, fucking, you know, let me know when I got to sign, right? And then he fucking leaves and goes and does another fucking deal. That's Trump, right? But you know, I mean, I'll be honest. Biden's been signing his policies in fucking effect. Other than like the oil thing, everything else was just he went through, you know, took it, spell checked it, and then fucking, you know, I mean, signed it into fucking law, which you know I kind of respect. And you know, they're both populist in the end of the day. It's just one, you know, I mean, is like a populist, you know, I mean, who believes in having things be cheap because of like inputs. The other one, you know, I mean, thinks that things should, you know, I mean, because like, and that's just really the main difference.
Yeah.
Of the
American people at
these
heart.
are absolutely,
Yeah,
and
the
they're
the people who really keep the American social
how
fabric.
do you respond
going.
to that when you know when you have a multi-ethnic family and they go, you and Donald Trump are racist and hate different kinds of people because you've criticized having an open border?
Yeah, I mean, I can't help but roll my eyes at it at this point.
Yeah.
And there was probably a time, honestly, 6-7 years ago where I really cared. You know, when my book came out,
Yeah.
I really cared what the media said about me.
Yeah.
I just don't care anymore because they're so obviously full of shit.
Right,
Like,
right.
actually, if you look, I mean, even just you talk to like working and middle class Latino voters,
Right.
they hate the open border even more
Right.
than like my family from rural
Yeah.
Ohio and Kentucky because they don't like having their wages undercut. You know, when the cartels are doing business in their communities, it's
Yeah.
the Latinos that are actually the most pissed off about it. So I just kind of roll my eyes at it.
Right.
I think that, you know, you have to have a certain sense of humor about
Sure.
American politics, and it's easy to do when you're running against Kamala Harris and you're running with Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Because as much as he obviously, I mean, look, I think they've done more to him than any presidential candidate in my lifetime.
Right.
He still actually has an amazing sense of humor about the
Right.
whole thing.
Right.
And oftentimes, like, you know, I call him obviously like every day at this point,
Yeah.
talking about the campaign, but he always ends up cracking a joke.
Right.
And I think it's in part because he knows like that's what's good for
Yeah.
me in that moment is we got to laugh about some of this stuff or we're going to go crazy.
Yeah, there is now, we're in October, we've got about 2 weeks left. So now every single day, there's some article coming out in a publication that Donald Trump said something Hitlerian or about Hitler or about like, so it does seem to me that the hysteria is at a fever pitch.
It really is.
What do you think about John Kelly, who did come out and say Trump is a fascist and this
Yeah.
is fascism and all of that?
Well, first of all, the amount of stock the media puts in a disgruntled ex-employee. I mean, John Kelly was fired, right? And look, he served his country, but he was fired, and he's pissed off about Trump over that.
Right.
And if you talk to the people who were in the room when Trump allegedly said these things that he said, even like Mike Pence's former chief of staff are saying
Right.
it's totally made up, it's a total lie. But here's the really interesting thing, right?
Yeah.
3-4 years ago, the media were all calling John Kelly an evil racist for helping to promote Donald Trump's border policies.
Right.
And now it shows how thin this is, right?
Yeah.
Like Dick Cheney, who I legitimately think
Yeah.
is the single worst vice president easily of my lifetime.
Right.
Right.
But effective.
But well,
Yeah. No, I mean, in his
effective
way.
at like destroying the country,
Well,
right?
that's what I- yes. That's what I meant.
And maybe that's why he's endorsing Kamala Harris. It's
Right.
like, finally somebody's come along who's been even worse than I have.
Yeah.
Is Kamala Harris. But the fact that the media now pretends that he's like some hero of human rights,
Yeah.
the guy was a disaster.
Right.
I mean, we invaded Iraq. We invaded, the 20-year quagmire
Yeah.
in Afghanistan. All of these Americans who lost their lives, who lost their limbs, that was because of very stupid leadership. And now we're going to forget about it because the media hates Donald Trump. It's the most insane thing I've seen in politics. And
Yo, Dick Cheney was basically Darth Vader.
Right? But we'll all just forget that, okay?
Yeah, listen, y'all need to don't remember that Dick Cheney. You know what I'm saying? Fucking was out here giving contractors like fucking contracts to murder random citizens and shit and cover it up and do all types of like fucking evil, horrible shit. And he was running the war in Iraq and Afghanistan and fucking made massive amounts of profit off of it. He was literally like the worst human being who has probably held office in the past 30 fucking years, maybe.
Yeah, but his endorsement carries a lot of weight for the incompetent female. So there's that.
I mean, with who?
And is well, exactly my point with the screaming tantrum people.
I don't think so, right? Like when you really think about it, who would give a fuck about Dick Cheney other than maybe like super rah-rah American people, right? Like
the gays for Palestine. It doesn't matter. These people are mentally ill. And I know there's not really a lot of them. I think that there's a lot of sensationalism about the quantity of them, but that gives credibility because it gives the optics that that's half the country.
Okay.
So when they foist her upon us, they'll be like, well, look how popular she is. We have like 8 million videos of retards screaming for gays for Palestine. Better for Kamala.
You remember how me and you were talking earlier about how you think that America used to be something that it wasn't, right? Remember like here a little bit ago we were talking about that and shit, right? I think his name carries weight with the same, I'm not going to say the same people, but like with people who think that like the American military and like our State Department and the people who like run that side of shit, you know what I mean? Like are good people. You know what I mean? Like the military guy who I don't know, like pays his taxes down to the exact cent and doesn't try to write anything up. Like the guy who tries to do everything right. I think that's the person who is affected by the Dick Cheney, endorsement.
Normies.
Yeah, like 100% like German, like normies.
I think it also works with the freaks too, because it says, see, a Republican who's a war criminal is endorsing Kamala. That means a lot.
I mean,
I think it works both ways.
All right, that's different, right? That is
that's media spin.
No,
but they'll use any argument they have to stop the Nazis and fascists and
all right, so you don't like run on Discord the way I do. So when I run around and I talk to people, right, who are like policy wonks on Discord, right? Guys who are like they went to college for like political science or whatever it is, right? Or they're in college for political science. They 100% believe in the system and like guys like Dick Cheney, right? They think that like what we do in the world is positive because like it's what's best for trade and what's best for like the American the USG, right? If like I guess that's how you would describe it. You know what I mean? Like the deep state managerial like way of doing things. You know what I mean? Right? Like they have like a system that goes like if we do this, this will happen. You know what I mean? That type of thing. Right? So
quick question, are these city mice or country mice?
Huh?
These people that are the pro the rose-colored glasses, pro-institutionalist
yeah,
collegiates. Are they city folk or are they country folk?
Suburban.
Or can you not?
Suburban folk.
There you go.
So a couple. Well, two things. One, I actually personally don't know a single person. I don't think I've ever met anybody that would tell me, yeah, Dick Cheney was cool. I don't know any of them. If they exist, I've never seen them. But more importantly than that, though, I think the most based thing that Dick Cheney ever did that everybody should compliment him for is shooting a lawyer.
In the face.
Fucking face with a load of birdshot.
In the fucking face.
Yeah. All right. So okay, I'm not saying that they would say Dick Cheney is cool, right? But these people who would like promote the institutionalist mentality, right? Like they sound like they're all from like the same place. And I don't. Well, I want to. We have to stand here and look at this in a perfect perspective and have this conversation about how it works. That guy.
Yeah, they're white girls. They're white girls. They're all half a fag.
They're not. Yeah, but they're not. They're not gay, right?
Oh, they're metrosexuals. That's
They're not even that, right? It's just they are the new generation of institutional. They're androgynous. Is what they are, right? It's not even like they're guys who are like super clean, right? It's not that. They're not metrosexuals. They're androgynous people.
I don't know what's worse.
Yeah, I feel you. Like they're the next generation. Like they're the Gen Z version of bureaucrats, right? Like that guy who used to like, fucking like he'd work in a cubicle his entire life. You know what I mean? Like that's these kids, right? And they love that. They're banking their whole life on that. That's what they want to do. They don't care if they really make a difference, right? What they want to do is they want to go to college and they want to get a job that pays well so they can like afford Starbucks and Goy Slop.
A worthy goal.
Hmm?
The backbone of America.
Yeah, but they're going to be bureaucrats forever. This is like the new generation. They're like literally like when Curtis Yarvin said, there's like dark elves and light elves and then fucking, hobbits, right? These are the light elves. Right? That's what we're talking about. Right? That's these fucking people. And it's just who they are. I don't even know how to like they're fucking like everybody who goes to college kind of ends up like with this accent, right? Like even Excel, like my ex-partner, like he had that accent, but he was so big and tall, because he's like 6'6" or whatever, like his giant dude. So he ends up sounding, he's well, I got to tell you, it sounds this way, right? He still has the upspeak and shit from going to college. And he's like,
what happened to him?
What do you mean?
That's terrible.
Well, he just disappeared one day and never saw him again.
I mean, like he's around. I see him every day on fucking game.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah. I mean, after my shit got nuked, he bounced. He's like, fuck it, there's no point continuing to try this shit. You know what I mean?
Wait, your YouTube got nuked?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, not like the whole channel, but like they basically said I'm never going to be monetized again, and they're going to keep me shadow banned forever.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have the same notice, so they won't let me do that.
Yeah, this is what it is. Let's keep going.
Which is fucked up, man. I like your content.
Good.
Thanks.
Here's what it is. I always try to promote your shit. How it works.
Democracy. I figured out what a threat to democracy is when the American people vote for somebody the media doesn't like. Right. And that's not definitionally, that's not a threat to democracy. That's a fulfillment of democracy, that even though the media lies hysterically about Trump, the American people still want to be able to afford groceries and housing.
The worldview, whether we call it Cold War liberalism or however we want to frame the worldview that America is an empire and must continue to be one at all costs, with running up trillions of dollars worth of debt, getting involved in foreign conflicts anywhere from the Ukraine or the Middle East. There are people now saying we need to invade Iran. And that if America steps back on the world stage, that it's a power vacuum that's going to be filled by China, by Russia, and that America should continue to pay for the defense of all of these European countries, and that America should kind of, shoulder that burden.
Yep.
And my generation, we saw Iraq, we saw Afghanistan.
Yep.
We've also seen lots of our friends go away to fight those wars and come back and not have mental health care and not have support from the government. We don't feel safer because we invaded Iraq. We don't feel safer because we spent 20 years in Afghanistan. I don't know what we spent 20 years doing. But all the people, the 10 richest counties in America are in Virginia. And there's something interesting about that fact, that all of those people are dependent upon America constantly having enemies.
And not like Virginia coal country, right?
No.
The collar counties around DC.
Yeah, around
Yep.
DC. And all of these people have an investment in the United States of America continually going to war.
Yep.
And those are the people who seem to be speaking out the loudest
Exactly.
against your candidacy and Trump's candidacy.
Exactly.
Because you threaten something, a power structure that has been in place for a very long time. This has been spoken about by, the military-industrial complex. Eisenhower famously spoke about it. I believe it's FDR, maybe it was TR. Somebody said a financial element in the government has owned it since the days of Andrew Jackson, meaning there are agendas that other people have. Now, is that why we're seeing people like Dick Cheney and people like Kamala Harris, where you would think they don't have much in common on the same side? Is it because that positioning is so important and integral to the amount of money being made? And are you guys the greatest enemy of both of those factions of those parties?
Yeah, that's how I think about it. So I think there are three issues where for 40 years, Republicans and Democrats have basically fundamentally agreed. And I'll list them an issue of importance to that, call it the uniparty, call it the conventional wisdom. Number one is foreign policy, that we should basically stick our nose in every foreign conflict. And that doesn't mean we should never get involved, of course, but by and large, most of the wars that we've fought over the last 40 years have been a total disaster for the American people and frankly for a lot of the countries we've been fighting in. So foreign policy is the first and most important issue to that consensus. The second most important issue is trade, right? Massive investment in what I would call shipping our industrial base to countries like China and Mexico, which has eviscerated the American middle class, but it's made a lot of bankers rich. And then the third thing is immigration, right? The idea that you should have effectively unlimited borders checked only by the political will, right? Every political party has tried to make it easier to bring more and more people into the United States of America. Now, the interesting thing is that on all three of those issues, on immigration, trade, and foreign policy, the American people have consistently been out of step with their leadership, and they keep on not actually having an alternative. Like, who has been the candidate of...
Well, I mean, like, this is what they call neoliberalism. I mean, like, I don't know why. Why is he not saying neo?
To advance the concept.
Huh?
I think it's to advance the concept for the main stage.
Advance a concept for
the main stage, yeah.
I mean, but why isn't he just naming it? That's
like he's going for VP of the U.S. He's not going for like Discord mod of the year. You know what I mean?
I feel you, but again, why isn't he just not naming it? Why is he not just going as Neil? Not like saying that. Like, he knows what it's called, right?
He knows. He knows what it is.
Why is he not naming it?
I think he's being careful to pick his words.
But why though?
To minimize because it's like, all right, they're going for a vote, right? They're going for a popular vote.
Yeah, but he's on a show where like people are smart. You know what I mean? He's not on like a dumb show.
But the enemies to his cause are going to pick clips to demonstrate, all of their agenda. So I think while he's having fun and he's losing his character for a minute, he's trying to remain in a character that's like, don't give them a good clip that they can use against me. That's pretty much what he's trying to keep top of mind the entire time.
I mean, but like, why? You know what I mean? Like, not, you know what I mean? Like, fucking just go like, yeah, it's neoliberalism that started with Nixon. You know what I mean? Where, you had an overreaction from the corporate class. I mean, to the rising wages and unions in America. You know what I mean? When the unions got a little bit too greedy because of like what was set up by FDR. Like, it's not that hard to fucking explain. You could do it in like 30 seconds. It's not that hard. You know what I mean?
I'm thinking that on some level, he's got to not deviate from the curriculum.
I mean, but again, we get back to, fucking, this is not like, this is, what I mean, like some basic shit that everybody, he knows this because, like, he's a Yarvanite, he's a teal guy, right? Like, he's one of us. So, like, he knows all these things.
Yeah, but who's he speaking to? Like, first of all, he's not going for president, so he's got to stay within. He's got to stay in the Trump kennel, because that's not how Trump talks at all.
Yeah,
Trump
but he's not
sometimes sounds like
Trump.
he's half retarded. No, he's not, but he's Trump's corner, right? It's that camp. So he can't be too out of pocket. Second of all, I mean,
why not just be candid about it? I mean, just go like, listen, fucking. I mean, because like let's
too
keep
much.
let's keep it 100 with this guy, right? This guy started off right as an Appalachian, right? From Western Kentucky or Eastern Kentucky, like Eastern Ohio, right? And joined the fucking Marines. Went in there, became like a journalist, right? Left, came out, used his GI Bill, graduated summa cum laude from motherfucking Ohio State. Then went to Yale and got his Juris Doctorate. Went to motherfucking Silicon Valley and made a shit ton of money. Came back and started his own motherfucking hedge fund in Ohio, right? And then became a fucking senator before the age of 40. This is a brilliant man. You know what I mean? Like,
right. But he never touts his success commercially because they'll use that against him, and he knows it. Like, look, he doesn't want to end up being Ron Paul. I'm just guessing here. This is my educated guess. He doesn't want to end up being Ron Paul or Ross Perot. When you come out being that guy that talks sense and has deep understanding, you disconnect from the people because they're like, "What's he talking about? That's not what I learned." He's got to kind of keep it within the lexicon of the common knowledge. My opinion. That's just
you're not fucking wrong, and I hate the fact that you're right. I really hate the fact that you're not fucking wrong.
I think we got to be happy for the wins that we might be facing. Like, we're finally catching up to Europe with taking fucking yellow dye number whatever the fuck. Did you know that yellow dye shit that's in every fucking product that those people are feeding themselves and their kids? That shit turns rats in a lab translucent, like clear.
Yeah.
Fucking disgusting.
Yeah, I feel you.
Like one step at a time, you know?
Yeah, I feel you. Aggravating. I think that, we like somehow like have like, maybe they need to do like the fireside chats thing, FDR, right? Where like you just got to break down these stuff. Like once they get in office, they really need to like
once they're in, yes, that's what this is. We're back. Like that's what this handheld radio is for. Like there was that time on TV where it was too cumbersome to get on TV, like it cost a fortune, right? It's almost like how they break down porn. Like if you wanted to do porn and distribute porn, you had to go through the guys that had the production. They had the access, they had the money and the access to the prints, for the magazines. They had the distribution and production, and now nobody fucking needs them. And there was an awkward minute, like, so everybody had a radio and everyone was glued to the fucking radio because anything that came on was new, right? And then everything kind of got lost in translation in TV. But now these guys can do fireside chats on the internet. He could have a fucking podcast. Shit, he could do them on Rogan and have a guaranteed, hundreds of million audience every time. I agree with you.
Okay, what if Trump went on Joe Rogan every month or every 2 months and just fucking explained exactly what his policy was? I think that would be epic. I think that, like, he doesn't have to explain everything, but he could explain like a, decent, like, portion of his policy so that people understand it in a long form conversation. I would love that. I think a number of people would love that. Suddenly, like the policies of the president would make a lot more sense to the average person. That would be great.
I would like to modify that. I think it should be the two of them because Vance at least speaks in English sentences and can break it down using words. Trump's speech speaks in such vagaries. He doesn't actually say anything.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, right? So like I think Vance needs to do it, right? And I think it needs to be, you know what I mean, like national addresses like once a week for like 2 hours. You know what I mean? Like he hops on YouTube on like a free fucking whatever, you know what I mean, and just breaks down like these fucking subjects. You know what I mean?
Okay, how about this? How about this?
That's what the
JD,
press secretary is for.
every no, the press secretary is old fucking news. I think at this point, we've all realized that that's not a way to convey information to the American public whatsoever. How about this? JD Vance, he has once every 2 weeks podcast, you know, breaking shit down. But then every 2 months, Trump hops on Joe Rogan and breaks down, I guess, more of the abstract shit. That amount of clarity with the American people, I think, would go such a long way.
I kind of feel you 100%. Right. You know what I mean? Like, and like it has to be done for like free. You know what I mean? This has to be some shit that's just,
100%
like,
free. Yeah.
right. You know, and like we need to have these conversations because like the fact that JD Vance can't just say this is neoliberalism is fucking retarded. You know what I mean? Fucking retarded that he cannot just go, we need to like fucking break the bonds of neoliberalism. Right.
Well, because I think that what is happening right now is it's a shifting of the Overton window, and I think we know where the Overton window is at. I think they know where the Overton window is at. I think we know it's shifting, but I think that we all know that it's not quite there yet, where you can just directly say neoliberalism has completely failed the American public, and perhaps even liberalism as at its center is rotten. Right? You can't go that far yet.
Like, I think, right, as a whole, like you need to, you know, strike a balance, right? Like, see, my brain's like way ahead of y'all at the moment. Like, I'm thinking about these podcasts, to how you would fucking do it, like what you would say, you know what I mean, to understand all this shit, you know what I mean, and like just take it back, you know what I mean? Like, listen, during the like fucking Great Depression and the wartime, you know what I mean, this type of thing, we had a policy of saying, you know, we had a policy of like how you get compensated for your job, right? And they said we froze pay in order to like, you know, be able to survive during the war or whatever it is during the Great Depression, these type of things, right? FDR policies. They were great at the moment. We needed it. You know what I'm saying? And one of the things that they had was they said, okay, well, you know, you can't like pay anybody anymore, but you can give them like health insurance. And that's why your health insurance is tied to your job, where this started from. Used to not be that way, right? And this is how we ended up in some of the mess that we're in right now, right? And bless you. And the unions, you know what I'm saying, as a whole, like they tried to take out more than like the companies were capable of paying, having cradle to grave, you know what I mean, fucking like support structures. And that was not sustainable, right? On a corporate level, just wasn't. This is when 401ks were introduced to get rid of pensions and all these type of things. But the problem is that our government still had them because there was like, the government can't run out of money. You can just keep printing it forever, right? And so you have these two separate, you know what I mean, like ideas of what work is supposed to be and how people live. Like these people in government are separated from how you think about your job because they're going to get a pension. They're going to get all this stuff. And it doesn't matter because the people will pay for it because they had the taxpayers hostage, right? And these are the type of conversations that you have to have. And it's difficult to do it during an election, but like during like a presidency, during like a regular time, this is something that should be done. You know what I mean? To understand exactly what's going on and have these real conversations about real shit that make more sense and like educate people about exactly what's up.
Well, you know, just to add on to that briefly, I forget which political party said this, but I think it was pretty smart. They were like, "Work will set you free."
You know who it was, man? It was Martin Luther King.
Ah, yep, that's right. Yep.
Yeah. While he was in Germany.
Classic.
No, he was in Poland. I'm sorry, he was in Poland.
Yes, the Polish Martin Luther King.
Yeah, it was the Polish Martin Luther King. I mean, that guy, you know, he was super based, you know. he was like, listen, you know, what you should do is you should work and make these bombs, right, at these places where like they're like a summer camp, right? They have soccer fields and
freedom
pools.
camps. They were
Right.
freedom camps.
Like, you know, listen, there and like you get there by like taking a train ride. You know, I mean, everybody loves taking a train. It's great.
Actually,
views
a
and stuff on the way there.
free train.
It's
ride.
completely free, right? And you know, while you're there, they feed you, and sometimes, you know, I mean, they're going to like, you know, I mean, like trim down the workforce, and just don't ask how that happens. You know what I mean? Like, just don't ask about that. You know, also, you know, don't have any conversations about, you know what I mean, like how, you know what I mean, like you make cookies. Very, very important. Don't have any conversations about gingerbread.
Just don't worry about it, bro. It's not that serious.
Don't ask any questions. You're just gonna get cookies on a regular basis. Just know that like you don't want to know how they're made. No. So let's keep going.
You know, free trade is not good for the American middle class. Who's been the candidate of we've got to check our immigration system? Who's been the candidate of stopping the stupid wars? Basically nobody in 40 years, with the lone exception of my running mate, right, of Donald J. Trump. Okay, so that's where we are, and you're right. That's why Kamala Harris and Dick Cheney, and that's why all these people hate him. I think it's interesting, Tim, to think about the motivations here, because 2 years ago, I would have said it's all financial, right? Dick Cheney, you know, he's getting rich from these wars. Kamala Harris's donors are getting rich from these wars, and that's like the only reason why they're supporting them. For what it's worth, I do think there's an element of truth to that, right? Eisenhower warned about this. The military-industrial complex has its own self-fulfilling momentum. But I think there's a second thing that I've picked up on, and you know, a lot of my Senate colleagues disagree with me on foreign policy. They're very good people. There's like this psychological post-World War II, you called it Cold War liberalism, where, you know, these guys like remember when America could do anything, right? We were like the agents of peace in some cases we weren't, but we could just fix the world purely through American will, right? And they grew up in that world. And they're having psychological difficulty accommodating to a world where China has gotten more powerful, in part because of their policies. Russia has gotten more powerful, in part because of their policies. And we can't just dictate everything. We can't tell everybody how to behave anymore, because sometimes what happens is we'll try to tell another country what to do, and they'll say this, right? And that's very, very hard for these guys to wake up to the reality that we're in. You know, if we were in what was called a unipolar world, right? America was the only superpower.
And we were for a while.
We were for a long time.
Yeah.
Now we're still the lone superpower, but other countries are catching up. And I think the way to preserve our own influence, but more importantly, to preserve the prosperity of our own people, is to recognize the reality that we're living in. A lot of people can't, I mean, like, you know, they go back to, you know, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall, right? Ronald Reagan's big moment, or, you know, George H.W. Bush. I mean, it was like a blip on the radar for us to completely crush Saddam Hussein and kick him out of Kuwait, right? They want to go back to the glory days when America could do everything and be all things. They got to wake up to the world of resource constraints. And frankly, the reason why we're not as powerful in relative terms as we were 30 years ago is because they screwed up, right? That's where the trade and immigration issue comes back, is they want to pursue a foreign policy that was built on the back of smart trade and smart immigration policy. They hollowed out the American middle class. They destroyed the industrial base of our country. I mean, crazy statistic. China, we're still the biggest economy in the world. China is 32% of global manufacturing GDP, okay? We're 18% of global manufacturing GDP. So even though we're still by far the biggest economy in the world, China makes nearly twice as many manufactured goods as we do. That is the engine of real economic prosperity, is manufacturing. These guys want us to fight wars like it's 1954. It's not 1954, and thanks in large part to them.
How do you change that? How do you shift that? That's very difficult, right? Because you
It's tough, man, yeah.
You have a lot of unelected people. We have 19 intelligence agencies, I think. I think it's around.
That sounds
I think
right
it's
to
about
me.
19.
So I mean, basically, he said like neoliberalism has failed. The end. Yo, I'm gonna let this run for like 5 minutes because I gotta take a shit. So, you know, just, I mean, like, watch. All right, I gotta take a shit. It is what it is, bro. I got to shit. I mean,
Which I don't think is enough.
It's a lot.
I don't think it's enough, personally. But there's 19 of them or something
I think
like
if we
that.
had 22 intelligence agencies, that's actually when we would really, I think, have figured out this all out.
That's who, because everybody's worried that you and Trump are going to fire some of those people. And that's what I think most Americans are worried about. I think most people are worried about the CIA and government employees. My parents are worried about the Central Intelligence Agency and if they're making enough money. This is what my grandmother worries about. What do you say to people that are worried about people at the NSA? The DIA, the Directorate of Intelligence. People forget about that one. It's a little room in the bigger one.
Look, I want to speak from the heart here to my fellow Americans who are really worried that a CIA bureaucrat making $190,000 a year might have to find a job in the private sector. I recognize that is the biggest crisis facing my fellow Americans.
Yes.
Not that they can't afford groceries and housing, of course, right? So
people can eat less.
Honestly.
So that Homeland Security can be a little bigger.
Yeah, so that Homeland Security
I like knowing that my neighbors are getting spied on. I like it. I like people getting on lists.
Well, it's actually really a win-win, right?
Yeah.
Something I'll say in Kamala Harris's defense is, yes, she's made it harder for Americans to afford housing, but that's been in the service so that the CIA can more easily spy on our fellow Americans, right? So again, this is where
now, you're a big
sometimes
critic
there's
of
trade-offs
censorship.
and sometimes there's
You're
win-wins.
a big critic of online censorship.
Yeah,
Don't you realize it's good for people? Don't you realize it's
to not be able to speak their mind?
People don't even know what they want to say half the time. Why not have a service that like an AI where you speak into it and it rearranges it so it gets what you mean?
I would be okay if we just censored Kamala Harris, right? I think she would be okay with that too. I think she'd be better in the polls if she just didn't say anything. That was, of course, the strategy.
Have you met her?
Of her campaign.
She's probably fun.
She's
fun.
You know who's fun?
Yeah.
I bet it's fun. And I like this is a rare moment of bipartisanship. No.
Okay.
Hunter Biden.
Well, of course. I would, with all due respect to you, I would vote for him over anyone in the race. Just because if we're going to end this thing, let's do it quick. Let's do it in 6 months.
I agree. Yo, me and everybody, me and like most of these motherfuckers here, we have had conversations with Hunter Biden. I mean, like, yo, we should just run him. They should just run him. We can get this motherfucker, you know what I mean? Right?
Dude, I want a crackhead for president so bad.
I think he would do better negotiating with foreign leaders than Kamala Harris.
Or a Floridian tweaker.
Yo, it would be like Dave Chappelle's sketch, you know what I mean? Or like his stand-up where he's like, imagine having a crackhead for president, you know what I mean? He'd be like, listen, man, I'll suck your dick, you know what I mean? And like my man's like, hang on, them finish. Oh man, yeah, I do. Like, yo, I think Hunter Biden, like, if we let him be president and then just run this motherfucker into the goddamn ground, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, fuck it.
Oh man, my cousin is like a hardcore Republican,
Yeah.
and she's like, you know what? I can't get behind you guys on is the anti-Hunter Biden stuff.
Yeah.
like that guy.
Right.
I guarantee he's fun. He's a fun guy to hang out with.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know about. I've met Kamala Harris once. I honestly don't know.
Yeah, if she's fine.
There's too much of a school marm thing going on.
Yeah,
I just don't know.
perhaps.
I don't think that would necessarily.
So
be
how
a
do
lot
you
of
deal?
fun.
You have all these. You have a bunch.
Okay,
Of, yeah.
Kamala Harris is
Yeah.
the person who, when you tell a really funny joke,
Yeah.
she like says, "Well, that was like kind of offensive."
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then I say, then I look at her and I go, "But you're a genius," and then she likes me again. Yeah.
Hunter Biden, if you tell a really offensive joke, he laughs his ass off and says, "Let's do another shot.
Let's do it again. Let's
Right?
light the house on fire." So how do you deal with this? You get into office. Now, people are all mad about Project 2025. People don't like it because it's a Heritage Foundation wrote a whole thing saying that, that you're going to dismantle the entire federal government and, sell it off for parts.
This is the craziest thing to me. So Project 2020, so Heritage is a nonprofit with no affiliation with the Trump campaign.
That's right.
They wrote a 900-page document, okay? If you take any 900-page document that exists anywhere in the world, I'm going to find something that I hate about it and something that I like about it, right? So they've tried to pick up every little thing that is unpopular and say, this is Trump's agenda. It has nothing to do with Trump.
Right.
But to your point, like, yeah, Donald Trump and I really do want to like make the federal bureaucracy smaller.
Yeah.
We think there are way too many
Well,
bureaucrats collecting a check. We
okay.
think that's bad for Americans because they have to pay those people's salaries. But most importantly, it's bad for Americans. Sometimes they're doing
Fine.
things like spying on their fellow citizens, which
Yeah.
is fundamentally bad. Okay, so here's a crazy story, and I just learned
think
more
he's
about this the
pooping.
past couple days. There was a Wall Street Journal story about how like the Chinese had hacked into the Verizon and AT&T networks, okay? You probably didn't see the story. It didn't make a whole lot of waves. My understanding is that part of the infrastructure that they hacked into was built on top of surveillance systems that were implemented in 2001, Patriot Act style stuff. So like, you know, we're
Yo, man, listen. So, I've sent like fucking pictures out. General, you still there?
I am. Hi.
Hi. What up, buddy? You remember I sent you pictures of like what systems the like fucking like warehouses are running on and shit? Have I ever sent you that?
You might have.
All right, so like our logistics chain runs on MS-DOS programs built in the 1970s.
Oh yeah. It's only a bunch of boomers that are maintaining it.
Yeah. The government's even worse.
Okay, but in relation to what JD Vance and Tim Dillon were just talking about, if you know, like they're kind of pulling back from Project 2025, why is it that Trump spent thousands of hours writing all 900 pages of Project 2025 himself by himself? I mean, that just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, because he was
Go
on,
ahead.
he was on a coke bender. I mean, like he needed something. to
Oh, right, yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so like, dude, I've had massive arguments over Project 2025 actually, with a few people. I don't think there is a universe where the worst things in those 900 pages are at all seen in or at all enacted in policy. I don't think that'll happen ever. And a lot of people that I argued with were talking about like how dystopian the United States would become if it did. And I'm like, but have you tried like looking into the Heritage Foundation? They have done this multiple times. The only reason people care now is because Trump campaign.
Okay.
They did this in 2014. They did this in 2018, if I remember correctly, where they wrote like these large documents spewing the same rhetoric, saying some of the same shit, and nothing happened.
Okay, this is something like, okay, I haven't read Project 2025 because it's 900 pages, right? And who the fuck has time for that? But like if you really want like I guess like I guess Project 2025 is it's a little bit like a manifesto or some shit like that, but you know,
Yeah.
without the school shooter bit.
Unfortunately.
I would say fortunately. But like if you're gonna release something like that, why can't you make it like instead of 900 pages, make it 90 pages, or you know what? Better yet, 9 pages. Like, why does it have to be so big so that no one can read it? Like, if you really want to convey a message, keep it short.
Okay,
Like, what
listen,
the fuck?
Or even better idea, make a YouTube video.
Yo, all right, so here's the
Alright,
thing,
so-
right? Like, so when you're talking about like the reason why it's 900 pages because all these fucks used to work for the government, and nothing the government does is like nothing. There is no paperwork coming out of the government that's less than 500 pages for like the dumbest shit.
Okay, this is what you do, right? And this is a little piece taken out of science literature, right? What you do is you write a 9-page article, and then you have like little footnotes, and then the footnotes link to something, and then like the entire thing can be 900 pages theoretically, but like you make it like 9 pages of actual like verbiage, and then everything just links to other shit that links to other shit.
Wait, what if even better, right? What if once like once a week you release 9 pages?
Oh, Okay, yeah, you could work with that.
Yeah, I mean, so over 2 years, you could release all 900, right? And it's something that like we could all fucking read. You know what I mean?
Or you get Dennis Prager to just make a YouTube video for there.
Because nobody wants to hear it from Dennis Prager. All right,
That's
nobody,
true. Yeah,
nobody wants to hear him.
He's not a good orator.
Actually, did you hear his recent take?
No.
He said that AI generated child porn is a constitutional right.
I'd stab him in the. Bro, listen, can we just throw him in the wood chipper, bro? Like,
right?
Like, listen, like, I'll be real. I'm tired of having to deal with, you know what I mean? Like, the anti-Semites on Discord, right? And he's making it worse. You know what I mean? Like, can we just throw him into a fucking wood chipper? Like,
But the anti-Semites are some of my best friends.
Dude, the worst part is that Alex Jones is actually more relatable than Dennis Prager.
Oh, of course he is.
Well, that's because he's not a Jew, right? But like,
talk about anti-Semites, jeez.
right. Yeah, it just is what it is. But like, yeah, fucking, that's because Alex Jones is a drunk, you know what I mean, from Texas, who just, you know what I mean, like, rattles on nonsense while he doesn't have a neck. You know, fucking, like, he's one of my favorite fucking people. I mean, watching shit.
No, I grew up listening to him on the radio.
Yo, me too. Well, I mean, not on the radio, but like, I grew up. Well, I'm not gonna say grew up. I worked like from like 18 to like 28. I was listening to him every fucking day and shit. Like pirated internet sites and back in the fucking day. But yeah, like fucking, and remember, like you had to download his podcast, just like First Take back in the day. You used to download the fucking podcast and then listen to it and shit because you couldn't watch
before
it.
YouTube really kicked off.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So, but like all this shit, you know what I mean, as an in general thing, it just it's dumb, right? And it's gay, and like fucking the whole like Project 2025 thing is dumber than gayer. And half of the reason why the Fed exists is because like all y'all states in the Midwest and the West Coast shouldn't exist. Right? Like half of y'all should all be like fucking like 5 of your states should be one state. That way at least you have the tax base to have actual institutions.
Nah, I'm a Missouri isolationist. That's where I'm at now. So you know what? Fine.
I understand.
I can't believe that you're actually like proposing congregationalism. Like when I know that you're a balkanizer.
Yeah.
Like,
No. That's what I'm saying. They should balkanize together, right? Like, you know, what I mean,
that's the opposite. Balkanizing together is the opposite of balkanization. That's insanity.
No. Like, you know, if they go together, right? It's like, for instance, right? Say like, if you know, what I mean, like, I don't know, like Poland and I don't know, fucking Ukraine, right? Wanted to escape the USSR. They just like go together and like leave as one entity. You know what I mean? That's still balkanization.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I guess what would you call that? Convergent balkanization? I don't even fucking.
This is called balkanization, right? Because that's what it is, right? So like, if the Midwest just like gathered their shit together and said "fuck you, we're out," right? You know what I mean? Like, because what you need is like. So all right, I'll give you a for instance. The city where I grew up had a 12% graduation, right?
That's a pretty good number.
It's great, bro.
It's because the East Coast is stupid.
Yeah. But here's what they did, right? So like after it fell down to like the point where it was just unrecoverable by like the local administration or whatever, the state came in, the State Department of Education came in and just ran it. You know what I mean? And got it back on track. Right? Anywhere else that happened, like for instance, it happened in St. Louis and Chicago a couple times. The feds had to come in because you're not real states, right? You don't have like the ability to take care of these things. You don't have the funding, that type of thing. Right.
I would like to counter that argument with that is not why. It's because St. Louis is filled with blackies, and
so's my city. So's the city I'm talking about. Right.
And I was gonna go into a pseudo like Democrat argument, be like, and like systemic racism, and you know.
Yeah. Right. Like literally. It's because like they closed down the steel mills here, right? Because this is a steel place, right? It's what we did, right? It's Appalachian steel, fucking, you know, whatever, right? And like, so when they did that, all the jobs left, so all the like money left and the tax base left, and like we ended up having a city with like, you know, the inside the city limits was like 50,000 residents and 5,000 taxpayers. Bit of an issue, you know what I'm saying? And
Well,
so the city could not uphold its fucking bargain, and so the state had to come in and fucking fix things, right? But see, anywhere else, it would be like, nah, I mean, like in New York, they'd take care of it. In Massachusetts, they'd take care of it. Virginia, Maryland, they would take care of it on their own. But the feds would come in if it was in, like, say, I don't know, fucking Michigan, right? Or fucking Kansas or Missouri or Arkansas. The feds would come in and fix it because there's nobody else who could because the state doesn't have the capability.
okay, what about this, right? Because I think this is actually quite reasonable. Um, human beings have been breeding dogs for, thousands of years. We domesticated them, and we bred dogs to do certain things. Like a Jack Russell Terrier was a mouser or a ratter. One of those dachshunds, they were good at, I don't know, eating gophers or whatever shit they did. Um, but like at a certain point, some dogs, they kind of outlive their usefulness, and then either they die out or they just become funny little pets they would keep around. And what if it's the same thing with mankind? Like, what if we bred a whole bunch of people to give us a whole bunch of coal, and now we don't need the coal anymore. And so now, that group of people just needs to go away, and that's just it. That's the whole game.
Why
What's
say
wrong with that?
balkanization, bro? I mean, Appalachia should balkanize them.
So here's my thought. Okay, like not even trolling here. I've over time become more of like a federalist, right? So
Yeah.
like I think that that's not pro-fed, it's the opposite, by the way. I think that all states should be left to fend completely for themselves independently. And I don't think the Fed should intervene in anything that involves any state. In fact, if they do it all, it should come at a price. As to, prevent that even further from occurring.
Well, that's
So
how
like
that
for
works.
example,
That's how it works already.
right. Well, no, it's not, because the Fed still interferes directly with state business. So for example, if you go right now and I don't know, create a 3D printed fully automatic machine gun, right? That's not the state that'll get involved. It'll be, if anything, the state will be on doing so on the behest of the Fed, which I don't think should even be an option on the table. I think the Fed should be completely disallowed from involving itself in state business, just period. And I mean this as far as if Florida gets hit with an hurricane, well, you better fucking figure it out. Maybe build your buildings better, because the Fed isn't going to fucking save you. Go fuck yourself. And that's kind of like how I see it. And I think,
is that a constitutionalist perspective where you're like, well, all states must abide by, the Bill of Rights and whatnot?
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the Fed should only interfere in so much as if a state creates a law that directly violates the Constitution.
Wait a minute. Right. So like, this is an
and
issue.
that means Supreme Court specifically would get involved.
Yeah, I mean that's really why we're here right now, is because that's what goes on.
But I'm also like a hardcore, like staunch constitutionalist fanatic. So
yeah, but what about like interstate shit?
Well, that's actually under the Constitution. But I mean, under that, I mean,
yeah. No, I'm saying no. What I'm saying is so like when you have interstate trade, right, or like you have criminals going interstate, or if you have like a company that operates interstate, right, and they decide that like they don't want to like have to have equality or whatever the case is the feds have to intervene?
Well, I mean, under the Constitution, they would have to, because it's
saying.
an interstate issue.
And
but I mean, what that would also mean is it's actually
again.
it's quite clear, right? Like for instance, Trump, and I think this is actually incredibly wise, and I'm very much in favor with Trump on this issue. As far as I know, the Constitution never said anything about abortion, which means that the federal government has no stance in dictating how the states deal with abortion. If California wants to abort their children, post birth, and West Virginia wants to say there's no abortions, period, that is up to the states. That should never have been touched by the federal government whatsoever, right?
Yeah, well, what it also means, to add even more to that, let's say for some reason, since I know you're a big fanatic of this concept, Pnoid, let's say for some reason we actually repealed the 19th, right? That means that you have, like, say, California, if they wanted to make it illegal for men to vote, that would be fine. And if Missouri wanted to make it illegal for women to vote, that would also be fine because it would be repealed from the Constitution or whatever. Actually, technically, it would end up just being overlapped. So basically, what it allows to happen is states to effectively rule themselves, again, so long as it abides by what the Constitution says, also giving more power to the Constitution, because currently it doesn't really mean anything when the Fed literally has control of your day-to-day life. What this also means is that the ATF would cease to exist because it would actually become a criminal institution the moment you focus on a more federalist state.
Yep.
Now,
I mean,
that's not a perfect system, but I've heard far worse.
All right. So, which Constitution are you talking about? At what time period?
Right now.
I mean, everything.
Well, no, it wouldn't stay. I just told you several things that would change. So, like, the things that you would want to change, like the 19th Amendment to the Constitution, would actually have way more room for debating, because let's say there is a state where they want, like Oklahoma would probably be one of them, they wanted to bar women from voting. Then in that moment, they would actually have more ability to want that to be removed from the Constitution. And then once that was removed from the Constitution, well, at that point, they can do whatever they can do whatever they want. They can totally ban women from voting.
Have you looked at the Constitution?
I don't think the Constitution has changed at all since I was a kid, or even before that.
I mean, like, I feel where you are, but like, have you actually like looked at the rest of the amendments after? I mean, like up to like the 29th one or whatever it is.
Man, I haven't read all the amendments since high school. My primary focus is the first and second, and I think a federalist system would enable the Second Amendment to matter
What I'm saying is, like, your system would be fine, right, if you just went back to the original 10. You know what I mean?
No,
and the articles. I like your Constitution. Very nice. How much?
Right.
Well, what is name one constitutional amendment that has been good after the first 10?
Oh, I think the 19th Amendment's fine.
That's insanity.
No, people like to label the 19th Amendment as being a women's right to vote amendment, which I don't agree with, because it doesn't specify women anywhere in it. So it says that you cannot discriminate based on sex. That's all that says.
Yeah, but you should be able to, obviously.
I mean, that's up for debate, but I'm okay with it. What?
What about
we can
the
debate that
17th
real
Amendment?
quick. Women get to send us to war without having to go to war themselves, and they have way different priorities. And it's led to the insanity we're seeing today.
I think that, for example, the draft system is a broken mess. But that is, like, I think, separate from the Constitution itself. But I do think that, yes, that in fact that the draft should be equal. If you want equality, it should be equality across the board.
The
right?
draft is not necessarily the issue. I'm kind of in favor of men being drafted and women, staying at home. The issue is when women get to vote. That is fundamentally the issue.
Well, I'm actually just full-blown anti-draft. So I think if you're not willing to defend your country in a time of crisis, the country doesn't deserve to exist.
Or if you're not willing to defend your country in a time of crisis, you ought not deserve the right to vote, like that Starship Trooper style. But
I mean, that's not unfair. No.
But also, come on, man. Like, I think that we all know that, like, probably women shouldn't have the right to vote because they're silly.
I mean, so the reason why I don't really like arguing on that is because if I had it my way, half of the people, and actually not, I'll take that back. 60% of the population wouldn't be voting.
Good.
If I had it my
it should
way,
be even less.
if I had it
I
my
agree.
way, the only people that would be voting would be property owners. So
Cool.
that would be my stance. Well, that and the military. Those would be the
I
only
would-
two people that would be voting.
And I would also say net taxpayers.
I
Anybody with a
know.
stake
I
in the
know.
system.
No, I don't even think taxpayers should vote. I think it's
No,
literally should only
net
be.
taxpayers, not welfare state recipients.
Oh,
so you would
okay.
repeal both the 19th and the 17th Amendment.
Yeah, I would probably actually I'm gonna take this even further. If I really had it my way, it would just be an empire. Okay. So like I'm just gonna be real with you. When it comes
I too would have it that way. American Empire.
I think that our number of amendments should match our number of presidents. Every time we elect a new president, they should get one free amendment.
And if I didn't want to go empire, and if I felt that if people felt that was too much, and if I really wanted to keep it a quote unquote democracy, I would instead make it a lotocracy, which means that I would literally make everything a lottery based system. So you're not actually voting at all for like particular candidates. What's actually happening is it's jury duty. You don't actually want to be president. You're going to be as upset for being president as you would be for having to be forced to be a juror. So it's one of those things where like if I really wanted to hone down on it, I don't think voting as a system is really like the best system because it's too easy to manipulate people into voting in ways that are negative to the progress of the country you reside in. But I also love lotocracies. I think they're a cool concept.
I would like conquer all of Europe, make them like work in like factories or wherever. They can go eat their little placenta stew while we benefit from their labor.
Well, it's like for example, I've stated for a while that I have the perfect cure for illegal immigration, and it's called conquer Mexico.
No. Okay, look, I think that I have a very solid plan, right? We leave Mexico alone. That's a wasp's nest, and you don't want to stick your dick into a wasp's nest. What you do is maybe some people feel differently, but what you do is you build a big wall between us and Mexico, and then you annex Canada and Greenland. Those are ours now. Go fuck yourself. Is Denmark really going to put up a fight? Fuck no.
Hold on, you don't understand. Okay, so see, you actually tapped into like part 2 of my plot. Okay. So you conquer Mexico, all right, and then you tell them that in order for Mexico to become part of our country, really, they have to we basically draft as many people as possible from Mexico and then have them conquer Canada as part of their citizenship program.
Well, I think that really we're in agreement that America should control all of North America because fuck you, this is our continent.
Yes.
Yeah, 100%.
Nobody wants Canada.
I want it for their freedom and oil.
Yeah, so I want Canada.
Want freedom.
I mean, I want to give them freedom so we can get their oil.
Well, you see, but here's the other thing too, right? Because people say conquering Canada might be difficult because They might acquire naval support from their entire, or they might use their navy, their 2 entire submarines from the 1980s. So
Did we at least solve Quebec?
what you do to stop them from trying to flee their country or anything like that is you pay the Somali pirates to raid the coasts of Canada.
Also, what do they have?
They'd welcome them with open arms.
They have an entire military of 800 moose riders that are constantly drinking maple syrup. Honestly, it's threatening, but it's not that threatening. I'm pretty sure an M1 Abrams can take out a lot of them.
Well, you know what's really threatening is you send in the Haitians to eat their dogs and cats.
Ooh, that's rough.
Yeah.
I don't know if we want to go that heavy on them.
I hate
I'm sitting here
Canada.
going over to
Well, I mean, why don't we just send all of those immigrants to Canada?
Exactly.
Well, Canada's already filled with a whole bunch of street shitters, so it's kind of saturated.
Give them anyway.
Okay,
That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to push all the lefty weirdos way up into North Canada, way up in the Northern Territory.
Just let them keep Quebec.
Yeah, we put them all into Quebec, and then we bomb it.
I don't think that Quebec would be happy about it. They're the most based part of Canada.
I mean,
don't
way
agree.
up north. Way
They're too
north,
much. They're way too French for me. But so what were you saying about the Constitution, Pnoid?
I'm going over the Constitution. I have it up.
What are we looking for?
Here, looking transportation aid. That's repeat. How this shit? Old tap. Other than there was one passed, all very in the election of citizens. That's the end. Last one was passed in
Yeah.
Right, and that just had to do it. But all right, so all these things, right, that are all these amendments. First 10's just right, everybody knows you. Right. The rest of it is like our part other anti-slavery life, and then one about persons naturally the fucking what the hell is it called? Fucking the repeal of right, we're like
Yeah.
That was the 18th.
The most insane amendment to ever exist. Yeah.
Yeah. Intoxicating. Prohibition. Yeah. But yeah, so okay. The problem that I have with going back to, the Constitution, we already live by the Constitution as it is. The problem is the amount of power in the executive branch that was vested there by the legislative branch and backed up by the judiciary, right? You're just going to end up back here again, right?
Well, no, the only reason we are where we are right now was because of the results of the Civil War. So before the Civil War, it was a wholly federalist system. And then after that ended, the Fed took a lot of power that it shouldn't have taken. But the war was over. So
what power do you think that they able to.
So like one of the things that they did, right, like later on, I can't remember what did they do immediately.
Go to sleep.
Yeah, well, I mean, freeing all the slaves, like, so like, although I would argue that slavery, as harsh as it sounds, is a social issue, and I think social issues generally should be chosen by the state. So in other words, like for example, abortion, like mentioned earlier, is a social issue that should not be dictated by the Fed. Prohibition is a social issue that shouldn't be dictated by the Fed. Now, granted, the only reason I would be okay with like the freeing the slaves and all that shit and giving them the right to vote is because that is within the purview of the Fed to maximize votes. So it makes sense. But yeah, like shit like that. The ATF was a pretty big problem that came out of I believe the 20s, which 1920s, which I think was a massive overreach. Or was it the ATF? Sorry, that was the
FBI.
FBI.
Yeah. Well, I think it was the IRS too, right? So, but yeah, like, but these are things that shouldn't have existed. Like, dude, like, for example, the idea of the Patriot Act existing pre-Civil War is like fighting words. That's like insane, right? It's like insane overreach. Actually, technically speaking, the FBI is insane overreach in many regards, and so is the ATF. The ATF is just a walking violation of the Second Amendment. The idea too of like making it illegal for felons to possess firearms, for instance, I think is an insane overreach from the Fed. And yes, I do in fact think that felons should be armed like everybody else.
Same.
So like the point of the matter is though is that yeah, like that's a lot of shit that just shouldn't exist, and that has been allowed to exist post Civil War, and I think that we need to go back to a more federalist focus. And actually another big one, which you kind of hinted at earlier, like giving the president full power when it comes to dictating war policy is fucking nuts. So like
No,
I
mean,
don't
no. So like you do need one guy in charge in war.
no, okay, so I do think we should be one guy in charge of the war. I don't think that one guy should be a politician.
It has to be a civilian according to the Constitution. That's the whole point of commander in chief.
Yeah,
they cover off on this on the interview right here with Vance.
I'm pretty sure before that, wasn't it generals that dictated it? Like well before, like in the 60s.
What do you mean 60s of what?
Yeah, they had like a 5-star general was a thing, and that like a general of the army that dictated a lot of that.
All right, so here's how this works. So basically, the president isn't absolutely in charge of like like troop movement, all that type of shit. He delegates authority to like usually one guy, right? So it'd be like the head of command, right? So whoever's running like the entirety of the operation, that'll be a military guy, right? It'd usually be a guy coming out of West Point, some guy who's already proved himself, a Patton.
Okay, but I agree with that.
Eisenhower would be a good example of this. Eisenhower ran the war for FDR, right, in World War
II. But here's my question, right? Although that is typically how it works, that doesn't mean that the president can't dictate the specific movements of the soldiers. Okay. And I don't think that should be allowed.
No, the president doesn't, and he never will, right? The president doesn't do this. Now what does happen is if a general, right, is fucking up, the president can remove.
Yes.
That's important to have.
Sure.
The president is the strategist, and the general is the tactician.
Yeah,
they employ
says, this is our
military
goal.
Strategy.
Right. So
right.
No von. So your von Clausewitz, fucking Poopot. You know your fucking whatchamacallit? You know your fucking von Clausewitz.
Yeah, I know who Poopot is. Yeah.
No, do you know
or
von
Pol
Clausewitz? No, you know
Oh,
you know
no,
your
no,
von
no, no,
Clausewitz.
no, no, no.
All right, so
No.
von Clausewitz is a really famous, right? Saying politics is a continuation of war is a continuation of politics by other means.
Yes.
Right.
I've heard that before.
Yeah. So basically, the president says these are our political goals, right? And then he sends a general and goes, "Listen, general, these are our political goals. I need you to fucking make sure that this shit fucking happens. As far as this is what I want."
Actually, you know what? I fucked up this argument. I know what I was trying to say.
Okay,
I
go
figured it out. My issue is the president being able to declare war without the approval of Congress. That's what I was bitching about.
Okay, all right, yeah. That's new. That's a 2000.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Right.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? This came out in Korea. I'm gonna go with Korea. It was the first time. No, this is
I'm
always
pretty sure.
This has
I'm
always
pretty sure
been
it was
a thing.
Bush.
No, this has no. The Korea was a police action, right? Vietnam was a police action. The Banana Wars were police action, right? There's been a bunch. Like, this goes back a ways.
Yeah, I'm looking it up now. So apparently it goes back further than that. It says the quasi war with France, also known as the undeclared war with France, is considered the first undeclared war in U.S. history. The conflict took place between 1798 and 1800. And then after that, you're right, it is the Korean War, the Vietnam, Afghanistan, and Iraq. So
this is like an old thing, right?
Yeah, but which I still think should not be something that should be allowed and is technically not, but nobody ever enforces that. Like, I could make the argument that George Bush, by this standard, is a war criminal. Same thing with Truman, and same thing with well, actually I think that's it. Would it be just Truman? Oh wait, did Truman also declare war or fight in Vietnam? Was that Truman that decided that too?
No. That was Johnson.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Whatever. Anyway, but the thing is that no, I think it's just absurd. I think it's absurd overreach.
I'm sitting here looking. And where's
I want
basically declared war. It's not giving me a conflict.
$11.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look up how many conflicts we're in that aren't technically
We've
wars.
we've been in 113 million.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this goes way back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, which I think is really fucked up. And it fucked up in that I don't think that we should be at war with people without our representatives agreeing on it.
I agree.
That's why they have to move to religious wars, because after Vietnam, people started to get, well, way after Vietnam, like during Vietnam, everyone was rah rah America, stop the commies, which I disagree with. I don't think we should really give a fuck what's going on with communists in East Asia. Like, who cares?
Look, I'm gonna be honest. I'm pretty pro war. Okay, like I'm not like an anti-war person, but at the same time, right? Like, I do think that if you're going to go to war, for whatever reason, maybe you're bored, that should require like approval from the representatives that people fucking vote for.
I don't think whatever reason is sufficient. There has to be a really damn good reason.
I disagree. I think I should be able to go to war or want to go to war because I'm bored. I should be able to wake up one day and be like, kill brown people.
Okay, all right.
I mean, go ahead. Nothing's stopping you.
Okay, all right. So check this out. So out of those 11 times, right?
Oh God.
All right, check this out. So out of those 11 times, 5 of them, right? So we declared war against Germany,
Damn.
and then against Italy, right? And then against Bulgaria, and then against Hungary, and then against Romania, right? All of those were declared war against, right? World War I, it was also we declared war against Austria-Hungary, right? And then Germany before that, and then the Spanish-American War, right? And then we declared war Mexico. So every other country out the fucking Congress.
Yeah, that's retarded. Yeah, but no, it's one of those things where, like, in my point of view, well, part of it is that like one of the reasons we're a superpower is because of all the conflicts and wars we've been in. And one of those things is that if we only went to war out of defensive purposes, we would just be Canada. We would just have like 2 submarines, and nah, fuck that.
Half of these.
Oh yeah, like dude, like most people don't even realize we went back to Somalia. Like Obama got into office and decided we needed to go back to fight in Somalia.
How about fucking what was fucking first, second Barbary? There was 2 wars.
Yeah.
Right, the Puget Sound War, Rogue River War, Chemo. Right. 5.
Well, I mean, hold on. To be fair, out of the ones we declared, right, were we even actually involved though? Because like, there's a lot of circumstances where you can declare war and then just not actually participate. So, like, for example, whenever we went to war in Afghanistan, there was like, I think like 50 something countries that declared war too, and then like none of them participated. It was like only a select few. Like I believe in the first Gulf War specifically. I mean, there were a bunch of people countries declared war and did nothing.
Yeah,
it was mostly
we didn't even declare war.
I know, but I'm saying other countries did. So, and they didn't do anything. So my question is, how many of the 11 that we did declare war in did we actually send troops?
10 troops.
Okay.
Right, Spanish American, fucking Mexican American, World War One.
Yeah, one of my
and the Revolution. Those are the only times.
One of my family guns is the main rifle used during the Mexican American War. It was the Krag Jorgensen. It's a fun gun.
Nobody even has the Boxer Rebellion. Right, we were invaded.
Dude, if you went to school, you would like when I went to school, I honestly thought the only wars we were ever involved in was Korea, Vietnam, and World War I and II.
I mean, like, Revolution.
And then the Revolution and Civil War. No, we didn't learn about the 1812. We didn't learn that at all.
Oh, we learned.
It was not even a mention. It's just like during the social movement with the black people and stuff, right? If I would have thought that like Martin Luther King was the only black man to have ever existed. Because
if you're like watching this,
I'm looking.
Look at it. Russian Civil War. We lost. And look at all these areas involved on the side of Russia. Try to maintain. Still lost.
Yeah. Fun fact, invading Russia has historically always been a terrible idea.
I agree.
Because the Russians are fucking insane. they will burn their entire country to the ground before they let you have like any of the dirt. They're nuts. They did that to Napoleon. They did that to Hitler. They did that. God, what was the other guy? There's a guy in the middle there somewhere. Fuck. But anyway, they've historically done this over and over and over again because the Russians are fucking insane. And they got Muslims living there now. So,
right, like we lost the Bolsheviks, right? We fucking lost the Koreans, lost the Vietnamese, fought the Laotian Civil War, right? The Promesta Rebellion, won the Lebanon crisis. Fucking the Bay of Pigs.
Well, I mean, to be fair, like one of the reasons we probably lost those two is because America has this retard strategy of using the rebels in the region to fight on our behalf, and then it's like a coin toss as to whether or not it works, like that proxy war shit, which I just don't. I'm not a fan of proxy wars at all. It's like just go. I might go all the way in or not at all. That's my point of view.
Cambodians, right now, lost that. Right. Well, look, we won in Grenada. Bombing of.
Yeah.
All four. That's intervention.
And we went back.
Fucking lost fucking all you were Bosnia war. All the dictators.
We fed them cats.
I mean, listen, barbecue is still in charge of hate. Right out of the Kosovo War, right? You know what I mean? Fucking lost that motherfucker, right? 21st century. We're in Afghanistan, Taliban. Yemen, I think Yemen won. Fucking who? Iraq War, that. Pakistan, yes.
Yeah. There it is.
Operation Oak.
Oh, I think that's Somali pirates, I believe.
Okay, yeah. International intervention in Libya. Apparently, Niger, hottest one. Yes, that's another civil war. Does anybody even know what?
No, I actually did not know we went and did that in Syria.
Let me see.
2014 to present. Fucking the intervention.
Oh, yeah. This was part of Operation Inherent Resolve, and it also included Iraq as well. This was to deal with ISIS, basically.
Oh. They're named after Egyptian goddess. Retards.
Prosperity.
What the fuck is that name? What do they do? Just shoot rainbow flags at the enemy? Is that what happened?
Like a present multinational action shit. Yeah, Prosperity Guardian, yeah.
Supported by the Seychelles. The fuck are they doing? Just cheering them on?
Bro, listen, look at these come back. United States, UK, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, Bahrain, Seychelles. So why do you need? Yes, money, but it's up against.
I guess they're just clapping them on. I don't know.
It's up against the Houthis. That's it. Fucking ridiculous. But anyway, let's get back to JD.
Well, I gotta run because my girlfriend's getting mad at me. So anyway, later.
Don't hang her.
Later.
worried about the civil libertarian element of that, and rightfully so. Like, I don't want American citizens to be spied on, but the more important in some ways is we're creating a backdoor in our own technology networks that our enemies are now using.
Right.
Like, that's crazy.
Right.
And again, no one is going to accept responsibility for it. No one's going to say, oh, we screwed up, let's do something different. This is the biggest problem I have. Like, all policy disagreements aside, the refusal of people to take responsibility and say, you know what, I screwed up.
Right.
Okay? That is the biggest thing that's messed up about American government and politics. Like, look, I had a lot of friends. I mean, I was 18 years old. What the hell did I know? I supported the Iraq War when I was 18 years old.
Me too.
I feel bad about that.
Yeah.
I genuinely feel bad that as a high school senior in Middletown, Ohio, who then enlisted in the United States Marine Corps, like, I did my part, I feel bad about it.
Yeah.
There are people in
Well,
Washington.
I stopped short of that. I was, I supported it in backyards, yelling, watching a lot of Fox, but I stopped quite short
Look,
of.
man, we
yeah.
all have to
we all
serve.
do our
we have
own
to
thing.
serve in our
Yeah.
in our own roles,
That's
right? We all
right.
have a part to play. But the guys who pushed it,
Yeah.
they're still collecting $multi-$100,000 a year salaries.
They're on
from think tanks.
MSNBC.
They're on MSNBC.
Yeah.
They still have influence, and they've never said we screwed up. Like, that is the thing that bothers me the most about Washington, D.C. is nobody accepting responsibility for failure. Because if you can't do that, you can't fix the problem.
Well, now it seems to be that we're shoehorning domestic issues into foreign policy, meaning that you can no longer sell a war by saying we're there to democratize a country.
Yep.
Or we are there to preemptively invade a country before they attack us. But we can say we are there so that drag queens in whatever in Russia can have more of a say. In
Well,
something.
you asked why we were in Afghanistan
Yeah.
for 20 years. It's like because the Afghanis really needed to learn about gender studies
Right.
and the importance
Yeah.
of the non-binary gender approach that
Right.
we have in the United States of America. No,
yeah.
I mean, you think I'm kidding?
Yeah.
Your tax dollars,
Yeah.
my tax dollars, were funding programs in a country where a lot of people didn't have running water.
Yeah.
We're funding programs to teach people that there were non-binary genders out there.
That I do agree with because it is fun. And I do want to see someone with a Kalishnikov
I'm sure it was really
standing
fun.
in the rubble and then someone explaining that to them, to me, is fun. And that I support that.
I'm sure the Taliban had a lot of
yeah.
fun learning about
But
87
why-
genders. That's probably
Yeah.
true.
Why can't a 7-year-old consent to a life-altering medical surgery? Is it because you guys are fascist? I don't understand. Like, why wouldn't you allow an 8-year-old to fully transition?
Not only that, but they want us to use our tax dollars to try to force other countries to follow this ridiculous pathway.
Yes.
Which, by the way, like I know a little bit about your politics. I know
Yeah.
you're like pretty libertarian. Like,
Yeah.
this is actually something I agreed with the old guard left about.
Yeah.
That we should be, whether it's in defense or whether
Yeah.
it's in medical industry, we
Right.
should be worried about when a profit motivated entity
Yeah.
tries to manipulate government policy.
Right.
And right now we have pharma companies making billions of dollars off of cross-sex hormones for children.
Right.
And nobody on the left is like, that's kind of weird that the very people who are getting rich off of this are also lobbying the American Medical Association and the U.S. government to force this on American citizens.
It should have, I think it should have stopped. The show Glee was great. Everyone was singing and everyone was happy. No, it truly was. And like people weren't, it wasn't so contentious, but then it got to a point where somebody like me, who's been a gay out of the closet person for 15 years, I'm going, why in God's name would a 5-year-old, a 7-year-old, a 12-year-old, a 14-year-old be taking puberty blocking hormones, be transitioning, be making, leave kids alone, leave people alone. It's
yes.
very simple. A lot of gay people feel that way. There are trans
they do.
people that feel that way.
Yeah.
There are people all over the spectrum that feel that way. None of them are ever listened to.
Yes.
It is the most extreme, loudest voices in that movement that are listened to only.
Yeah, well, what really radicalized me on this issue.
Well, if you know your Kaczynski, right? You know what I mean? Like, Kaczynski spoke about this. Literally said, fucking how the system works. He wrote about this in System Needs, right? Is that like the powers that be follow, like, like at a distance behind the radicals, and I mean because they do want that change to happen, and that's what like a lot of people, anything that comes out of like colleges and universities and schools, are changes that the system wants, because like the rebellion is always co-opted towards, you know what I mean, like shit that the system needs, and this is why I've been saying forever that. I mean, what the corporations want are androgynous motherfucking office drones that are just going to sit there and consume Starbucks coffee and massive amounts of like prescription drugs forever. You're relying upon them, so they'll just keep working and doing whatever they need to do, and they'll, you know, what I mean, pay them, you know, what I mean, basically like, you know, fucking enough wages that they can just stay on fucking credit and drive the system forward and contribute to the 401k system and keep perpetuating the system. That's all this really is in the end of the day. But motherfuckers really don't want to look at it that way, because like that means that like, oh, this is a system problem, and you know what I mean, we don't know how to like have a substantial change in the entirety of the system.
I was actually talking to a friend who, you know, like really disagrees with my views on transgender politics, and I mean, frankly, like kind of rejected our friendship because I came out against this. I came out in support of banning gender transition for minors during my Senate campaign. And like what really radicalized actually is during that conversation, she said something to me that I was like, wait a second, is this real? She said the hormonal therapy for minors is totally reversible. Right, so the way they sell this is it just delays puberty, but then if you stop taking the drugs, everything resumes as normal. That is totally and profoundly false.
It can't be true. There's no way that's true.
When I heard it, I was like, that sounds totally effing crazy.
Yeah.
It turns out
also,
it
let's
is
say that
actually
was true.
crazy.
Also, not a great policy.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if it was true, probably not good.
Even if it was true, probably not good, because like, you know, you don't want 30-year-olds going through puberty, right?
Yeah.
But like, even if it was true, problem, but it's not true.
Yeah.
Right? Kids have permanent sexual dysfunction, permanent like serious health problems when they take this stuff, which is totally predictable. Like again, one of the lifelong, or the humanity long lessons we should take is that when we intervene in things in unexpected ways, whether it's a war or trying to interrupt a biological process, we very often screw up. Right?
Yes.
You need evidence before you really do something like this.
I just don't know how we got in this country to why can't a 9-year-old girl have a beard? I don't know where from Glee everyone's saying was gay enough, perhaps too gay, and then it went to a place where
like
it goes,
happy.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Happy, So okay. I've actually heard this, and I'm not a gay guy, but I've heard this from gay friends of mine.
Man, damn it, we would have. You want to talk about virality? I'm talking about going viral.
Yeah, that would have made some headlines.
Do you think you know who will win the presidential election, or how many seats the Democrats or Republicans will win in the House or Senate? Well, there's finally a legal way to bet on the outcome of these elections via a
skip.
Is cool.
Simple that there's all this crap in the middle, but like when you have a person go on cross-sex hormones, they put on super petite dresses and high heels, and they act like the most stereotypical version of a girl, a male transitioning to female. It's like, okay, well, wait a second, is the gender stereotypical binary bad? Or is it actually good? Because every time somebody takes these hormones, they start acting like, Dylan Mulvaney.
No, what happens, I think, when we've allowed the debate to be defined by a very extreme portion.
That's right.
Who it's not about logic, it's about people throwing tantrums and people going, you have to agree with me, I'm going to compel you to agree with me. Absolutely, kids should be left alone. My parents were boomers. I was ignored. I was left alone to do, whatever.
Yeah.
And, perhaps that's not great, but we shouldn't be telling.
You turned out okay.
I turned out fine, No, I'm not the vice president, you know what I mean? But, I have a Rolls Royce. So here's, But the thing is,
I think you're winning in that trade-off. I can't even drive anymore thanks to the Secret Service.
But it's gonna get blown up soon.
That is crazy. That the presidents can never drive again, like ever. Like George Bush, Jr. or whatever. George W. He is only allowed to drive on his property. He's never allowed to drive on a road again in his life.
Was the side assumed?
Yeah, that's fucking crazy. And I couldn't imagine not being able to drive. Like, bro, I couldn't drive. They were like, yo, you want to be president, Tom Pease? And I'd be like, nah, nigga, I like driving. That would be what it is.
I'll tell you, that's going to be. But I'll tell you this. I don't see why we're telling kids about critical race theory or gender theory? Why are we not educating people in math, in reading, in science? Why are we indoctrinating children? And I don't know too many people who are for that. If you meet people in the real world, none of them go. That's
correct.
5-year-olds should learn about identity politics, and nobody's for that.
No, nobody is, and
very few people are.
And this one I actually feel very personally passionate about because this like affects my family, right?
Yeah.
And my wife and I talk about this all the time. So her parents, born and raised in South India, they moved to San Diego a couple years before she was born. So she's born and raised in San Diego, right? Okay, so she is Indian American, but she's like the most assimilated. Like she's an American, right? Fundamentally, she's an American. And we talk about like, okay, we were able to fall in love in part because we grew up in the 90s where everybody was like, yeah, okay, it's not perfect. Obviously, there's still racism out there. But like, judge people based on who they are, not on these like immutable characteristics on their skin color.
I kind of do feel the way about him, like fucking being married to a street shitter. Like, no matter what we do, there's going to be a street shitter in the goddamn fucking White House.
They're Caucasian.
I mean, again, street shitter though.
But they're our street shitter.
No, street shitter. Right? Like there's a lot of people, a lot of races who are ahead of them right now. Right? Like actual African Americans, right? You know what I mean? Like actual people from here, not Kenyans, right? But like actual motherfucking African Americans, right? There's motherfucking like Puerto Ricans, there's Italians, there's Mexicans. Like all these people are in line. Chinese even, I'll be honest with you. All right? All these people are in line before the street shitters. And for some reason, like they keep trying to think they can just jump the fucking line. And this is fucking bullshit. Jews. Right?
Yep.
All of them.
The Jews are the original people.
I mean, like all these fucking people as a whole have a right to like jump the line. But they have a right to like, fucking run. You know what I mean? As far as I'm concerned, because like they've done their time here and fucking built this bitch. There ain't an Indian in America to build a fucking thing. Let's keep it 100% honest. You know what I mean? Like, fuck that, bro. I don't know why it is they think they have a right to even fucking have any say in our fucking politics or even run for fucking office. It's fucking bullshit.
Just judge people based on whether you have similar values, et cetera, right?
Because
we
England.
Ain't even went to war with India.
It's because England.
Well, we ain't even went to war with India.
Yeah, but they were colonized by England as we were. We're just an extension of the British Empire, especially after, the great assimilations.
Yeah, but we're not English. I mean,
Are we not?
No, I'm not.
I mean,
I'm
kind
not
of.
English.
None of us are, but the.
I'm not even like genetically English.
It has nothing to do with the people. It just has to do with the title of the land.
Again, like none of us, like, I mean, there's a small population like English, but like there's vast majority more who, are not and who have been here a long time. And, like the Irish isn't, well, actually we had the Kennedy and Biden were both, so they, but they do have a right to run. You know what I mean? Fucking Scottish, fucking the Germans, Italians, the motherfucking any of the Hispanics, Puerto Ricans in particular, right? I'd like to see Cubans, right? You know what I mean? All these people have a right to run. You know what I mean? I'd even argue, right? I mean, Chinese and Japanese have a right to run, right? I wouldn't vote for them, but like they have a right, and they probably wouldn't get elected because we don't really like Asians as a whole. We like them, but to a certain point, to a certain extent. You know what I mean? Hawaiians, you know what I mean? Right? All these Eskimos, Inuit, as it's called today, right? All these people, they have a right. Indian ain't got no fucking right at all, as far as I'm concerned. Not Native American. Oh my God, like, bro, could you imagine a Native American? That'd be cool as fuck. I'd vote for a Native American, bro. Like, listen, man, hopped up on stage looking like John Redcorn and shit. Like, come on, dog. I'd vote for him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Everyone needs to chew leather between 6 and 9 p.m.
You must bring me fire water. Look at Down 100%, bro. Like I'd vote for that motherfucker. Come on now, like fucking bullshit. I'd vote for a Native American female before I'd vote for motherfucking a goddamn fucking hit shitter.
And because of that, we met, fell in love. We had a family. Like my family's always been welcome to her, and vice versa. And my mom actually put this in a very interesting way that, like, you know, the more that she's noticed this in the last few years, that people are obsessed that we have mixed race children, right? And are they brown? Are they white? Are they Indian? Are they American?
Yeah.
And my mom's just like, well, there are babies, right? That's who they are. There are babies. Right. I think that if you really inflame like the racial consciousness of people, if they fundamentally think of themselves not as human beings or as Americans, but as members of a racial group, that's just going to fundamentally lead to strife, right?
Yeah.
Like you want to, in some ways, like you want to emphasize the commonality that we have as fellow citizens. You don't want to say, okay, you're black, so this means this thing about you and that thing about you, and you're white, so this means something totally different.
Right.
And I just, that obviously to me, just common sense would lead to conflict. And again, I'm not saying it was perfect, but if you look at both black and white Americans, they say that race relations are worse now than they were 20 years ago. So we've ran this experiment of hyper identity politics focused racial consciousness, right? Of constantly emphasizing if you're black, you're oppressed. If you're white, you're an oppressor. If you're black, you're colonized. If you're white, you're the colonizer. We've run this experiment now for 20 years. It's bullshit. It didn't work. It's made people hate each other. Let's get back.
Let me throw another one. Yo, the Polish, Swedish, right? They like basically the Polish built like a lot of shit. Swedish built most of the Midwest. You know what I mean? Like both of them have like rights and things. You know, I fucking don't really like the Polish.
Well,
like, you know,
by that logic, then the you could have a Chinese president.
No, I already said like, oh, they have a right. You know, I mean, I'm not saying that we should. You know, there's no reason that fucking nobody would vote for him, right? Because like, you know, like we vote for motherfuckers with big dick energy and shit, how we do, right? And you know, Chinese are kind of just left out of that conversation. You can't be like, you can't run for president and not get laid. You know what I mean? It's just how it works. Like you can't like win being a president and not like get laid. Like George Bush had swagger, right? I don't give a fuck what he said, bro. That motherfucker bebopped up to this. Right? Joe Biden used to stand there and tell motherfuckers like, bro, listen, do some fucking push-ups, pussy. You know what I mean? You know, like he had swagger. You know what I mean? He had fucking, you know, that motherfucker just had it. You know, it is what it is. Right? Bill Clinton, bro, listen, say what you want. You know what I mean? Like he's on there playing a saxophone. You ever look at that motherfucker's hands are like 24 feet long and shit. Right? Listen, he had that energy about him. Right? You're not going to get an Asian with that type of shit. Just not.
Oh,
you know
man.
what I mean? Huh?
Who was telling the Clinton story? It was on one of these podcasts, but if you didn't hear it, he's like, "Oh, Clinton back in the day, man. I mean, here's the story. There was some kind of standoff. It might have been a labor dispute in some town in Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
So they're like, call the governor. He's like, all right. So big bad Billy Clinton rolls in. It's fucking big, right? Big dude, big hillbilly. There's some dude with a bullhorn. Clinton walks up to the guy, punches him, rips the bullhorn out of his mouth, grabs the guy by the fucking throat, holds him up against the wall. And he digs in his pocket and pulls out his ID. He says, all right, now I know who you are. Anything happens to any of my people here, I'm holding you responsible. He lets him go. And there's some other schmuck standing there with the shotgun. Clinton takes the shotgun, he disarms him and hits him in the head with the butt of his own shotgun. Fucking badass.
Bruh, say what you want. That motherfucker was a gangster. Like, yo, he was just built that way. You know.
But how do you go from like, you know, country boy to fucking, you know, Epstein Island enjoyer?
All right, he was a coos
Weird.
hound. He was a coos hound, right? 100% he was a coos hound. All right, so, okay. All that country boy badass shit.
Go Hogs.
Right? Think about it like this, right? So, like, not only was he doing that, but, like, during that time period, he was, like, dealing with the cartels and shit. You know what I'm saying? Right? And, like, the fucking, you know, like, not like the Mexican cartels, but, like, the motherfucking, like, the Pablo Escobar and the motherfuckers. right? And so like he was hanging out with them on a regular basis, just fucking everything that walked and just actually being a badass. You know what I mean? Because like they needed him, right, to let them fucking fly their planes and his shit. CIA on the same side, whatever, right? And so like he was just that dude. He could walk in all universes like that. He was dumb smart. He was a fucking badass, tall as fuck, strong. Strong as a fucking bull, right? Just a beast of a dude. Like just an amazing. That's why he got elected, bro. Like he was an amazing statesman. You know what I mean? So that's just what it was with him. I don't know what you want me to tell you. You know what I mean? Like that Epstein Island shit was literally like it was just him chasing pussy and then like just getting hooked onto that pussy shit. A lot of drugs, probably. A lot of fucking drugs, dog. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure.
A
lot of shady shit.
Just all of them.
To just trying to emphasize that we're all human beings, we're all Americans.
1,000%. Now let's talk about a topic slightly less controversial: Israel. Because no one seems to have any issues with anything they do, which I like, because some countries people get angry at. Obviously, what happens on October 7th is a nightmare.
Sure.
Then you have a response to that, which is also a nightmare. You have a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. You have displacement of people. You have a looming, potentially larger war in the Middle East with Iran. You're the vice president. How does the Trump administration handle what could be a massive, Mid-East war?
Right.
After everything, obviously, we just talked about like getting America back on track and figuring out how to allocate resources to people in this country. How do we handle that?
Well, I mean, a couple of principles, right? So obviously, Israel has the right to defend itself, but America's interest is sometimes going to be distinct. Like sometimes we're going to have overlapping interests, and sometimes we're going to have distinct interests. And our interest, I think, very much is in not going to war with Iran, right? It would be a huge distraction of resources. It would be massively expensive to our country. And it's interesting to me when the October 7th thing happened, and we have a couple of dear friends who live in Israel. Actually, one of my wife's very good friends she grew up with married an Israeli guy. We're like worried about our friends. And in the reaction to it, what I noticed is that American pro-Israel people, or people who fashion themselves as pro-Israel, were actually much more militaristic than the Israelis who were living in Israel, right? The Israelis were like, okay, Hamas just attacked us. We're going to go really screw Hamas up. And of course, there's a humanitarian side of that, and we want to try to minimize civilian casualties. But like you had Americans saying, oh, this is really, this attack happened on Putin's birthday, right? So we need to go to war against Russia. And obviously the Iranians funded part of this, so we need to go to war with Iran. We just have to be smarter, right? We have to be smarter. Now, I don't want Iran to get a nuclear weapon, and I think we should be like very strongly encouraging the Iranians and using all the influence that we have to encourage them to not have a nuclear weapon. I think nuclear proliferation is just a bad idea. Enough people have nukes, and the more people that have nukes, I think the greater the risk of nuclear war. But we just have to be smart about it. And I actually think that like what this ultimately looks like.
What if they promised not to use it? Like if you just had one, a fake one, something
a fake
to look
one, fine.
At.
They can have a fake one.
Something
just not,
to look at.
Not a real one.
Kind of
not
enjoy.
A real one. I mean, here's the way I think about it. So this is again where smart diplomacy really matters. And something that Trump didn't get enough credit for is the Abraham Accords. Okay, what is the Abraham Accords? Fundamentally, it's Israel entering into a alliance, right? Even though they kind of hate each other, Israel entering into an alliance with Gulf Arab states.
Right.
Now, why would they do that since they hate each other? Because they both have a shared enemy in Iran, right? And again, I'm not saying we stick ourselves into the Middle East and start a war here, but like we recognize, okay, Israelis, Gulf Arab states don't like Iran. So let the Israelis and the Gulf Arab states provide the counterbalance to Iran. America doesn't have to constantly police every region of the world. We should empower people to police their own regions of the world, right? Yeah. And one, we would save a lot of money. Two, we'd save a lot of focus. But unfortunately,
that sounds a whole lot like just give them weapons and let them do their own thing. What do you think, Mountain?
Probably.
Ain't that what that sounds like to you?
Yeah.
He's got to walk a fine line, right?
I feel right, but that's what it sounds like to me. To just give them weapons and let them fucking thing. I don't like Israelis are they're fucking retarded. Like they literally just struck goddamn Iraq. We were
Oh,
smart
yeah.
as a smart
They
country.
did more
to
today.
Step back, you know what I mean, and let Iran's not a joke. They're not a bitch mate.
At this point, we're accountable to them no matter what.
Israel?
Think about it. Yeah, for Israel, because they have like there ain't no way. We're in that posse, like it or not, and they're coming.
I think Harris, she's got this weird thing where I actually think she kind of likes war. Maybe she feels like a tough guy about it.
Yeah.
I don't know why it is, but they've actually pursued, even though they say they want to minimize Palestinian civilian casualties, they pursued the pathway that maximizes those casualties. They say that they're pro-Israel. They've pursued the pathway that has prolonged the war as long as possible, which is bad for Israel. And they seem to be sort of sleepwalking us into war with Iran. It's like the dumbest of all possible worlds.
Is there a way to avoid a conflict between China and Taiwan?
I hope so, man. I really do, because it would be catastrophic. It would be, my whole argument with Russia and Ukraine is, yeah, okay, Russia shouldn't have invaded Ukraine, but a lot of innocent people were getting killed. Like, our interest is in peace. But part of that is motivated by my view that Ukraine is not nearly as important to us as other regions of the world, right? Just putting my cards on the table. Taiwan makes so much of the computer chips, right, which is such a driver of all economic growth, that if the Chinese took over Taiwan, it would be really bad for us. Like that's what I think. My hope is that the Chinese recognize that it would be so costly to invade Taiwan that it's just not worth it, right? And I think our policy, Donald Trump's policy of, yes, we're competitors with China, but we're also going to engage in smart diplomacy from time to time, is the way to prevent China from invading Taiwan. What I really worry about, actually, is, so we win in a couple weeks, and I do think we're going to win. I really worry the next couple of months, do the Chinese try to do something? Because if there was ever a time when America was at its weakest, it's with Joe Biden sort of asleep at the wheel, Kamala Harris licking her wounds from an election loss. And if they really want it, maybe they try to make a play for it in the next couple of months. I hope they don't, but we can't really control what they do.
It is an interesting time right now because we are 2 weeks out, and this episode will come out Saturday from this Saturday, tomorrow. A momentous election. We had an assassination attempt on Donald Trump's life.
A couple
of them.
It's crazy.
It's crazy. Are you satisfied with the accountability on the first attempt?
No, I'm not. And look, my understanding is that, frankly, the Trump campaign had requested additional resources, and those resource requests were very often denied. And what the Biden folks, what the Harris folks have been saying is, well, some of those requests were granted. Yes, some of them were, but not all of them, right? And so I think there was very serious oversight on that side of it. I mean, look, obviously somebody screwed up because the guy was 120 yards away. Are you a shooter?
No.
Okay.
No.
So I mean, I served in the Marines. I'm a pretty good shot with an.
I've gone to fields, though.
Yeah.
I've gone to like open fields.
Yo, but Ed, there's a difference between the fucking old tips. Nah, I mean, which look at like 19. Right. I don't know. Like, listen, bro, they weren't. You know what I mean? Fucking. Right, like right now, I think what the fuck is best? Right. How many nanometers? Listen, Brad, they do not have the technical.
And kind of walked around like a kind of like a fair. I've never climbed on a roof and shot someone.
Yeah. And here's the big problem, right? Like rebuilding or like, refurbishing all this shit. Because we've had Mexicans in the labor force doing construction and high-end construction for the past, like fucking 30 years, nobody went into it. Like all the Americans went elsewhere because you didn't make any money doing it. You know what I mean? So nobody's doing any of this fucking shit. But we're having such a hard time like building fabs here in America. Like we just don't have the technical expertise to do it. You know what I mean? Like all those guys are retired and gone. They're not doing that shit anymore. So like they're trying to use immigrants and fucking like El Salvadorians to do this work, and it's just not happening.
Not the president.
No, I mean,
I
like,
didn't fly drones.
I mean, like a sportsman, right?
Yeah, no, I
yeah,
got
yeah,
you.
yeah. I didn't ask. I wasn't asking if you had a confirmed kill.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if you are a sportsman or you are a person who goes to a range and shoots, 120 yards with an AR-15 is a pot shot. Right. I mean, I could literally hit a silver dollar from 125 yards with an AR-15. And okay, so somebody clearly screwed up, right? And obviously I've gotten to know the Secret Service over the last three months. The guys on my detail, universally super professional, good guys. But it's not the guys on the ground who are protecting the president. It's all the people who are, canvassing the site around him. It's the leadership that refused to grant resources. And I actually think it's a huge scandal. Like, why isn't Congress, why isn't the Harris administration being more forthcoming about what happened? They seem to be in cover your ass mode when the American people just need to actually learn some details about how a guy got so close to the president of the United States.
I mean, listen, obviously there's a lot of people in the intelligence community that are incredible patriots and we're grateful for what they do and they've kept America safe.
But
However,
then some of them aren't.
Some of them aren't. And my question is, when you have social media companies agree to censor a story about Hunter Biden's laptop, and because it is supposedly Russian disinformation, that request is signed onto by top members of the intelligence community, current and former, and they are spreading the narrative that it is a Russian hoax of a story. Is that election interference by members of the intelligence community? What does that say about the democratic process in this country? These are the people that are lecturing constantly about democracy and how important it is and what a threat you are and President Trump to democracy. There's no accountability. Have they said sorry? I mean, has anyone, They
haven't said sorry. None of them have lost their security clearance, right? Despite participating in a massive hoax. And I firmly believe, and I've seen independent analysis that suggests this, that if the American people had known the full truth about the Hunter Biden laptop, because it implicated Joe Biden himself in potentially criminal, but at least corrupt wrongdoing, right? So I think it would have shifted the election. I think Donald Trump would be the president of the United States right now. And, when this is always why I get into it with the media, and they say, oh, there's no evidence that this thing and this thing happened. Well, there might not be any evidence that, like, Dominion hacked the voting machines, but there's sure as hell evidence that our intelligence community conspired with big tech to literally control the flow of information in the days and weeks before an election. That's a way bigger threat to democracy than Donald Trump making a joke that you don't like, and yet we don't talk about that. And while we're on the subject of threats to democracy, the craziest thing that happened in the Trump administration, in my view, in terms of threat to democracy is, and there was a New York Times story about this, that the leading generals in our country were lying to Donald Trump about troop redeployments in Syria so that they could say that we were drawing troop levels down, but in reality, we weren't, right? They were staggering how they did the redeployments to hide from the commander-in-chief.
All right, let me double check my motherfucking audio levels and shit real quick, right? It might be, you know what I mean, that the quick. All right, hang on. That'll be black screen. Yep. There we go. All right, that should be fucking much better. Right, there we go. Yeah. There we go. Okay, pop this back up. All right, there. I should be coming in properly now. Like sometimes like my audio drops off and I have to open up fucking Audible and shit. It's fucking retarded. But it is what it is. But by the way, yo, this here, I have no idea how to fix. Like legit. It's an access problem, right? Like democracies and bureaucracies leak power, you know what I mean? And there's too much of an incestuous relationship between the deep state bureaucracy, you know what I mean? Like fucking the heavy part of like the government thing and the news media, especially like people like the New York Times and, you know what I mean, this shit. And then you have like all these pools of power, which is basically like eyeballs, which we were talking about earlier with like Tim Pool. Or like who would buy Tim Pool's shit? Well, anybody who wants like a pool of motherfucking eyeballs for like their shit to look at. Right. And that's, you know what I mean, something that we don't know really, like motherfuckers really just don't understand it. Right. And the people who are in power don't have like the want to fix it because like, you know, it serves them. So, you know, this is something that probably can't be fixed short of, you know what I mean, like a true, real conversation. You know what I mean? Like in the open about stuff. You know what I mean? So I don't know. You know what I mean? I have no idea how to like solve any of this shit. It's completely fucked. You know what I mean? Let's keep going.
Fucked.
What they were actually doing with the military. Like the most fundamental principle, going back to George Washington, is civilian control of the military. The elected president is the commander in chief. You had generals, in particular Mark Milley, the Joint Chiefs of Staff chairman, lying to Donald Trump. That's a threat to democracy, not when Donald Trump like makes a joke at a rally.
Who are these people working for if not the president of the United States?
Well, they're working for the permanent bureaucracy. People call it the deep state. Like what the deep state is just when you have an organization that becomes self-perpetuating. These people have military contracts. They have corporate board seats. That all becomes part of who they're really serving. And again, people are good at lying to themselves. Like, do I think that Mark Milley woke up every day saying, "Oh, I'm serving the military-industrial complex, and I can't wait to get my Raytheon board seat"? No, he wasn't thinking that way. He was thinking that true democracy was the opposite of whatever Donald Trump wanted to happen. But in reality, Mark Milley doesn't determine what democracy is. The American people determine that. And so when the American people make a decision, you have to respect that decision, even if you don't like the guy that they ultimately elected.
Yo, it's not even that at all, right? Bro, listen. Yo, I hate the corporate lines, right? I really do. So what it actually is Mark Milley thinks, oh, well, you know, there's ways that things work, and you know, Donald Trump is a temporary thing, right? That's what Mark Milley's thinking. Because Mark Milley, you know what I mean, had been there, you know what I mean? And there's like lots of these generals and these people in the Pentagon who have been there for, you know what I mean, 10, 15, 20 years, whatever, right? And they see presidents come, they see presidents go, and, you know, their mission kind of stays the same because the State Department stays the same, right? Because like these are the people who are actually out here doing, you know what I mean, like fucking international work with other countries, right? And the CIA stays the same, and the FBI stays the same, and like the NSA stays the same. But like the presidents come and go, and that's the big thing. And the mission stays on, like fucking message, right? Mountain.
I agree. That's why you don't see the shit with longer term people like in Russia or these other countries where these guys are in for basically life.
There's something to be said for like your fortunes rising and falling with your people in your country. I was thinking about that earlier. I mean, that's ultimately like what the monarchy really is about, right? Is like, you know, your fortune rises and falls with the people and the nation, right? And so like, if it's your money that they're spending on nonsense, they'll stop spending it. You know, and you'll keep better track of it because it's yours. There's like actually somebody at like the head who's responsible. It's real mental. Let's keep going on.
But I really, this is like the psychological trick that's been played on people like Dick Cheney and Kamala Harris. And I think they're all, you know, they all participate in it, but they're all honestly kind of victims of it too, is that they've convinced themselves that the real threat to American democracy, it's not when like the Joint Chiefs of Staff chairman disobeys the elected president. It's when the elected president does something they don't like. I think that psychological trick is at the heart of a lot of our problems.
Is it going to be difficult to secure a border and to deport people who are here illegally?
Yeah, I really like this answer right here he gives.
Some of whom may have committed crimes. Obviously, there's been instances of people who've been murdered by people that are here illegally. How does that work? Are you able to do that? Is that possible? And what would that look like?
Yeah, so I'm asked this question all the time, and I joked with a reporter who said, well, you can't possibly deport 25 million people. That's too many people. And I said, it's kind of like, you have like a Big Mac, and you say, you can't possibly eat that whole thing. It's bigger than your mouth.
Right.
And it's like, well, the way you do it is you take one bite and then a second bite and then a third bite. And that's how I think about deportations here is you start with the most hardened criminals, about 425,000 violent illegal alien criminals. And we know where most of them are because they've committed crimes, right? So you do law enforcement, you go and get those people, you send them back to where they came from, and that's where you start. But then, yeah, you got to deport illegal aliens. If you're not willing to deport the people who came here illegally, especially those who came here over the last few years, then you're not going to have a border. And it's just basic law enforcement, right? I mean, people reveal themselves as illegal aliens all the time. They try to apply, like there's a lot of Social Security fraud that happens in our country where somebody, and I've had friends where their Social Security number was stolen. That Social Security number was used to get like a driver's license or a work permit or something like that. And then when they go and say, I think I've had identity fraud committed against me, the Social Security Administration will tell them, we have to respect the privacy of the people who defrauded you and stole your Social Security number. Okay, well, when you defraud somebody and steal their Social Security number, deport those people, right? And then the final point is you got to make it harder for illegal aliens to work in the country in the first place, right? Because then a lot of people will just go back home if they can't. And I think it's really important. Like, I think one of the biggest and most pernicious effects of illegal immigration, of Kamala Harris's open border, is it means that millions and millions of people are willing to work under the table. But that means a lot of Americans aren't getting good jobs because you have illegal aliens who are willing to work for much lower wages.
Do you worry at all about Aspen, about Palm Beach, about Greenwich, Connecticut, or Southampton, where I have...
That was like the best answer I've ever heard on illegal immigration. Right? Like real shit. Like, I can't believe he said like you had to make it harder for them to be able to get jobs.
It's keeping it real.
Yeah, I mean that's some gangster shit right there. Like fucking the corporate overlords are not going to be happy hearing these type of things coming out of somebody who's going to be in office's mouth.
Yeah, they're not fucking supposed to. The whole point of being a politician was to protect the people from the corporations.
I mean,
it's totally anti-current culture.
I mean, you got to represent the corporations too, right? You have to like do both. You know what I mean? Because like, you have businesses that are necessities. Like for instance, your auto industry is a fucking necessity for your country, right? There's a reason why like everybody makes a fucking car who's like a decent country, right? Like a country that is respected. Britain makes cars, Germany makes cars, Italy makes cars, France makes cars, America makes cars, China makes cars, Japan makes cars, Korea makes cars, right? The reason is because a car has like 20,000 fucking components, right? And so therefore it's not just that fucking car, that manufacturing plant, it's all the components along the way, right? It's the guys who make the shocks, the guys who make the axles, the guys who make the fucking tires, the guys who make the rims, the guys who make the exhaust, the guys who make the fucking whatever, right? And like, so all these parts are like part of like a larger part of like the whole thing that drives like, fucking 10, 15 million people fucking working to make these fucking vehicles. And that's huge, right? It's a giant, like fucking economic boon for your country. It's a really important thing. And so, when you're lowering their wages, you're lowering the wages of 15 million people at a fucking pop. And that's an issue. So like when you have these conversations, you have to go, yeah, like, listen, I understand there's corporations that are important and we need them and we love them and they're great for us, right? But you motherfuckers can't be looking at, like, the reason why we need you is because, like, you provide, the ability for, like, normal human beings to earn a living and make communities and all this type of stuff. And when you're promoting like them not working anymore, you're not helping the country, right? You know what I mean? So like you have to have like both sides of that. You gotta like walk that line between the two and go, listen, union, you fucking can't ask for fucking pensions that you live on until you die, because like you'll starve the country, you'll starve the company out, right? Companies, you cannot automate and send your fucking jobs to China, right? you can't bring in massive amounts of illegal people, you know what I mean, and new workers work at like slave wages because you're fucking over like everybody the fuck out. This is no, this is not how this works. Wages have to go up. Raise your fucking prices, all right? Unions, calm the fuck down and stop being fucking retarded. I understand where we are. I get the fact, like, listen, let's raise the wages a little bit at a shot. Let's not fucking do it all at once. You know, like, it's both sides. You know, you gotta work on both sides of this, you know, because both of them have issues. You know, let's keep going though.
Again, with all due respect,
to
I think it's a little disgusting that you would try to make us pay American workers a wage to do things that other people wouldn't do. It's a little short-sighted.
Yeah, I mean, look, I want to say
the Chamber of Commerce is bringing these people in clearly because they're humanitarians.
Yeah, that's right.
And the Koch family. What changed in the Democratic Party? Bernie Sanders was asked about this. He said it is a Koch brothers fantasy to have an open border.
Yes.
It'll drive down wages for Bill Clinton said it's a country of laws. That's a little fun, but he said that.
Maybe it was.
It was maybe at one time. What changed in the Democratic Party and also a lot of elements of the Republican Party for many, many years? The libertarian pro-business wing of the Republican Party is staunchly pro-immigration. And they have united with kind of the far left of the Democratic Party, which has become a lot of the Democratic Party. And this idea that any restrictions on immigration are racist. The idea of a border is racist. The idea of a process of which people can come into the country is insane. How did that happen?
I mean, look, this is so crazy to me where you have people in Aspen that are paying their nanny borderline poverty wages.
That's right.
And it's survivable for two reasons. One, because the nanny lives in a crowded apartment with like 6 other people, right? And two, because that nanny is receiving welfare benefits from American taxpayers.
Yeah.
So these people are having their lifestyles subsidized. They're paying their nanny's poverty wages, and their response to it is to say that you're racist if you think this arrangement is bad. Right. The people who are paying the taxes, who are funding the welfare state so that you can have a poverty wage nanny or a poverty wage house cleaner, they're racist.
Right.
Based.
Okay. When you think about this in a systematic thing, right? So every government throughout history has like subsidized food, right? And I mean, I don't give a fuck. Pick one. Britain, France, you know what I mean? Fucking Rome, like Egypt, like all these, like not Egypt, because Egypt fucking sucked. Well, Egypt even did too. But they all subsidized food. And the reason is because like, it's not profitable to be a farmer, right? So like, this is why, like, the people who are, want to like be in charge of the system and manage the system and run the system are pro-immigration, is because like, they know they have to have those cheap workers to make their fucking system work. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, they could also right-size government interventions and reduce some of the costs.
For what?
Labor, and then, like you said, food. Maybe some of the maybe instead of sending like a gajillion dollars to other fucking countries, so that a select few people can make like a ton of money off of the skulls of others. Not that that's like wrong or anything. Maybe they could fucking buy the tractors and shit for the farmers instead, because everyone eats. Just a thought.
All right, let me say this.
Return on investment. Let
me say this, right? So like economically, right? and there's a fucking term for it, praxeologically, right? You're not changing the like buying habits or affecting people in the United States when you send money to Ukraine, right? Like it doesn't cause inflation, right? It doesn't cause some type of like weird, you know what I mean, like structural problem in the United States, like economically, right? So they don't like suffer anything but like political issues, right? Which they can cover up with CNN and MSNBC and Fox, right? You know, because like everybody's pro-war. So like these type of things are not an issue for them. But like if you send the money to like Americans, or you buy tractors from like John Deere or fucking Holland, IH Holland or whatever it is, right?
New Holland,
right? Or IH International Harvester, right? Any of these companies, right? Kubota, pick one, I don't fucking care, right? You're going to like end up driving up like wages and inflation because you are subsidizing a company, and on top of that you're giving out like fucking free, you know what I mean, tractors, which fucks up like the entire market, you know what I mean? So like you're going to suffer economic policies or costs for that type of shit.
I kind of don't follow this thinking that sending money on our tab to other countries doesn't create any kind of economic consequence for being a citizen here.
Okay, so here's how this works. Basically, Ukrainians don't buy potatoes in America, right? So Americans don't see any inflation off of that.
It's literally inflation. Now, if you're talking about price inflation,
it's not inflationary. It's not inflationary, dude.
It's inflation is based on the word inflate, which is to expand. We're literally inflating the currency.
That's not how economics works, though.
It is. That's
exactly. It's not. It's literally not. It's not.
By the definition, it's how it works.
No, it's not in any way. It's
they
not
change
how
the words.
No.
And now a man isn't a woman and a woman isn't a man. Like they change words all the time. But
no.
Believe me when I tell you that
All
inflation means you used to have $100.
You're not devaluing
now
your currency.
there's $1 trillion.
You're not devaluing your currency.
Well, the valuation of the currency is relative.
Okay, listen. If I print out $135 billion and put it on a rocket and ship it to fucking Mars, it doesn't affect our inflation. It doesn't affect our currency.
Yeah, I've heard that argument before. So let's look at it this way: has our purchasing power gone up or down over time?
Has our purchasing power gone down since last year?
Anecdotally, I don't know. I don't spend a lot of money.
The answer is no. Again, you can print off $135 billion and ship it to Mongolia, and we will never notice it.
I'm struggling with this because I'm conflicted, right? Because one, there's experts on either side of the argument.
Three things. Use your mental on this, right? So, like,
my mental is saying is that the stock market always goes up anyway, no matter how disastrous the news is on one side or the other of the argument. Like the science of economics is fake and gay.
Okay, so inflation doesn't happen, right, as a whole, without, you know what I mean, like American human beings, right? Inflation is a national thing. It's not an international thing. It's a national thing, right? So that means in your borders, okay? So inflation inside of your borders, right, that is noticeable, is not affected unless human beings have the ability to put their hands on more money, right?
No, I get the argument of dollars chasing goods and services. I understand.
Now,
that.
so I mean, the only other type of inflation you have is pull through inflation, right? Which means that you have a restriction on a good, right? So for instance, if like, I don't know, the fucking machine breaks that, I don't know, like, or like we run out of diesel fuel, right? And you can't ship like eggs to your fucking local grocery store. Now local eggs will all of a sudden be worth like $20 a dozen or 50, right? Because everybody needs fucking eggs and you can't get a hold of them, right? That's pulled through inflation. Now, push through inflation, right, is inflation where like what happens is you give human beings money and then they fucking try to go buy things, right? And when they're able to buy, because they have more money to buy things, they can bid up the price.
Right.
Which creates, it's more demand, right? There might be opposite pull through and push through. Either way it goes, right? But like basically, that's the two types of inflation that you can create. That actually happens, right? Now, as far as like printing money, right? Printing money only affects, right? Shit as far as it only affects like actual, like human beings, right? It only exists when people have the opportunity, or when you have like either a shortage of a good, or you have more people like who fucking like get their hands on more cash. Now, because you can, like, we have been helicopter dumping, right, massive amounts of cash into the fucking markets for fucking probably 20 years now, right? And we've seen almost no inflation other than during COVID. Why did we see it during COVID? Because we gave human beings more money. Because we handed out tons of free capital. Just massive amounts of currency to fucking like regular people. And so they bought things. And then on top of that, there was tons of people in China, or tons of goods in China that didn't get shipped over because there was no ships and there was nobody fucking in manufacturing because they shut their economy down, because that's where all our manufacturing occurs.
All right, so let's let's unwind this and play it backwards. How do you get costs? How do you get your purchasing power back up? Deflation.
Well, there's two ways, right? One is you kill a bunch of humans, right? So less demand equals more purchasing
They're
power.
steady working on that.
Right. Well, they're not working on that at all. They're trying to bring more people here. They prefer you to have kids. They just don't, they want them to be raised in like the way that's going to end up having them cut, their dicks off or their titties off, male or female, depending on, right? So with that being understood, the second way is, to eliminate a whole bunch of fucking currency out of circulation. And then your purchasing power goes up.
Yes. Right. Which is impossible to do when they're overprinting all this fucking money.
Well, they can, right? They can do it, right? But, like what they have to do is they have to like raise taxes, which they can't do because we just won't fucking pay it.
Yeah, nobody's going to be happy with that. I like the idea of just cutting taxes and raising tariffs and compensating for making the manufacturing here.
Onshore it. What you need then.
And we don't need immigration.
You will need immigration. You need people to run the machines because, our current workforce is trained to go work in offices and they don't have the, fucking mental or wherewithal or ability to actually, do anything.
We already got a generation of half useless people, so it doesn't matter. We just start tomorrow. That's it. That's the good news, is that there's always the schools aren't empty. You got first, second, third, fourth, fifth. You got the grades. Every year they kick out like a whole bunch more people that can do some shit.
Yeah, so
potentially,
the mentality is right. Is that what you want to do? Is you want to stand here and actually instead of fucking getting your purchasing power back, which is fucking retarded because there's no real way to do this shit in any actual political way. What you want to do is you want to get wages up, right? So there's only one real downside to how you do this, right? It's the boomers, right? It's the retirees. You're going to fuck.
They're gonna take care of themselves.
Yeah,
Over the next 10
but you're
years
going
regardless.
to fuck the retirees. You know what I'm saying? So what you have to do is you have to like fucking have unions, right? That represent people to like get you more money, right? And once you have like, you know, what I mean, that what you have is you're taking out. They're going to take that money out of the corporate side because like they can't just take it out of the consumer because the consumer is the union employee, right? So like, you know, it doesn't work. So you're going to fucking take the money out of like the fucking corporate side. The stock market's going to fall down. When the stock market falls down some, it's not going to be like a complete collapse, but it'll fucking go down. You know, I mean, probably like 10, 15%, which is what you need, about a 12 point swing back to like where Americans like have the ability to like, you know, have their fucking wealth back, right? The boomers are fucked because like all that growth that they've had over the past, you know, I mean, 15 years to be able to stay retired, gone, right? And they're going to end up, you know what I mean, like just ass out altogether because they treated all of us like shit for, you know what I mean, fucking the past, you know, 30, 40, 50 years, whatever it is.
They had their chance.
It's,
they had their comeuppance. I've never had a sustained wealth. It's always gotten taken away by some bullshit. Close to my old man and his dad before him experienced decent sustainable wealth. They just squandered it. My inheritance ended up getting thrown in the trash in the form of fucking decorations that my retarded mother had to buy. Because their attitude was always, oh, it'll just do what I did and pull yourself up by your bootstrap. All that bullshit, all that boomer shit, it's retarded. But they had their chance.
I 100% agree with you, right? So, you know, I mean, like that's where we are now. You know, I mean, like the boomers are going to be ass out, like completely. They're going to be fucked, right? But I mean,
not if they prepared properly. Like I kind of only have to agree.
Nothing,
like yes,
no,
if
there's
you went
nothing
along like a normie.
No, I mean, like if they have a 401k, they're going to be ass out. Their ability to stay, because like, you know, this is going to be like remotely inflationary, right? Where like, you know, fucking, you're going to have people who are going to be able to afford the prices. You know, but what's, again, another thing you're going to have to do is it's going to be command side economics where you go like, listen, all you fucking kids over here with your gender studies degrees, this is a fucking hammer. Let me show you how to use it. And you're going to have to like literally just flat tell them, you need to go fucking swing a hammer. You need to go fucking pick up a shovel. There'll be a lot of upset suburbanite white kids. A lot. And there's going to be a lot of companies who are going to try to automate. And you're going to have to go, no.
Well, the smart ones already are doing that.
What, automating?
No, jumping into crafts and trades.
I know the smart ones are, but like, listen, the problem is like, there's just not enough of them. Let's keep going for a little bit.
Yeah,
and not
I'd love,
they just
don't
want to
get
say
into economics, but I'd love for these guys, like you said, if they did the podcast, if they could explain economics. Like first, we got to see who their economic advisor is and what subscription, they take. Are they Keynesian or what are they? What's their philosophy? Because I believe demand side economics is failure. Anyway,
I agree. Let's keep going for a little bit.
Safe country, and they don't want people to come into our country who they have to pay welfare benefits, and most importantly, they don't want somebody taking away their jobs. It's I think it's the most disgusting thing, man. And look, my heart breaks for the poor people of Aspen and West Hollywood who can't. Who
There's
would
not that much money in West Hollywood.
Who would have to pay? Well,
Bel Air,
Bel
Beverly
Air,
Hills.
of Bel Air and Malibu who would have to pay their nannies a livable wage, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they're obviously the most important people.
But these
for
are
us to
jobs
focus
Americans won't do. And by that, I mean retail, wholesale, gardening, childcare, working anywhere. These are jobs Americans, because that's what I was told.
That's the argument. Yeah,
growing
no,
up,
and
that
of
Americans will only do one
construction.
job, and it is finance.
That's right. My favorite is construction, right?
Yes.
Americans won't build houses.
No.
And it's actually a totally reasonable argument if you think about it, because in the 1960s, when we had low levels of illegal immigration, there were no homes being built, right? Mass homelessness in the United States of America in 1964 until we created this housing oasis by bringing in millions of illegal aliens. The real truth, of course, is there are jobs Americans won't do at certain wages. Right. And so the solution to that problem is to raise wages for working people to get more of them into the labor force and not to constantly import this serf class. It's also, man, this is very corrosive to like the idea of American democracy, right? Small D American democracy. Thomas Jefferson, Alexander Hamilton, go back to the original founding fathers. They wanted there to be commonality across citizens, right? They wanted smart people who were paying attention to the issues. They wanted what
Did he just conflate Jefferson and Hamilton?
I don't think so.
He literally just said Jefferson, Hamilton, you know what I mean? Like, what? They were opposites. Like, literally, Thomas Jefferson's vice president shot Alexander Hamilton. Like, yo, their beef is well known. Like, their beef escapes the ages, right? Like, fucking, yo.
All right, wind it back a few seconds.
Yeah, like you fucking bro. Like this is what this motherfucker just said, right?
Of America in 1964 until we created this housing oasis by bringing in millions of illegal aliens. The real truth, of course, is there are jobs Americans won't do at certain wages. Right. And so the solution to that problem is to raise wages for working people to get more of them into the labor force and not to constantly import this serf class. It's also, man, this is very corrosive to like the idea of American democracy, right? Small D American democracy. Thomas Jefferson, Alexander Hamilton, go back to the original founding fathers.
Yo, he did.
Yeah. All right. I mean, one was an OG bankster and one hated fucking banks. What are you gonna do?
I feel like Jefferson was a liberal as fuck. He was a liberal though, bro. That motherfucker was liberal as shit. But yeah, let's keep going.
I think he picked it up in France.
They wanted there to be commonality across citizens, right? They wanted smart people who were paying attention to the issues. They wanted, whether you were a worker or a business owner or a farmer or a farm hand, they wanted some similarity across all American classes. If you have a permanent class of low-wage serfs, many of whom don't even speak English, that destroys the citizenship ethos that makes our democracy possible in the first place. These people don't care because they want the cheap labor. I care because I love my country.
A lot of people look at America more as a financial opportunity than a country.
And it's not. It can't be that. Right? American citizenship cannot just be a bunch of people who like work and make financial transactions with one another. You don't go and fight wars because like the guy down the street makes a lot of money trading derivatives on Wall Street, right? You go and fight wars if you have a nation that you believe in. And importantly, if you have faith that your leaders are only going to send you to fight a war when they have to.
And this is
that's what's been broken.
Right. And this is not only America, it's countries all over the world, all over Europe. Globalization, the benefits of it have been unevenly distributed, to say the least. You have a class of people that are, many of them own assets. Yes. And they've seen the value of those assets increase. Many of them are invested in the market. And they're incredibly happy with the freedom to move capital around the world and make lots and lots of money. But the citizens of the countries that they live, their standards of living have been lowered and lowered and lowered. And this is not, it's not only America, it's this financial architecture that seems to be replacing people's cultures, histories, and idea of what a nation is.
Yeah, and the real economy too, right? We used to make stuff and now we're trading derivatives and shipping dollars overseas, but also shipping assets overseas, where we used to make that stuff in the United States. I mean, crazy statistic. What do you think the life premium
for having a bachelor's degree is in this country. In other words, if you have a bachelor's degree, how much longer do you live than a person without a bachelor's degree?
10 years?
7 years.
Wow.
7 years. You live 7 years longer for having gone to college in the United States of America. And you put this well. The way that I would put it is globalization, it's been very good for rich people in rich countries, and it's been very good for poor people in poor countries.
Right.
It's been extraordinarily bad for poor people and middle-class people in rich countries, right?
Right.
And in some ways, the whole Donald Trump movement is a rebellion against, okay, well, some people have benefited from this. Like some people benefited when my steel mill, the steel mill that employed my grandfather for 40 years, when it went from 10,000 jobs to 1,800 jobs, right?
Yeah.
But it wasn't the people that I grew up around, and it wasn't our families, and it wasn't the moms and dads who got divorced because the dad usually, but sometimes the mom lost a stable middle class wage. I mean, again, Republicans are like, we're supposed to be the party of family and of family values. You know what's really bad for family values? When thousands of people at the drop of a hat lose a good middle class wage. Right? That's not good for family values. That destroys families. And again, we can do so much better.
Fucking based.
Yeah, that's
like, yo, holy shit, bro. Yo, fucking based.
Yeah, he's spitting facts.
God damn, bro. Yo, based, dog. Shit.
And now this is for me what's going to be the most interesting part is having the cackling hens of the news pick it apart and criticize it, and everybody, clapping along like the trained seals they are, and disagreeing with that. No, that's not right.
Why isn't every union in the United States endorsing Trump? I don't understand.
Because they have long relationships with the long-term Democrats, and they want to play it safe just in case he doesn't get in.
Yeah, I mean, like, I just back Trump. You know what I mean? Like, keeping it 100. You know what I mean? Like, there should not be a union in the United States, other than maybe like a teachers union that doesn't back Trump. Teachers and government union, like, I understand they back in the Democrats.
No, it's politics, dude, because no matter how much they back them, they're not going to be like, you got these jobs. The Democrats go to the unions and say, hey, we want your money, and in exchange, we'll get you prevailing wage jobs on this, and that project. Guaranteed. And we'll try to influence some others. The Republicans never say that. So why would, if you were the union boss, why would you fucking back the Republicans when you're going to go to them and say, hey, I'll give you money and get you all these votes potentially, and they say, great, we're going to fuck you and take away all your jobs and give them to companies and make it private, who can fire you at will and pay you nothing. Thanks. Thanks for the help, guys. Your reward is fuck you.
I feel you. Let's keep going.
The Republicans have to change tactics and become the Democrats on the unions.
Yeah, but they don't have like the fucking city governments to be able to do that shit. You know what I mean? Like they have to like change it to go like membership wise. They're like, listen, we're gonna fucking, you know what I mean, like, yo, help factories come back here and give you grants to build these fucking factories and shit. You know what I mean? And give you fucking jobs and give you fucking more members. Right? But we can't promise you prevailing wage because, like, we're not in charge of these fucking governments. Help us change that and we'll get you there. You know what I mean? Like, that's got to be the tactic. Like, because, like, they don't have the ability to do it. That's why they can't be the Democrats on that shit. Let's keep rocking.
Yeah. So,
but we've got to get away from this failed consensus the last 40 years.
But isn't it good that BlackRock owns the homes? Because people, I feel like, don't want to own their own home. There's a lot that goes into it. Isn't it better for them to rent? Isn't it better for them to take Ubers and have small little jobs instead of one big one? I think I have friends that do DoorDash, Uber Eats, Uber, Lyft, and they rent, and they really like it because they can get high a lot. Isn't that a better country than having a family? And aren't people happier like that? Didn't you say you wanted people to have families and then people said you were sick?
That's right. Yeah. No, they
I mean,
did
it
say that.
seems sick to me. Have you ever had
a dream or a podcast or a job delivering food? Isn't that better?
Look, clearly the most fulfilling life is to watch Netflix all day and get high all the time.
That's right.
To be clear, I want to make sure that's clearly the most important.
Yeah.
But I think the second most fulfilling life is to have a family and participate in your community and to talk about ideas with your friends and to spend time having meals. Obviously it's best to have food delivered to you by yourself and to eat it alone, but it's also really fun to share a meal with friends and family, right?
It can be, JB, but go to groundnews.com/Tim for a better way to stay informed based on all the facts. Get 40% off the ground unless they win. Wait.
Is that it gives massive corporations a lower cost of money than the average American, right? So part of the reason BlackRock has been able to buy all these homes is you ask, well, what is BlackRock borrowing at, right? What rate are they borrowing at? Because the average American right now, I think the average mortgage interest rate is somewhere around 7% right now. Okay, BlackRock's borrowing at 1.5, 2.5%, right? So if they're paying a much lower cost for debt than the average American, then they have a huge advantage. They buy up all the homes, they jack up all the costs. And again, going back to the Jeffersonian idea of Americans as owners and as citizens in their own country, well, what happens when BlackRock owns your home?
This is kind of dumb if I'm being honest. Right. I mean, I could, nah, man, I can't see this. The best way that you could actually help the housing problem, you know what I mean, is to literally just ban corporations from buying homes. just in general, ban, you know what I mean, corporate and LLCs from buying homes. You just have to.
Did he just say that? Oh, well, he says that later. He says that in a minute.
No, he didn't say that, right? What he's saying is you had to give them the same rate.
Not yet.
You know what I mean, on the mortgage. That's not helping. Mortgages being a little high is actually not real terrible. You know what I mean? As far as getting costs down, because what you want to do is you want to have less people buying a fucking house for a little bit, so the prices crash, right? So
or you increase the housing,
huh?
Or you increase the supply of houses.
Yeah, you're never gonna be able to build enough unless you want to go modulars. You know what I mean? You fucking get rid of all zoning restrictions and stop their nonsense of you. What you have to do is so when a farmer wants to sell off his land, he has to sell it off in parcels to private individuals. You know what I mean? And families or whatever the case is, and you just ban fucking these developers and all this type of shit from ever being able to buy a home, ever being able to buy you take corporations the whole way the fuck out of all real estate markets. You know what I mean?
I'm down with that. These houses are crap. Because it's the U.S., they're pretty good for what they are.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I'm call me fucking old fashioned, but I really think that the Amish have an incredible model, and to kind of hybridize it with the modern day, a father and a son should, instead of saving for college, they should have a materials list, so that even if they hire contractors, they at least build a house together, and they keep it on land. And instead of trying to change zoning where it just gets tighter and tighter, expand out, get 2 acres, have a fucking crop of something on the back.
Well, no. What I'm
build
saying
a house
is
where your grandkids can grow up.
What I'm saying is imagine if your farmer, the local farmer, instead of auctioning a land off to a land to a land developer or whatever, right? Or selling it to a land developer. What he does is, he has to auction it off locally, right? You know what I mean? And everybody in the area has first rights. And
so the community ends up getting their hands on it. All right, yeah.
Right. And then if you want to, you can just put a fucking modular on that bitch and put in a well. You know what I mean? And you don't you can just go get a trailer. You know what I mean? If that's what you want to do. You know what I mean? You start it off, and then you can build out from there, or whatever the case is, because that makes shit actually affordable. You know what I'm saying? You can pick up an old trailer for $9,000. You know what I mean? Whatever, and fucking take it and rebuild it and do whatever you got to do. Yeah, I mean, that's how it should work. But the problem is like these plots of land are all bought up by land developers who are putting like $1.2 million mansions, which also prices the locals the fuck out of the goddamn market, and it raises their property taxes and causes everybody to have to move. So then they buy their fucking house and then reflip it and all the fucking bullshit. You know
Makes
what I mean?
everybody homeless. Makes everybody homeless eventually because of the fucking taxes, and that's a whole scam.
Yeah, right. And this is the fucking issue. Right. So again, just you literally just have to ban capitalism. You know what I mean? It has to be like, no, right? Local people, right? That way local people can have kids, you know what I mean? And have land and have the ability to have the space and room to be able to do all this shit. You know what I mean? And have an ability to like have, you know, fucking like future generations of their people are there. So you have community, right? Because like if you don't have any future, why the fuck are you having kids? You know what I mean? That's the mentality.
I fundamentally disagree with property tax as a whole.
We all do. All right. Fucking, you're literally renting the fucking land. And
The
I
idea
feel
of
where you
it
are.
is just unconstitutional.
It's not unconstitutional, but like you're renting the land. You know what I mean? And it's fucking nonsense. Like you shouldn't be renting the fucking land. And if you're gonna do property taxes, you just go on your credit. You know what I mean? Instead of like having something against liens against your fucking house. Should be one of those type of things.
It shouldn't exist at
It was
all.
supposed to be a temporary thing.
No, that was the regular. That's
Income
payroll
tax.
taxes. That's payroll taxes. Supposed to be a temporary thing. Property taxes was a normal thing. You know what I mean? It's something that's been going on since like the beginning and the founding of our country.
Was it? Oh.
Yeah, property
I mean,
taxes.
all I know it was something was supposed to be temporary to
That was
fund
that was
war
the
of
income
1812.
tax. That was supposed to be temporary.
Oh, okay.
Well, let's keep going though.
Home and say they say you're not allowed to own a firearm because we own this home. You don't own this home. Okay, there goes the Second Amendment. What if they say, well, for all residents in our places, we don't want you to put up yard signs for certain political candidates? Well, there goes the First Amendment.
Yeah.
There's a connection. There's a very deep connection between the idea of American citizenship, the full idea, and the liberties that actually make American society such a cool place to live. And if we turn everybody into renters, we're going to destroy that. I mean, I think that like
here's where you're wrong though. People really like these shows where people buy $20 million homes, like Selling Sunset. Most isn't that as good as owning a home because there's 30 shows about people buying mansions and people get to watch them. So you don't have to cut grass. You can watch somebody else buy a house.
You can,
but that is what's happening, by the way.
Yeah,
And
you can live in a pod and eat your roasted crickets,
no, but it's
watch
insane.
other people
But
living
by
the
way,
American dream.
People do that. There are people watching people buy houses for tens of millions of dollars who they themselves cannot afford their rent.
Yeah, it's almost like the shows have the purpose of distracting us from the fact that material living standards in this country have been stagnating for many years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you address that by perhaps, is it the federal funds rate? Is it?
Yeah, I mean, what I think is, and I've actually talked to a number of, the president has a very dear friend by the name of Steve Witkoff, who's a very smart guy. He's one of the most successful real estate investors in the world. And Steve has all of these interesting ideas. And it's hysterical because Steve is, I assume, a multi-billionaire. He's certainly very rich, but he has all these ideas for how to make it so that ordinary Americans are paying the same amount for debt as the big guys, right? Because if you're paying 7% and the big guys are paying 2%, ordinary Americans are always going to get screwed. There are a lot of different ways you could do that. I mean, you could just basically statutorily not allow BlackRock to access the federal funds directly. You could do all these things to lower the cost of capital for normal Americans. There's like a lot of ways to address the problem, but it's a problem. And the fact that we're not talking about that, instead we're talking about, like Donald Trump is a threat to democracy because he said that if people riot after he wins, then we should not allow that, which is of all the criticisms of Donald Trump, the craziest one is, he said at a rally that if people riot after the election, law enforcement should prevent that from happening. And they're like, oh, that's a threat to democracy. It's like, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah.
That's common American law enforcement. But it's funny, man. People are more focused on that. The media is more focused on that than on the fact that we have a set of economic policies that are turning, like our generation. I mean, I assume you're about my age.
Yeah.
Like our generation, especially younger, permanent paupers, permanent renters in the country that their parents and grandparents built. And I see these polls that say that young people, usually vote for Democrats, but maybe they're more pro-Trump this cycle than they were last cycle. My argument to them is, aren't you sick of politicians talking about fake bullshit instead of the fact that you can't afford a home and that you won't be able to raise a family because you won't be able to afford their healthcare costs and their housing costs? Like, let's talk about real stuff. Say what you will about Donald Trump. Say what you will about me.
Right.
He talks about real things that affect real people.
Is the happy medium them owning a home in the Ukraine? You know what I mean? Because you're making a lot of points that are going to be tough to do.
Well, look, if Kamala Harris is president, here's the win-win. Again, she's always looking for that.
Right.
If they own a home in Ukraine, they can then be conscripted into her endless war in Ukraine.
Yeah.
And so, if you're a young American and you'd like to own a very sweet mansion in Ukraine while also fighting a war for a country that's 6,000 miles away, then Kamala Harris is your candidate. If you'd like to own a nice home in the United States of America and raise a family, I think Donald Trump is more your flavor. But different shapes, different strokes for different folks, man. I don't want to judge anybody's preferences.
No, for sure.
I just want to give the honest
I have a lot of
assessment
friends that were very
what
into
voting
the
for Kamala
Ukraine.
Harris does.
They're very excited about it. Many of them live in Beverly Hills, and they got the flags and everything, and they got into it. And it's actually fun to have something to be into.
Well, I saw a couple years ago, a buddy sent me a photo. They had the Black Lives Matter thing in the yard.
Sure.
They had the Trans Lives Matter sign in the yard, and then they had the Ukrainian flag hanging up on their porch. And he sent me this photo, and he said, "I've just seen it. The liberal Holy Trinity."
That's
right?
it. Yeah.
It used to be the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
No.
Now it's those three causes.
You have it all. Well, we're not allowed to ask why the Ukraine war happened or what we did to potentially create conditions where.
Exactly.
I mean, we're not allowed to ask that.
Did American diplomacy actually create conflict instead of diffusing conflict? In my view, it did.
And maybe that was the goal. We don't know. I mean, I don't want to sound like a nut. Well, but there are people
it's this psychological post-war thing of everyone is either Adolf Hitler or Winston Churchill.
Right.
That's how these people think about it.
Do you think Vladimir Putin is on a march through Europe, that he's going to knock over Poland, that he's going to knock over? It doesn't seem
of all the absurd arguments I've heard, that is the most absurd.
Doesn't seem likely.
He can't take half of Ukraine, which was his goal. He can't take half of Ukraine, but somehow he's going to march all the way to Berlin. And by the way, if he marches all the way to Berlin, what the hell does that say about Germany?
Right.
Maybe they should build their own security capacity to prevent it. I mean, maybe they should listen to less Ramstein and actually build a military that's worthwhile. Though I will say, Ramstein has this crazy song from 2004, I think. You know what I'm talking about?
I think I do.
We're all living in America.
Yeah.
That is actually a really interesting criticism of globalization. So to the Ramstein fans out there, I apologize for criticizing.
And NATO, do you think that we redefine our relationship with NATO?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think that what President Trump has said about NATO is, look, we're not going to pull out of NATO. But NATO needs to be a true alliance, a true partner, and not basically just another welfare client of the United States of America. I mean, okay, guess how many mechanized brigades, I won't force you to actually guess, how many mechanized brigades Germany could field right now. Germany is the fourth largest economy in the world. They could field between 0 and 1 mechanized brigades.
Right.
If that is your country's military, you're not a partner of the United States in any security sense. You're a welfare client of the United States. And I would like Germany. I love Germany, by the way. I think it's a great country. I think great people, good beer. They should be doing more to look after their own security.
Well, ironically, they rely on cheap Russian gas and oil and the United States military.
That's exactly
so is asking NATO countries to fund more of their own defense is the direction that you want to go into?
Well, I think they have to fund more of their own defense. They have to take more ownership over their own security. And again, I don't want America to be the policeman of the world. We can't be the policeman of Europe, the policeman of the Middle East. I want more of these allies to behave like allies, to take more ownership over their own security, and to make their own decisions. I mean, look, if I was a European country, in some ways, I would feel kind of pathetic. Like, you know, they always called Tony Blair, the Prime Minister of the UK, Bush's poodle.
Right.
It was probably being too nice to Tony Blair to call him Bush's poodle.
Right.
Because these guys, they don't even have their own countries anymore. They just do whatever the United States tells them to do. I mean,
well, London has also just become a vertical money laundering scheme.
Well,
where
that's it. It's
everyone from all over the world and New York, and this is happening to all these great cities, is that people that live there are being driven out.
Exactly.
And you have billionaires and centimillionaires going in and buying up all this real estate, not contributing to the culture of the city at all.
Yeah.
And in London's case, they have Russian oligarchs throwing people out of windows.
Yes.
Which that is good, I think. It's fine. You know, I think it's fine because no, they're not. It's not random, JD. It's not like
are we talking first floor windows or like 10th floor windows?
Floor,
okay,
it's
well,
people that got involved. It's people that were involved. They knew the risk. They knew the risk. But so to me, it's like I look at these great cities and I say, listen, obviously, you want people from all over the world to come and appreciate a city. At what point does the purchasing of real estate from foreign nationals become a major problem for not only the cost of living of Americans, but the culture of a city?
Huge.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like it seems insane that nobody, Ron DeSantis came out and proposed doing something about that, but very few politicians have come out and said anything about that issue.
It's very important. I mean, look, London is effectively the world's only socialist tax haven. Right. It's just crazy. It's a socialist country, socialist government at this point, but they let billionaires from all over shelter their assets in their country. It's a totally bizarre and screwed up way of thinking about your economy. This is sort of what globalization does, right? And this is what I really worry about. Is like London doesn't feel fully English to me anymore.
No.
Right? New York, of course, is the classic American city.
Yeah.
Over time, I think New York will start to feel less American.
Yeah.
Everything becomes flattened and becomes the same.
Yeah.
And like real diversity actually is like I'd kind of like to go to a different place and have it be different.
You want Paris to be Paris.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And not have it all just feel the same.
Right.
Right. That is, I think, a diversity that I can get
But
behind.
people see people see financial migration as an opportunity to go into a country, not respect the laws, the culture, set up a profitable business, and then send that money back to another country. It doesn't seem like a sustainable model.
No, and you have no investment in that country. We want people who have investments in a place to care about. Well, like if the workers get really pissed, right, then maybe I'll have to pay higher taxes, right? So then we're going to focus on making the workers not pissed.
Yeah.
Or if people get really miserable, then they start doing crazy things. They start rioting. Let's make it harder for people to riot.
Right.
If you don't have that investment in the local community, then I think that's what this leads to. And to your point, I think we should basically ban foreign asset purchases of American land.
You grew up in an area
right there.
Right there, son. Fucking based.
Yeah.
We don't like, bro, listen. Like, he needs to be president.
Hopefully that's the secession plan.
I agree. All right, let's finish this shit up.
Of Virginia, or it might not have been Virginia.
Well, it's
Appalachia.
Born and raised in Ohio,
right?
But my family's sort of all from the Appalachian part of Eastern Kentucky.
Okay, I think of that all as Virginia, but I know that that's not. I know that that's not the case.
That's a very LA way of thinking about things,
I didn't think of
right?
Ohio. I thought Ohio was like Grater's ice cream and heroin, but fun at like music festivals. I didn't think of it. I thought of it like more white rapper vibes.
In your mind, it's like California, New York, and then just everything in the middle of Virginia. It's all
now Chicago and then Fent. But that's what it's becoming. We got to stop it from becoming that.
That's right.
Now, what were the lessons that you learned? Because your book Hillbilly Elegy was a hit, was a bestseller. It's a movie as well. What were your takeaways? Because I know people that loved the book and disagreed with some of your takeaways.
Of
and
course.
these people probably know better than you because they live in Santa Monica. But and they go, I don't think he's right about that.
The real Appalachia's in Santa Monica, to be clear.
Well, by the way, it is. If I'll take you there, and it doesn't look
Actually,
that different.
at this
Gavin
point-
Newsom's turned it into that. What were your takeaways? Because you're not the fact that you were able to, go to Yale Law School.
Sure.
Mount a successful Senate campaign. You're sitting here running for vice president. You come out of an area where circumstances for a lot of people are dire.
Yeah.
And it's a deindustrialized area.
Sure.
There's drug problems. What are the takeaways in your book when you look at the things that plague that area and then how to restore it?
Sure. Well, it's I'd say separating categories, right? There's the personal takeaway and then there's like the policy takeaway, right? Because at some level, if you're just a person growing up in a community that's been deindustrialized, left behind, you kind of have to deal with the hand that you were dealt. And that's like what really the book was about, is like, what do you do now that this thing has already happened? And for me, the biggest thing that I took away from my youth is, one, have a sense of gratitude. Even though we didn't have a whole lot, I tried to be grateful for my grandparents for sacrificing for me, because that prevented me from being resentful and seeing myself as a victim, right? When I graduated from high school, I was a pretty resentful kid. I definitely saw myself as, everybody else has more than I do. And that seeing yourself as a victim, I think, is like a really, really destructive thing for a person. But then there's like a policy takeaway from it, which is, why are we dealing so many shitty hands to people to begin with, right? Like, my job as a vice president is different from my job as an 18-year-old kid who just wanted to live a good life, right? My job as vice president is to make sure that as many kids in our country as possible have a pretty good starting hand, as opposed to a really crappy one. And I think the only way to do that, if you look historically, if you look at just our own country, the only way to build a sustainable middle class is to have a viable manufacturing economy. Because think about this, if you're a lawyer, okay, you're litigating, you're doing corporate deals, well, who are you litigating about and who are you doing corporate deals with if there isn't a foundation of the economy, right? If you're a banker and you're doing trading, or you're doing, sort of capital investment, what are you investing in if not the underlying foundation of the economy, right? The economy's foundation has to be the real stuff. It's ag, it's manufacturing, it's making things, it's doing things, and then all the other services are built up around the real economy. I think the conceit of American leaders, I should say, in 2024 is the idea that you can have everybody working in tech and finance and advertising. Well, you can't. What are you what products are you advertising? What are you what technologies are you developing if the underlying real economy isn't strong? What are the bankers investing in if there isn't anything there? And I think that's actually where, while yes, things have gotten really bad under Kamala Harris's leadership, if we go down this pathway another 10 years and our share of manufacturing GDP goes from 18% to 10%, then the lawyers and the bankers are going to realize that they don't have good jobs either. And that's when they're actually going to realize that Donald Trump was right all along.
Right. Two more questions.
Yeah.
I really appreciate doing this. How do you prevent tech censorship? We've talked about it. It's a huge problem. I mean, I know it's a tough thing to have an exact answer for, but what are some thoughts?
So very simply, and this is like not a traditional Republican answer, but the Google antitrust lawsuit that's moving through the courts right now was actually started under Donald Trump's administration.
Yeah.
I think you have to break these companies up. I think they're too big. They become monopolists. They become too powerful. And frankly, they became too powerful thanks to government privileges, right? These aren't like natural monopolies that just came up out of the free market.
Right.
They were handed special favors by the government. They used that power to become monopolists. And now they tell Americans what they can or can't say. I don't think there's actually a way to solve it. Like, if Google is so big, it's extremely hard to be able to like ensure that Google doesn't engage in censorship. I just think these companies have to be separated.
So break up the companies.
Yes.
So the last question is the toughest one. For the last 5 years, I have done Christian missionary work in Africa with Governor Walz. And literally,
God.
we have not seen
I
you
thought you were
there
serious for the first
one
couple seconds. I was like,
time.
where the hell is this going?
I am serious. Me and Governor Walz have been in Africa converting people, feeding them. And the fact that we've never seen you there, and we've both been there, and he'll tell you as well. He'll tell you as well. He seems like a fun guy. Was he fun at the debate? Was he fun? He seems fun. I like making things up.
I mean, fun is one way to say it.
Yeah.
He honestly at the debate, I felt bad, man.
Yeah.
Because, all right, so my wife,
Yeah.
one of her great, character attributes,
Yeah.
but also one of her flaws is
Yeah.
that she cannot be dishonest with me.
Sure.
Right? Like if I screwed something up, she won't be like,
say
oh, yeah,
it.
you did great. She'll
Right.
say it, right? So I come off the debate stage and her face is lit up.
Right.
Like she's so happy.
Yeah.
And then I look over at Glenn Waltz, and Glenn Waltz looked like she just showed up to a funeral.
Yeah.
And I was like,
It
oh
was-
shit, this went really well for me and this went really poorly for him.
Yeah.
I honestly think, my honest assessment is that he's probably a pretty nice guy.
Right.
I don't know him well. He's probably a pretty nice guy. Do I think that he should be vice president? No.
No, it's Minnesota.
And
Who
aside,
cares?
Yeah. And
It's
aside,
fine.
but,
It's a tundra.
But aside
You
from
know?
policy differences, I just don't think the guy has the depth to be president. Like I hate
Right.
to sound like, President Trump always says this. You want your leaders to be smart. Right?
Right.
You want them to actually care about the stuff that they're doing in government.
Yeah.
When I hear Tim Walz, but especially, oh Lord, when I hear Kamala Harris talk,
Yeah.
I think to myself, she has no idea what the hell she thinks. And that is scarier than me disagreeing with her on any policy issue.
Yeah.
Right. But I'm thrilled to hear that Tim Walz did missionary work in Africa.
Yes.
You guys are both great
Yeah.
humanitarians. I think did you serve with him in Iraq too?
Well, actually, in the Ukraine, which
Okay,
you didn't do
you
either. We
guys-
actually, as soon as that happened, we went over and fought valiantly for a year.
and
in
then
the Ukraine.
he went and marched in Tiananmen Square.
Together, yeah,
you know
we've done
that's
a lot.
that's the
Yeah.
thing about Tim Walz. He's the Forrest Gump of politics, right?
He's-
Every time
yeah,
something
he's
big has
doing
happened
something.
in world history, Tim
Yeah.
Walz has been there
Yeah.
to observe it and just
Yeah.
to see it up close and,
and by the way,
personal.
whatever, and your attacks on your baseless attacks on Kamala Harris, if she doesn't know something, I feel good as an American knowing that Dick Cheney will tell her. JD Vance, thank you very much.
Thanks, man.
Man, listen, and I'll be honest with you, what he said about the fucking lawyers, I think it already happened. You know what I mean?
When I went to school, I had a statistics class in the math building, and they had converted most of the classrooms to poli-sci, and they were just going to go ahead and change the sign on the outside of the building to make it officially the new second poli-sci building. This was in 90, I don't know, 3, 4, something like that. This shit's been going downhill for a while.
Well, I was just saying, like, the lawyers aren't doing well. That's where my mental was.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I think we're on the same page. It's that whole thing he's saying, like we've divorced our generations from the basics of the economy, manufacturing, and basically trades and crafts. And everybody focused. You need to be a doctor. You need to be a lawyer. Of what?
You need to be a tech guy, bro. Like, you need to, fucking get a degree in, underwater lesbian basket weaving. It's your only way to
Learn
be
to
successful.
code.
You have to have a bachelor's degree. If you're not a bachelor's degree, you're nobody,
Can't afford a house. Learn to code, bro.
Learn to code, dog. Learn to code. But, listen, man, I'm going to end this here, and I'm going to take my ass and go to fucking bed, and wake up and handle my business tomorrow. So, thank you, Mountain. Thank you, General, motherfucking, Gilded Pooh. Thank you for coming the fuck out, you know what I'm saying? Like, everybody, for helping out. Florida Man, I'm trying to think if anybody else is here. I don't think they were. But, we're going to stop streaming here. You know the